How we doing, everybody?
What's happening, bud?
Gentlemen, how we doing? Shelby,
Good,
how we
good.
doing?
Andrew, did you get the co-host invite?
I did.
Oh, it just took a second for it to pop up. I see. All right, well, I'm opening everything up here. I know Miranda's coming in about 15 minutes, but that gives us a little time to talk about UFC Vegas 69. My girl Jessica Andrade got fucking upset. I was upset. It is what it is.
So, did you hear what she said about it?
No, I didn't. What did she say?
So, she came out and said that when she got taken down, she had like a wardrobe malfunction. And she said that like her breast slipped out. So, she said she had a lapse in focus because she said once she hit the ground, that's all she could focus on.
No kidding.
Interesting.
That would explain the quick change of events there. Surprisingly, Jessica set the record for most female for she's been stopped more than any female in the UFC. 6 times. I was surprised that was the record, but I mean, I guess that makes sense. I was
I mean, look how many fights she's had, though.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's a couple of stats from this past week where, like, Jim Miller has the second most losses in company history now, and OSP is like number 12, I think. But look at how many fights them guys got. Like, it sounds great and all to use that stat, but like Jim Miller's got like 40 fights, bro.
Well, that's why
Bro,
stats are deceiving.
that was his 52nd fight. He's got more than 40.
I
He's been around the block.
I think it's almost 40 in the UFC, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, he's fought the top. He's fought like from two or three generations of top talent, dude. I mean, the guy's as tough and as savvy as a vet there is, man. I mean, I thought he had a chance this weekend, to be honest with you. I mean, I put my money where my mouth was. I lost, but hey, he looked good even in that loss, though. I mean, he showed he still could take a shot and he can still hang with some of the more potent finishers.
Yeah, the young boys. Did you guys see Martian Parchino? I know I say that one a little funny.
Marcin Pragno.
Pragnia. Did you see 63 leg kicks? Bro. They said it is from what I found, it is the most in light heavyweight history and the third most in company history. But I don't know who hit the most. Like, who hit more than 63 significant leg strikes in one fight? I got to find the fight and I got to see it. A couple other
That might be
stats.
that Keith Jardine back in the old days when I think he was the first person to ever get a leg kick knockout in the UFC at heavyweight. The Dean of Mean, man, that's a throwback right there. And everybody
Yeah, I
say,
was thinking.
let's give everybody a round of applause to Miranda. She's already in the chat. Say hello.
Yeah, I seen her over there. I seen her. I'm trying to give everybody else a few minutes to hop in. I don't want to rush. Hi, Miranda.
Hello, how are you guys?
We're great. How are you
Jamal.
tonight?
Good, good. I actually just got done with jujitsu, so sitting here, kind of recovering from that, getting ready to be on this.
Ah, very
Awesome. We're
nice.
glad to have you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Joe. Continue what you were doing with it. Get your stats out there, brother.
I'm
You cut out.
because I muted myself. uh, AJ Fletcher got his first UFC win, which is cool because he was 0-2 in the promotion, and we all know where 0-3 in the promotion usually leads you. And according to Bloody Elbows report, it was his 26th birthday. So happy birthday to him. Got his first UFC win. I thought that was really cool. Clay Carpenter made his debut. Everybody's seen the arm bar. Man, the triangles he was trying to throw up. I thought Carpenter looked good, even when he got taken down. I thought Carpenter looked just fine out there. Felipe Lins, bro, 49 seconds work out of OSP. I like OSP strictly on the merit that OSP has been around forever, bro. Like 49 seconds, I didn't see that one coming. Not at all. Gives OSP tied for 12th for most losses in company history, but he's got a ton of fights in. Ask, say his name. Say Emmer's opponent's last name for me, Trace. Ask Habab.
Ashkabov?
Ashkabab. I did say it right. He got his first loss dealt to him. Emmer's won. He was a 2-1 underdog, so that was a nice hit for him. Lena Lansbury retired. MBS got the 50K bonus, but Lansbury.
Wait, hold on. She retired?
Yeah. I don't think she did it in the octagon, but I know that I've seen it. I've seen it on two of the
said
sources
Lena
that I watched.
Lansbury.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to
Lansbury.
say anything.
I'm old as hell.
Dude, I didn't hear about her retiring, man.
Yeah, I seen it on either Best of MMA or I'm pretty sure it was Best of MMA that I seen it on today. But she called it quits. It was like a positive tweet message thing that she did. She didn't like, it seems like she's happy to do it on her own terms. She just feels like it's time, and it doesn't seem like a bitter situation. She said she had a great run, enjoyed her career, so it's always nice to see when they go on like a high note and they don't feel like, off a bunch of losses and they have no choice. She just felt like it was time. Evan Elder and Nazim Sadikov, if I said that right. Fight of the night, $50,000 each. TKO doctor stoppage, third round. Man, that was a hell of a fight. Trace, I see the hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Somebody dropped the actual video in the group chat showing when them actually telling Evan Elder that he won the fight night bonus, and dude, his reaction, man, that was just awesome. Go ahead, Miranda.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I've met Evan a couple times. He's actually like sponsored by some of the same people I work with, HKA, and is from the Missouri area, so I know him pretty well. And it was a pretty impressive fight. He got cut, and I know he didn't want the doctor's stoppage, which is always unfortunate for fighters. But yeah, it was a heck of a fight. I know he was thrilled. That was by far the most money he's ever made fighting.
Yeah, I definitely think the doctors bailed out Sadikov. I think I know I saw it on the judges' scores and they had it for 2-1 or 2-0. I also had it 2-0 Elder or Evan Elder. Yeah, man, I think they pretty much robbed him of that win, but I'm glad he did get the bonus.
Yeah, I think that they'll at least treat it like he basically had won most of the fight and give him good chance moving forward.
Yeah, I don't think that hurts his stock at all. I would actually say that's one of them performances like, you hear it probably a half a dozen times a year, which isn't a lot when you look at how many fights there are. But, like, I think that's one of those situations where someone loses and their stock goes way up. Like, he looked great out there. I mean, the doctors took it from him, but he looked great.
Yeah, I agree. Impressive performance.
Yes, he did. I did not mention Erin Blanchfield got 50K. She was another bonus. Bueno Silva got the other one. And Jamal Proggs finally made his promotional debut and won after two UFC or Dana White Contender Series appearances, 2019 and 2022. I had to tape that fight last week and I wasn't really excited about it, but as I looked at it and when I was breaking down the fight and I seen that he had been through the Contender Series twice and stuff, and then I don't think he even initially got signed when he got his win on the Contender Series. He got brought in a little later. So I was happy for Jamal to get the fight, and I was happy he got the win. I was happy he got the win. Short of that, I think that covers that whole card except for the Zach Praga Jordan Wright fight. Man, I know it went to decision, but Man, I thought Zach looked phenomenal. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it to go as well for him as it went for him. Who broke down tape on that fight last week?
Who was it?
Yeah, do you remember?
No, who was it? Which fight?
The Jordan Wright Zach Praga fight.
Zach Poga. Was that Rhino?
Nah, I didn't have Wright. I didn't pick that fight.
I don't know. I don't recall.
I just was curious how we taped it, but it's not worth going back. Miranda,
I think everyone was
somebody else.
I think everyone was wrong because no one expected that to go to a decision. I think everybody and their mom had the under on that one.
I threw $5 on it and got a hit.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I just thought that they were both terrified because of like coming off those, decision or those finishes, being finished twice. You're definitely going to fight a little like
last week.
That's right. That's why I didn't remember it. Usman had that one last week. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I thought it was a good fight. I thought it was gonna end. So even watching the fight, I was surprised it went the distance because I think it was late in the second or late in the first. I thought Zach was gonna get him out of there, and he didn't. I don't know. Good fight. Marin, you on the mic, bud?
Yes, sir. What's up? How's everyone doing today?
Not too bad. How you doing today?
Pretty good. Just like Trace, what was it, last week or a few days ago? I also just quit my job today, or put in my 2 weeks notice. So going for something better.
You put in your 2 weeks notice today?
Yeah, got a better paying job, closer to my house and everything. A lot of upside.
Man, that boss ain't showed you no love anyway, so good for you.
He's honestly like, it's funny because once I told him about it, he was so happy and everything. But I'm like, bro, like if you could be like this during work hours, like it would be much better.
He was like, if you would have been like this, I wouldn't have left you, bro.
No, I mean, well, like I said, it's better pay and everything. So let's say that the stress is the same still. Like, but this is for a like big company that makes like buses, so they're more corporate, so they have like more better like standing. This guy is just one by himself doing everything, so gotta be tough.
Marin, I had a job, the kid that ended up like that, and I found him a better one for more money, and I told him, and he goes, "Okay, today's your last day. Just ask me to leave."
Oh shit. I've been in jobs like that where I put in my 2 weeks notice and they're like, "Now you know what? In 2 to 3 days you're good." But it's cool.
Yeah, that happens a lot. It's just, that happens a lot. Marin, you got that write up I sent you over?
Yeah, here. I'm ready, guys. Whenever.
Hey, Marin, start, bud. Hey, hold a second, Marin. Before you start, I sent you something in the in your direct messages. Can you get those pinned up? for me?
Yeah. Once I stop talking, I'll get on to that because sometimes I suck at like multitasking on my phone, but I got you.
Oh, you're all good, brother. Go ahead, take over.
All right, guys.
Hey, don't hesitate to send that. Sorry, Marin. Don't hesitate to send that stuff to Dead Picks too, Trace. Between him and Marin, bro, they hammer everything up on the Megatron. They don't miss anything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck. Forgot about the Megatron. My bad. I'm on it. I'm on it.
You're good, Marin.
All right, guys.
What we got up first, bud?
So, as you guys can know or see, if you guys don't, if you guys listening to this in the future, we have a UFC rising star, and that is Miranda Maverick. I'm sure most of you guys have followed her career. She is 4-2 in the UFC, winning her last 2 fights in a very good, impressive fashion. A cool fight fact that you might not know is that Miranda also won the 2019 Invicta Phoenix Series 2 tournament, in which she defeated 3 fighters in one night before entering the UFC. When she's not fighting, Miranda is an artist. She gives self-defense and anti-bullying seminars. She loves beef jerky, and we just learned that she has nearly 100K followers on IG. Not to mention, she has 2 degrees. So it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce Miranda Maverick.
Let's go.
Thank you very much. I like the beef jerky add in there. That's funny.
Welcome to the space, Miranda. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on here. Like I said, I just got done with a jiu-jitsu class that I did and headed home, and glad I could make it to this in plenty of time and listen to you guys talk beforehand too. I'm really excited for the card coming up more than I was last weekend, just because I know a lot of people upcoming.
Good. You'll have to give us your parlay before you leave because I'll go play it.
Don't know if I can give you a full one, but I'm friends with a lot of them on there. So even if I don't think they'll win, I'll stick with them.
Good enough. Well, I'll run the Miranda Maverick Friends Parlay. It's got to
Yeah.
hit. All right, so we're going to pass it around between our hosts here. There's a few of us. I get the lucky nomination of going first. So I'm a MMA focused guy, so I'm going to start with MMA focused stuff.
All right.
You fought in November. I'll be honest, even when I rewatched it, so like I've seen all your fights. I've seen every fight you've had in the UFC for sure, and I've definitely seen some of your Invicta fights just because I watch all types of MMA. But I went back and rewatched a bunch of your stuff when we found out you were coming. And like even the Shayna Young fight, even knowing it goes to decision, I was waiting for the finish the whole time. Like big credit to her for not going out. But at the end of the fight, you called out Molly. You made statement about people in the top 15 that maybe shouldn't be there, and I don't disagree. I'm sure you know this as of this morning, you are in the top 15.
Yes, yeah, I actually posted about it today, which I find it the top 15 amusing. You know, it'll be 1 week I'm in, 1 week I'm out, 1 week I'm in, 1 week I'm out. And my joke with my coaches and everything is it's just politics. You know, it's just whoever won, whoever lost, whoever decides to put up the rankings that week. And at the time, Molly McCann was in the top 15 when she hadn't fought anybody in the top 50. You know, and so I made that comment because the only reason she was there was for the hype because she was the only one from the UK. There's a couple others who are just older fighters who haven't fought in a while or haven't fought that high level in a while that are there that shouldn't be. Of course, Macy's pretty far up there, and I feel like my robbery that I had against her really helped elevate her, and that's always irritating to watch. And I think Erin's really showing her stock to be higher and higher as she goes up too. I definitely think Jessica Andrade wasn't on her game on Saturday. One, she just came off the sofa, you know, basically. Like she had just fought Lauren Murphy. She was probably still celebrating. I'm impressed she even made weight, but she went in there and it was not a great performance by her, but I also don't want to take away anything from Erin. Her footwork, her striking, her resiliency during those combinations was awesome.
No, I agree. And like even as a Jessica mark, and like I didn't see Erin getting it, but credit to her. My question is, so Molly dropped a fight right after you called her out. Like you
Yeah.
called her out, she was like, "Let me go drop this fight real quick." So I'm gonna scratch her because she's fallen below you. And
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think man. I don't like to disrespect fighters, but I think that's an easy fight for you. So with Molly not in consideration, who else are you trying to get to? I know in the top 15, um, Cortez, Blanchfield now, Andrade now, Murphy, Chukagian, and Farrat are the only people with out fights. Oh, Santos. So like, is there anybody particular you're trying to get to right now?
As of right now, all those girls are basically the top 7, right away. And right now, it's been pretty clear that they're not going to give me anyone that high. Unfortunately, Molly's already been a clear no to me. I asked for JoJo at one point. Tracy, I think, is definitely an option coming up, just because she's been having mental issues. I think and was taking a little bit of a break. Misha Tate is a girl I wanted to fight. She was asking for a fight, didn't have one. Now it looks like they're finally starting to line her up. That's who I wanted initially. Really, at this point, I just want to fight. I'm waiting any day. I've been waiting since basically beginning of January, saying I'm ready to go. And right now I'm sitting at fight weight just in case there's a short notice fight for me to pick up on a week notice or so.
That's awesome. Are you set on like you've struggled to get through the rankings, and you've had some, I don't want to say trouble with the company, but maybe not the push that other people get. Is it important to you at this point to fight up? Does that matter to you at this point, or do you
It
just
does.
want to fight?
I'm trying to make money. At the end of the day, I'm trying to make money, and the more we fight, the higher we get paid, right? And of course, I want to fight up the rankings eventually. I want to be the world champion at some point. But the way I see it, I'm nowhere near my prime yet, and I have plenty of time to get there. And if it means I keep getting paid more and more and actually get paid champ money by the time I get up there to champ level, then I'm happy.
Man, that's amazing to hear. I could go on for too long, so Trace, I'm gonna hand it over to you, bud. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of tie in your personal life with your work life. With
Yeah.
you having your background in psychology and having a degree in psychology, do you believe that gives you an edge going into a fight week for fight preparation? Because most likely somebody's not going to get in your head and rattle you. You know.
That's part of it, but honestly, I just credit it to the way I was raised, not necessarily my education. You know, academics are good and great, education is good and great, but the awareness that I had growing up and dealing with people, you know, at the age of 5, my dad sending me into the local stores doing business for him. I think that's a lot of the way I learned how people work, how to talk to people. And I was just talking to somebody yesterday actually about when I go to weigh-ins or anything else, I kind of reverse psychology it. You know, I stand there and I smile. I'm ready. I'm happy to be in there. And you know when somebody's nervous, you know, they get cocky and they start saying cocky stuff, or they're the opposite and they're super nervous and just don't want to look at you in the eyes or anything like that. And so when that happens, I just stare right through them, you know, and I always feel very confident when I'm walking in there. And the way I see it is, even if I'm intimidated in any way, I know that I've done the very best I can with the skills that I have to get to that point. And I watch everybody's interviews too. You know, I try to go all the way down to that depth of psychology and be like, they think this about me. They're looking for this. Let me change that game plan up a bit.
I had my hand up and you literally answered the question, so I'm just
Oh,
putting it down. Trey said, like, that was the question. Do you look at other fighters? Trace, I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good, brother. If she answered my question, Andrew, if you got something, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, Miranda, what's going on? I'm curious because I feel like I've had different opinions from different fighters when it comes to this question. So I've noticed you've had 6 fights in the UFC. 3 of them are on pay-per-view cards. 3 of them have been at the Apex. I actually went to my first live event at the Apex back in November. And I actually enjoyed, I live here in Vegas, so it's easy for me to get to. I actually enjoyed it. You know, you're up close, you're up in personal. I feel like there's more intimacy to it as a fan. I know some fighters have liked it, some can't stand it. What is your experience like in the Apex versus live events?
right. So your research is a little faded. So I've had one fight in front of a crowd. That's it, unfortunately, because one of them was Abu Dhabi back during COVID. And the other one got canceled because it was supposed to be my first one against Shanna Young. And then it got rebooked to be just an Apex card, right? So I've only fought in front of a crowd one time, and it unfortunately was my loss against Aaron Blanchfield, um, which I don't think the crowd affected me in the slightest. It doesn't really matter to me. When I walk out there, I have a very focused mindset and I only hear 2 to 3 voices. And sometimes I add in the other person's corners too. I train that way too. I try to train in very loud environments to where it doesn't bother me if there's a crowd screaming anything. I hear my coach's voices. I hear my dad's voice. Just in case I don't hear my coach's, he'll scream out exactly what they say because I'm always tuned into his voice more than anyone else's naturally. Sometimes I'll listen to my opponent's coaches too if they're like telling them something like hold her here, go for the submission. I'll just kind of use that reverse psychology too and be like, oh, they said this, let me wait for them to try that and capitalize on it. But I actually love the Apex. If you guys have watched my fights, you'll know that my coaches are very loud and clear. I hear almost everything they say, and I'm a very coachable fighter. So I love that the Apex, I can hear every sound that they make and clearly to where I can execute.
Very nice. Thank you for that. I apologize about the numbers.
Said one's
uh,
off Bobby, so even though it was a numbered card, there was no crowd, and then the other one was just the canceled bout, or else it would have been in front of a crowd. I was really excited about it, but did not happen.
I was looking at the sign. Obviously, you know, we knew you were coming, so we're double checking all your stuff. I was looking at the picture of you today on the Fight Island sign. So
Mm-hmm.
when you said Abu Dhabi, I right away was like, oh, yeah, I seen that today.
Yep. Yeah, it was my debut. It was pretty exciting to have that at Abu Dhabi for sure. It was my only time out of the U.S. as well.
Really? That it's still to this date is your only time out of the U.S.?
Yep, so far.
Man, I haven't. Well, I'm in Detroit, so Canada's like across the river. So I've been to Canada, but outside of that, I haven't ventured out of the country.
I feel
Marin,
solid in the middle of the United States right now, but I'm sure at some point I'll be traveling a lot, hopefully for the UFC.
hopefully. Marin, what you got, bud?
Hey, so just I mean, I just heard that you said that your dad goes to your fights and you listen to him. I was just wondering, what does your family think about like fighting? We have heard about like how, well, recently how Islam's mom doesn't want him to keep on fighting, and some family members they don't like to see their other family members. I don't want to just say like sons because it can be just family relatives. They don't like this. So I mean, just curious as to like how your family thought of you once you started into it, and I mean how they progress now.
Yeah, so my entire immediate family is very supportive. My dad actually started teaching myself and my siblings jujitsu at home from watching UFC, slowing it down, watching YouTubes, and just learning basic self defense. That's kind of how I got my start. And I decided I wanted to go compete in jujitsu. So he was very supportive from the beginning. He always said I could be the best in the world. You know, I was raised for it. I grew up on a farm. I grew up very physically strong and had a good grappling background by the time I was 16. And walked into a gym kind of already knowing what I was doing somewhat, right? And so my dad was always super supportive. When I started fighting, I asked him if he could be in my corner. And at that point, he was still kind of my coach. Now he doesn't do any of the coaching, but I would consider him a mental coach. And he's always just there to support. And like I said, he's the one who repeats my coaches if I need it. And he's always the one to call out the times and things of that nature. My mom is also supportive. She's not as involved in the actual fighting, but she watches every fight. My entire family does. And if you didn't already know, my little sister is also a fighter at this point. She's 3-0 as an amateur and getting ready for her fourth fight, which will be a title fight as an amateur. And yeah, my husband's been in my corner before. My brother also has a solid background in grappling, was second place at state in wrestling his senior year and placed a couple other years as well. And he would be a fighter, but he's a big boy, and we decided we didn't want to see him get hurt in the upper weight classes just as an amateur, and he has plenty of other things going for him in life. So I would say my whole family is basically part of the fight community.
So Miranda, what is your sister's name? Drop your sister's name so we know who to be watching for.
Yeah, Skylar Maverick. Skylar Maverick. It's Skylar Havoc Maverick. She found a word that fit for her that also rhymed, right?
Well, y'all got some of the best nicknames, man. That's pretty sweet.
Hey,
What promotion is she fighting in?
She's actually fighting for Peak Fighting March 11th. I just got done posting it on my Instagram story. She's actually looking for sponsors, but go follow her on Instagram. I think it's just Skylar Maverick MMA. And yeah, she's coming up fast. She's 3-0 so far. Heavy wrestler and slowly getting her striking up too. She moved out here in Denver with me a week before Christmas and is out here training with my team and my coaches.
hey,
Yeah, the
So
scene in
you're out
Denver
there.
is huge. Sorry, Trace, go
You're
ahead.
out there with Duke Rufus.
No, I'm out here with Elliot Marshall at
Elliot Marshall. Okay.
and Justin Houghton over at Pound for Pound Muay Thai.
Okay.
hey,
Hey,
Miranda.
Average, I see you with your hand up, but Trace kind of tuned in on something I wanted to ask, so I'm going to ask, and then I'm going to swing it over to you, bud. So I wanted to ask, so I just heard you say who you're with, but you changed camps, right?
I've changed camps a couple times. So I started in Springfield, Missouri, where my sister started as well, because that's where my family's from, at Springfield Fight Club. And it's great. It has a lot of amateur fighters coming up. There are now 4 UFC fighters who started at that gym. Zach Cummings, Michael Johnson, myself, and Garrett Armfield, who's actually fighting this weekend. Me and Garrett grew up together in the sport in that gym. When I hit grad school, I moved out to Virginia and trained out at the House of Muay Thai in Norfolk, BJJ, out there in Norfolk, Virginia. And then once I was done with school and ready to kind of go wherever I wanted, I looked across all the different states, all the different gyms, and I chose Denver, Colorado to be where I wanted to become the best. I think they have an amazing team out here, an amazing set of coaches, and a very large women's team, which was important to me considering I'd always trained with just men, and it's very different moving with bodies that are your flexibility, your size, your speed, all that.
That's awesome. I know the scene out in Colorado, Denver area is huge because you've got the Olympic Training Center out there, which naturally kind of created a gym scene out there. And yeah, I know that is definitely one of the places to be if you want to take your career serious, regardless of where you land out there.
Yeah, I think so.
Average, what you got, bud?
First of all, hello Miranda. I hope you're well, mate. My question is, what fight would you say you've learned the most out of all the fights in your career? Learned the most lessons from?
The Aaron Blanchfield fight, it's my only fight that I'll truly say I lost. Like, I've had close splits before, and that's usually when I lose fights. I don't think I've ever lost every round of a fight, and that time I did. And I went into that fight being very much the dominant striker into it, and she was timing me when I would stand up too tall and just start throwing combos and coming forward, which is kind of my game at the time, as I was just, a bull in a china cabinet, rushing forward, beating up, bullying everyone. And after fighting with her, not only did I have to work on my bottom game, my bottom ground game, but also like my timing, my footwork, timing myself when I come in, moving back and forth, being able to fight backwards, all the above. I went back to the drawing board big time, figured out a lot of holes in my game that had never been exposed before. I had never been put on bottom in a fight before past like 10 seconds. Like Jillian Robertson, I was on bottom, so to speak, but it was more a neutral back control position that I was fighting out of. And with Aaron, I was just in a different world than I was used to. And I was having a very off night. And after I had lost the first round, which up to that point, if you guys go check it out, I had never lost a first round before. And I think it shook me, and it really got to my mental capability in that fight. So afterwards, my training partners and my coaches have said so as well. I feel like I became twice a better fighter after that.
That's awesome. That's real cool.
Yeah, I want you to know we've got a pretty thick chat group that goes even like it hammers 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, even on holidays. And there was a talk today about whether or not we should say you were 5-1 or 4-2, because we feel the same way you feel about the Macy Barber fight. At least several of us do, anyways. So
Yeah.
just thought.
Anybody thought differently other than those coaches, apparently, or not coaches, judges. Everybody was messaging me after that fight. I think I had one of those fights where my stock went up from losing to, at least from a fan standpoint. And it was a sucky night. I made a respectful post afterwards saying I obviously didn't do enough, or else that wouldn't have happened. But then I remember going back to the hotel room. My dad was very mad. Like, he wouldn't hardly say a word. He was like, listen, you didn't lose that fight, but whatever you want to do, I think you should have made a different post. And I was like, well, Dad, like, let me rewatch it, but I'm going to make something respectful. And this is the way I want to handle my career. And he was like, I understand. We go back to the hotel room and we sit down and watch the fight. And I was so angry. It was so obvious to me, it wasn't even close in my eyes, even after watching it again. And after that, it's like, man, you would think that she would at least say, man, that was close, but no. And it's just, I hope I can get that one back at some point. That's a rematch that I'd love any day, anytime. But she's already said no twice to a rematch, and I'm sure that will continue until she has no choice.
Miranda, if you don't mind me tagging off of that, I actually did go back and watch that fight today because of that chat. And I was like, all right, it's been a minute, so let me see. I think you absolutely won the first 2 rounds, like no questions asked. I think the third round could have gone either way. Would you agree with that?
Yep, agreed. I think first and second were very clearly mine. And I think the third one, had they given it to me, I wouldn't have been like, that wasn't mine. But I definitely understand where they would give her the third round. It wasn't about me winning unanimously. It was that they gave her 2 out of 3 rounds when it was ridiculous. You look at the striking stats, you look at the control stats, the takedowns, just all of it, all the way around. Round 3, I was just a little bit worn out, and she definitely waited until round 3 to really put the gas to the pedal, but she still did no damage and no real effect in 3, even though I would give it to her.
Yeah, that's a pretty clean breakdown of that fight there. Sounds like you may have watched the tape once or twice there, Miranda.
So, amusingly, so leading up to my fights, I watch my losses a lot. And so I'll watch my Aaron Blanchfield fight and my Macy Barber fight just to piss myself off and get my head in the right mind space when I get ready to go out to fight.
That's an awesome attitude to have, for real.
Great game plan, right on.
Wes, go ahead, man.
It's nice to see you, bud.
What's up, buddy?
Wasn't sure if you'd make it tonight. I know you was busy, man. Very happy to see you.
I appreciate it.
What you got, bud?
So Miranda, I noticed that you mentioned the Aaron fight, for instance, and you were saying like how your mental during the fight, you were kind of shook up. So what did you do to like address that after the fact? Like, what are some of the things that you did after that, like to mentally prepare for these current fights, that you have had after? Like, what did you do?
Yeah, so something that my coaches help with a lot too is I would wear myself out, whether it's go on a run, do some strength and conditioning. They'd make me grind during a bunch of grappling rounds, and then they'd throw me in with the best person in the gym the very first round and make me lose that first round. And then one of the things that we did was if I don't come back and win the fight or get a finish, I keep going as many rounds as it takes for me to get a finish. And it's hard training. I remember at one point, if you guys know who Jenna Fabian is, she fights for PFL. She's a bigger lady, and after I lost to Aaron, it was my fifth round in a row, fifth 5-minute round, and he was like, listen, if you don't get a takedown on Jenna, she's going to stay in there for as long as it takes or until you quit, and if you quit, then you can leave. And basically saying like leave, and I was like, okay. And it took me 4 minutes and 40 seconds into that round to get a takedown on her, and I still wonder if she gave it to me, but that was my only goal. I got beat up the entire time, but I finally got it. And those kind of mindset things where I'm just tired and worn out and want to quit on myself, we kept doing over and over again, and just push myself during training to where I was used to losing a round and having to come back instead of going in and just beating up everybody or losing the last round but winning the other couple.
I've got to say, you mentioned that seems like hard training or something like that. I think that is on par for how you become a champion. That's an unbelievable way to handle that situation. Rhino, I ain't heard from you yet tonight, bud. What you got?
Not much, man. I just wanted to tell Maverick here that I'm looking at my pick history for you, and it turns out I'm 4-2.
There we go. Thank you.
That's
I wish it
all
would have been 5-1 at least, right?
I was going for 6-0, but I would have took 5-1 as well.
All right. Thank you.
Average Avenues. What you got, bud?
Yeah, I know that fighters don't like to look too far in the future, but you're 15th in the rankings now. How many fights would you like to win before, potentially being a title contender?
I would say about 4 fights is what I'd want to see. I don't want to just get skyrocketed necessarily because I want to be able to prove myself at every step of the ladder. I would be fine if that actually happened, but I think 3 to 4 will be what I feel like I need to feel the confidence to be in that spot.
I think
Right,
realistically, you're probably, you could even do it in 2 with dominant performances. I mean,
I could, they give Erin that hype, which something I put against her is her promotability. I hope that I would be more promotable than she is in that area, but you never know. You never know. If they give me the right fights and the right matchups, that could definitely be a possibility. I think like an Andrade fight or somebody else that's more of that bully type fighter built similar to what I would be a very active, very exciting fight for fans to see.
absolutely. Go ahead, Pepe. What you got?
What's up, Miranda? Good to hear from you. I've followed your career pretty close for the past couple of years, and I respect you quite a bit and love watching your fights. I know you signed a contract with a professional wrestling company last.
Oh, you cut out a little bit.
Pepe, you there?
I think we lost him.
Well,
I got
just
it.
to go ahead and address what I did hear of it, I was going to say I didn't sign with any professional wrestling company. I started training under one here in Denver, the Al Snow Pro Wrestling Academy, just so basically I could have an opportunity to get signed at some points. I'm not really going to disclose the details. I'm taking a small break from it just so I can focus on my fight, especially having a short notice opportunity as a potential right now. But I am still training there. I was training 2 times a week. And we're looking at potentially like a June, July start to just do like little indie shows here locally and start going bigger than that. You see Ronda Rousey, you see Valerie Loretta take a transition from MMA to WWE. And I think the biggest problem they have is they have to take a year and a half off. They just go silent off the face of the earth because they have to learn. And if I've already learned, that is a good place for me to be able to go if I ever get injured or if my MMA career comes to a halt. I want to have other opportunities, and honestly, maybe I'll never pursue it. I have a education too, and I have other investments I'm trying to put into place. But my goal at the end of my time in the MMA is to never have to work a 9 to 5 again and have free time. And if that ends up being in the pro wrestling world, awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the dream, right?
Yep.
Go ahead, Miranda.
Exactly.
What you got?
All right, so I mean, this was one of my first questions that I had like thought of to ask you, but I mean, I feel like you kind of already answered it. But I was gonna ask you, what's your favorite martial arts? Because I mean, that's the good thing about MMA, that it's a lot of different arts all in one. So, what's your favorite one out of all of them? I mean,
Yeah, I would say Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, especially the no-gi portion. I not only started in that sport, but I see it as the ultimate self-defense sport. I'm big about teaching self-defense seminars, teaching to women, teaching to children, especially ones who have had like domestic abuse of any sort or sexual abuse of any sort. And Jiu-Jitsu is 100% the best one for that kind of thing. Striking is good and great, but if you look at altercations, I think it's around 82%, 85% that go to the ground. And you could know striking, you could be one of the best strikers in the world and not know how to get off the ground. And meanwhile, in jiu-jitsu, you could take the best striker down and they would not know what to do. So ultimately, I think it's not only a very dominant sport, jiu-jitsu and wrestling, but I think it's the best for practical application. So that's my favorite.
Yeah, that's
Oh, are you there? You're
that
cutting out.
something you do online, maybe for revenue for yourself, but self-defense
I'm
ones
sorry.
are.
You cut out. I couldn't hear your question.
I said, I seen that you give those seminars on your page, and I think that's pretty awesome. I don't know if that's something you can parlay into like the internet, to do those seminars like on the web or something, but pretty awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I've tried a couple virtual ones. It's great if someone already has basics or, a base for that. And I've even done it for gym coaches that want to learn a certain move, but never taught an actual seminar online just because it's hard for me to show people how to correct it or whatever else and physically be there to help them out. But yeah, I do seminars a lot. Like I said, self-defense ones are my favorite, but I do MMA ones, no-gi, striking, all the above.
That's awesome. All right, guys. So we only got so much of her time because that's all we asked for.
We can go with the last 3 questions if you want. I see a few hands raised.
I got one I've been saving. That's a quick one, so I'll hold it. Andrew, and we'll knock these out. Andrew, what you got?
Yeah, mine will be quick. It's more of a 2-in-1. So give me 3 of your absolute favorite TV shows or movies. It could be a combination of the two. I'm talking like movies or shows that you would recommend to watch before someone dies. And then you being from Missouri and then going to Denver, Colorado, those are big sports towns. So are you a fan of any other sports or athletes outside of combat?
One, no, I'm not really a fan of any other sports. If anybody sees my schedule, they'll understand why. I don't have time to watch sports or let alone hardly any other TV, which is part of the reason that I'll be terrible at answering your other question. But I'm a huge fan of all Disney everything. But I'm also a big John Wayne fan. The Searchers was always one of my favorites. The Fugitive, I think it's called, with Harrison Ford in it, was one of my favorites growing up. And then as far as Disney movies, I think Hercules was probably one of my favorites.
That's awesome. Trace.
Yeah, I've asked every fighter that's came on so far the same question. That's one of my, getting to know them outside of the sport. So I'm a foodie. I cook all the time. I always throw my cooking, my food stuff in the group chats. Everybody sees it. So after a fight camp, you go home. What's mama cooking you?
Listen, I am a sweets person, so I ask for all the sweets, whether it be cookie dough, ice cream. I throw it all together and eat it all. I love it. I love chocolate. But as far as savory food, I usually ask for like barbecue covered meatloaves and sweet potatoes. And I'm talking like real meatloaf, not a bunch with, it tastes weird, but like pure beef meatloaf with barbecue sauce on it, sweet potatoes smothered in cinnamon and brown sugar and butter. And yeah, probably like just normal California blend vegetables with that. Pretty simple, but delicious to me.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful, man. Sign me up. Go ahead, Wes. What you got, buddy?
So what I wanted to ask is, like, obviously, like, you're like a woman of all trades. Like, you do art, like, you have your degree, right? Like, and obviously you're in MMA. As you mentioned, you were training for wrestling. Like, what exactly, like, drives you with MMA in particular? Like, is it that you're just really good at it? So you're like, hey, this is the one? Like, is that, like, your top priority? What makes it your top priority? Put it that way.
Well, part of it is I'm the best at it. You know, I would go with anything that I was the best at to try to make my platform to where I can represent the values I have. But overall, MMA is the thing that I found that I was really good at. I took my first fight and I was like, well, we'll see if I win. If I win, I'm going to go be the best I can be. And I've stuck with that dream since I started. And it's one of those things that actually makes money. You know, of course, I have other things that I'd love to do. I'd love to be able to sit at home and just draw and look out the window all day, but that doesn't make any money. So, a combination of that and MMA actually making a living for me and potentially making enough of a living that can help my family and lead to investments that can help everyone around me is really what drove that aspect. And as far as doing the other things in my life, like I was saying earlier, whatever gives me the opportunity to not having to work a 9 to 5 job once I'm done with this sport is where I'm kind of directing my life. You know, I do work a 9 to 5 job right now, but it's fully remote. I kind of get to work on my own time schedule. And I work 30 hours a week as a statistician for Hershey right now. And with that, it just makes it to where if I get hurt or I can't fight anymore, I have something else I can go to, right? I don't have this, I guess I'll be a coach at a local gym or have to start over as a waitress.
Seems like your defense is pretty good in finances.
I try my best. I will say my dad has been a good person and good resource for that growing up. He started with nothing and has turned into a pretty successful person, and he's helped me do the same.
Well,
Based on the morals,
congratulations.
based on the morals I try to teach my children, your father seems like a pretty good man. Deb Picks, I know I told her I'd answer the last one, but I love you, bro. So make it really fast. What you got, bud?
Yeah, no, this is more so a comment. What do you call it? Going back on that TikTok thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or not TikTok thing. On the seminars, what do you call it? I was thinking, maybe you could put out like TikToks, for self defense. I know that you probably get some, eyes, from the woman crowd, obviously, and kids alike, because if you remember that one guy that would walk out, with some fighters as a joke that he
Oh
would put
yeah.
out.
Yep, I know who you're talking about. I actually have a Patreon that I do, which is kind of like an off brand of OnlyFans. Who knows if I'll start that platform at some point that I post technique videos on from my seminars. But eventually I want to start a YouTube, actually, not so much a TikTok, but probably a YouTube. I just don't have time with it right now with all the other ventures I have, but I'm hoping for that soon. My husband is actually going to start helping me with that, hopefully, and get a whole computer set up and start doing that to where I can answer questions, do the whole audio with my techniques, etc.
Looking forward to it. We'd love to see it.
All right,
Big
That
fan,
cool.
by the way. And what do you call it? Just want to say I do. What do you call it? I really was pissed when he got robbed by fucking Mason Barber. So sorry about
I
that.
think we all were.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you
all
for your
If
right.
time.
anybody wants to say that they were for it, go for it, because that's
All right, hold on here. I'm gonna take the last question, and then we're gonna let her plug everything she does, and we're gonna let her go because we're a couple minutes over right now. But I've got to ask, respectfully, very very respectfully, towards whichever fighter you name, um, who is your gatekeeper? Like, who is the person for you in front of you that you're just like, that's the person I need to beat for whatever reason? It doesn't have to be for the belt. Just, is there that one person in the division that you just quietly have your eye on all the time?
I don't know
Is
if it's
it Macy?
quietly, well, Macy, I think, is a given. Like, of course, I just want her to. I don't even know if we'll ever get to fight again because I don't see her being in the top 10 soon enough. But who knows? She might stay there a while. But honestly, it's just Erin. I want to be able to show my skills against her, show the improvements that I've made over time. And of course, Valentina being the champ right now, that's everyone's goal, right? So I'd say those two right now, Erin and Valentina. That's the final bosses, so to speak, for me to get up there and be able to show my grit against them.
That's awesome. Listen, Miranda, I know we ran a couple minutes over. I want to thank you so much for your time. It was a really awesome interview. If you want to take a minute and plug everything you do, even your sister again, for the people who joined late, I will gladly give you the time and space to do that if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I really appreciate it. One, like I said, and like you guys have mentioned on here, I do artwork. I do realistic pencil sketches that I do commissions for people if you're ever interested. So check out that. My Instagram is at Fear the Maverick. So go there, follow me if you can. My sister is Skylar Maverick, and on Instagram it's Skylar Maverick MMA. She actually has a amateur title fight coming up March 11th. So I'll be going down there to Peak Fighting in Texas to corner her, and I have several seminars upcoming too that are all over my social media, so check those out. And my website is fearthemaverick.net. If you ever want to snag some gear, I have shirts, I have boxing gloves that I've drawn out the designs myself for and created, hats, everything you could ever want basically. But thank you guys for having me. I feel like I could talk for 2 hours on here and not get enough.
Thank you so much. Anybody, if you go to her profile, you can click. She has a link there that takes you to it's a link tree or something. I'm not hip enough to know what they are,
Yeah.
but it'll take you directly to everything she does, her Patreon, her website, and everything is there.
Yep, exactly. Thanks. You basically said more than I did in one little sentence.
Well, I was looking around.
Miranda, we're
You.
glad you came. We appreciate you coming out and making time for us. We're going to break down this week's card. You're more than welcome to hang out if you'd like to. If not, we understand. Just extending the invitation.
All right. Well, thank you. I mean, I might be adding in some comments for that since I do know a lot of them getting ready to fight.
Now you got me nervous. I'm scared. I don't want to say something against one of your people.
I'm waiting for her to post a parlay. At least she said she'd tell us the ones she knows. I'm betting the Miranda Maverick's friends parlay. You put it in the comments, and I'm betting it. I assure you.
There we go. Now I'm gonna listen, and I'll just not like anyone who insults them. Yeah.
That is fair. That is fair.
She grew up with Armfield, guys. She grew up with Armfield.
Oh, you already caught that part. That's right.
Feel free to come back too anytime.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miranda.
With locks, of course. Lock bets that you know who's going to
right
back. Everybody else, we don't care about. We don't care.
Okay.
Miranda.
Thank you guys so much.
What's
Thank
up,
you,
Anthony?
Miranda. Miranda, what you got up next,
that
bud?
was you? I heard someone yell my name, but yeah. Well, like you said, we're running the card, and first up, opening the prelims, it's going to be, like you said, Jose Johnson at bantamweight. He is fighting Garrett Armfield. Jose Johnson is making his promotional debut. He is 27 years of age, 15-7. Garrett Armfield is coming off a loss, 26 years of age, 8-3 is his record. Let me see. Jose is 6 feet tall. Garrett is 5'6", 72.5 inches for reach for Jose, 70 for Garrett, 42 leg reach for Jose. Those are inches, and then 38 for Garrett. If we look at the odds, Garrett is the favorite at -165, plus 135 for Jose Johnson. Take it away, guys.
Who had tape on this one?
The winner of this one. So I watched probably about 4 fights on each guy. Jose Johnson's very tall bantamweight. You know, I mean, he's 6 foot tall. This Garrett is only 5'6". He's a wrestler. He does have some pretty good boxing. I seen him, kind of piece a lot of guys up. I don't know how he's going to do it against this guy because he's so damn big and he's got pretty standard MMA stand-up. So I don't think he's going to get, really destroyed. He did get knocked out once, kind of from dropping his right hand pretty bad. When he throws punches, it's wide open. He got popped with it twice. So, but that's the only way I really see this guy who's so tiny to get, when he gets to his back, he doesn't really have anything. Now, Jose Johnson, he loves being on his back. When he's on his back, he's getting guys into submissions. He's just so damn tall and lengthy. With a guy who's this much smaller, he's going to be able to do it even more. So that's the reason why I'm taking him with my pick. I would bet the money line for Johnson. I think he could possibly submit him if he tries to take it to the ground. I also don't think Garrett's gas is very good. So for my prop bet, I took the submission, and for my super bet, I took that he gets a submission or decision.
I missed it. Who'd you pick?
I just picked Jose for everything.
Johnson.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Wes. What you got?
Yeah, I haven't placed a bet on him yet, but I probably am. I like Garrett because Jose Johnson's takedown defense is terrible. And I think Garrett is more of a dog than him, to be real. Like, I see opportunities where he can crack them. Like, Jose Johnson doesn't really have good striking defense. And you can see that in his fight with Manya. He was knocked out with a nice overhand. Garrett gets in on the inside well. I think he throws those overhands well. But I think that he just takes it because of the wrestling, honestly. I think he just takes him down, gets it done.
He's not big enough. He's not big enough for that.
I mean, anybody.
He's 6 foot tall. He's a half a foot, and he's got long arms and legs.
Anybody can take down Jose Johnson. His takedown defense is anybody.
Hey, guys, hold on. Don't talk over each other. One at a time.
Let him go, Rhino. Then you get him back.
Literally in his Dana White Contender Series fight, the guy is like the same size as Garrett, and he was taking him down like mostly for the whole fight. His takedown defense is terrible. Anybody could take him down. He just lets people take him down. So that's not an issue. Like, he has no problem taking him down.
Does he have submissions?
You said, does who have submissions?
Jose, who likes to be taken down.
When Jose is taken down, he's not a guy that's like, oh my God, he's going to get a triangle. No, that's not.
It was one of his recent fights.
I mean, like, even if you look at Ronnie Lawrence is small and he took him down multiple times. Like, he has no ground game. Like, it is what it is.
Mo Miller, triangle choke, 2021.
Yeah, Mo Miller is terrible. Like, he's not good. Like, Garrett is not like Mo Miller. Like, he's not going to get triangle choked by Jose Johnson taking Jose down. But
why has Garrett got 7 losses if he's so dang good?
He's better than anybody that he fought. I mean, I tell you that. Like, if we're talking like a Mo Miller, like, he's better than Mo Miller. Like, if you look at his size itself, it's like, that's not, to me, that's not indicative of anything that would like prevent him from taking him down when he just got taken down last fight. I mean, I think if a person's better in a fight, okay, you're hoping he doesn't get taken down, I guess, or whatever. But like, he's gonna get taken down because he has bad takedown defense. So why would a guy bet the person? You say that again?
Because he wants to go to the ground.
No,
that's his fighting style. He wants to go to the ground. He's not trying to stop those.
How is he?
He's going to it. He's spinning into it. He's grappling from his back. He's really good from his back. How can that not be a positive thing?
How does he want to go to the ground when literally his fight
because he's long and lean.
He has lost has been from being taken down. How is it that he wants to go to the ground? Like, literally all his fights that he has lost has been from getting taken down. Like, literally every single fight that he lost is from being taken down. You can look it up. Every single fight.
But he's taken down in like every fight on purpose, though.
If it's on purpose, then he's an idiot because every fight he loses is because he's getting taken down. So that means he's an idiot. So you're saying that you like backing a guy with a
fights on the ground, he's an idiot. But if he's losing fights on the ground,
he's literally losing his fights because he's getting taken down, right?
All right, lads, let's chill.
But he's literally okay. There are reasons people lose fights. He's losing his fights because he's getting taken down. So
is your winner. Your winner that you've got on this, he's losing fights too by going to the ground.
He's not losing fights he lost to, and this was on short notice at that. So he fights last fight, the African guy. He fights him moving up, Onama. He fights Onama. He's moving up a weight class. Onama gets him with a triangle. Cool. He was moving up a weight class. He gassed on that. The first time he fought Onama, it wasn't a situation like that. He just lost to Onama. It is what it is. But if we look at Jose Johnson itself, he's just a guy that, okay, cool, I can take you down. If let's say he even doesn't take him down, he's kind of fragile. He's not this kind of guy on the feet that's like, oh my God, Jose, he's been knocked out before. Like, even in itself, he's been knocked out clean. Like, because his striking defense is good. So
that's why I think he has the puncher chance. I agree with that.
I mean, I don't think it's a puncher chance when you have bad takedown defense and the guy can take him down. Like,
I mean, you're acting like he's gold.
I'm saying that he has bad takedown defense. And at the end of the day, Garrett is a wrestler and he can take him down. So I favor Garrett. Like, I'm not taking a guy
All
with bad
right.
takedown defense.
Bro, this
Anybody
is the
else on this
first fight of
fight?
the card, and we're already doing this.
No.
All
Anybody
right.
else on this fight?
We've
We're
heard,
not
we've heard
doing it
both
on this
sides.
one.
Sorry, I
Not both
watched like
sides.
8 videos, man. You need somebody to talk to sometime.
Yeah, I get it. I've had to tape some rough ones the past few weeks, bro. Anybody else on this fight? Anybody actually betting this fight?
I'm scared to
Anybody?
say something.
No, I mean it doesn't matter. Nobody's going to challenge you. I'm asking, are you betting the fight?
Nah.
No.
I was just making a joke. I was like, I'm too scared to say anything.
Jenny, what's up? Go
I
ahead.
took Jose.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey, I just have a quick comment. Oh, I was gonna say this is the first time I heard you guys
I can't hear
kind
it,
of
can you?
argue on a space before or disagree.
Oh, man.
That was just last one. We were pretty nice. This one,
Oh,
yeah,
we had to call it a little bit of a silent truce probably a couple months back. We were going way
This is
too
the
hard
first
on
time I
some
was like, oh, I
fights.
guess they always agree on every fight.
Oh, no.
No.
Jenny, wait.
No.
Trust me, we have certain fighters' names that you are not allowed to mention in this space
Oh
because it
man,
will go nuts.
I'm
It will
excited.
So
go
like
nuts.
you've missed that. Like there's fighters you don't say like Jared Vandera. You don't say his name. John Jones. Do not say John Jones' name.
Oh goodness.
Like,
Chito Vera, don't talk
Cheeto.
about him.
don't fucking talk about Cheeto. Don't even bring him up. Wes is gonna talk shit. There's
Oh,
I mean, you're
okay.
just
It's
hating
gonna
on my
get
boy Cheeto.
exciting,
You
huh?
guys forgot the most
Oh,
important.
stick around.
The most important one, Justin the Highlight Gaethje. Don't mention his name.
oh man. You about Marin, what you got next, bro? Marin, what you got next?
All right. Next up, we have also bantamweights, but this time it's the females. We got Haley Cohen from the U.S., 31 years of age. She is fighting Eileen Perez from, I don't know why I sounded white for no reason, but she's fighting from Argentina, 28 years of age. And they both have a professional record of 7-2. Haley is 5'8" in height. Eileen is 5'5", 67 inches of reach for Haley, 66 for Eileen, 40 of leg reach for Haley, and then 36 inches of leg reach for Eileen. If we look at the odds, the debut is -125, while Eileen is +105. In this case, I'm going to go with Eileen just because I saw her, even though she lost. But yeah, fade the debut.
So I did tape on this one. Man, I watched a gang of fight on these girls. They basically fight the same. Like you can almost watch them side by side some fights. And when I was taping them, I started watching their fights. And then by the time I got to the second one on Cowan, I was like, this is exactly the same. So I decided to get the iPads out. So I got out 3 iPads and I brought up the ESPN app on all of them. And I put on her fight side by side by side. And they're all the same. And I did the same thing with Perez. She always fights the same. So they're both pretty clinch dependent. They both need to get you to the ground and lay on you. Both of them pretty much just lay on you. I mean, they're active, but when I say lay on you, like they're not, I don't see continuous submission attempts. I don't see any of that. When you watch Perez, she's got a loss on her record. She actually won the fight, but she threw an illegal knee in the 3rd round after she threw I forget what it was, an illegal something else in the 2nd round. And then she hit her with an illegal
Hell
blow
yeah.
while she was grounded in the 1st round. Like every time it was bad enough that the fight had to be stopped each and every round. So by the 3rd round, they DQ'd her and took the fight from her. But she actually won the fight. It was Vidal. That's who that was. So both of these women, so here were my notes. Both of these women fight the same fight. Clinch, ground control, takedown control. The woman that can find the TD and gain top control will likely hold it. So the first one to do it twice wins. I favor Cowan strictly on strength and the improvements I've seen fight to fight. While Perez has improved her ground and pound, I believe Haley is filling in her complete game, showing lesser improvements, but in more places. My pick is Cowan. My bet is the over 1.5 if they'll give it. My prop is goes the distance. My super prop is Cowan inside the distance. I seen West had his hand up. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, so I'm actually on Perez at plus 135. So all in, I'm all in, baby. So I think the opposite actually. I think this is a very big step down for her. I think Haley Cowan is not where Perez is at this stage in her career. I think even when you look at the gyms that they train at, like for instance, now she's at MMA Masters. She's been down there for quite some time now since the Edgar fight, actually. So not before the Edgar fight, but after the Edgar fight. So I think she used that fight as an opportunity, took it. And I think that she's basically trying to blossom after that. But I think she's stronger than the clinch. I'm actually positive she's stronger in the clinch. Like if you look at Edgar and her experience as a judoka and the fact that like she's out there, like she's ragdolling like Garcia, for instance, right? Like Edgar's a strong girl, man. And the fact that she had, like feel like I saw moments in the fight that's like, okay, this is her potential. Like she did well in the clinch at a moment with Edgar. She got her down. She had a couple of top control for a while. I think that Haley is the perfect opponent with her, considering also that Haley has a weak ground game. She's been subbed 2 times. Even when you look at her fight on Dana White Contender Series, she was in submission positions there. A lot of people didn't even think she won that fight. I think she's just well more advanced. And I actually think that she has opportunity to get her out of there. I think she could sub her. I think her ground game's that weak. I think she could sub her. I think with her experience and the experience that she's developing at MMA Masters, they get these people really right. I think she could sub her and get her out of there. But I'm going straight up though.
Yeah, see, now it's funny that you brought up who is echoing now? Who's got their mic on like that? So to me, the Edgar fight was the one that I actually for sure made my decision that Cowan fights too much like Edgar. I feel like Edgar is the reason that I feel why I said the super prop for me would be that Cowan inside the distance, that actual fight. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can't agree that they fight. Like Edgar is like a certified judoka. Like she sub Ronda Rousey, for instance. Like Haley has nothing on Edgar at all, man. I mean, to Edgar, to her credit, I mean she's credentialed, man. Like I get the aspect of it as far as the clinch. I do agree with you. They're gonna mostly be in the clinch, but the fact that she did have moments to me, like where she did look good against Edgar, where she did have success. And you look at Haley, who's just, smaller gym, again, not on that level. Like Haley, most of her fights are against smaller women. That's also notable. Like she's not fighting women that like are strong as Perez. She's fighting bullying small women. So I can't agree that they are the same. I think the dynamics of the fight is the same, but I don't think that she's on the level of Edgar as far as her strength and, her counter wrestling and her submission game. Heck no. Haley doesn't have a submission game at all. So that's where I would have to disagree.
Well, there you go, guys. You hear
For
from
me,
both
it's
sides.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead, Joe.
So
Go ahead, Joe.
the last thing, because it's just in my breakdown, is the level of competition, man. Like Perez has only beat one person with a winning record in her whole career. Facts. Like she just hasn't fought real competition. Like you can check her whole fucking career. She's fought 2 people with winning records. One is the one where she was winning the fight against Vidal, and then she landed 3 illegal blows, one in every round stopping for that to happen. And then she beat Stephanie I can't say it, Baglarak. And she did beat her, but I don't know. I just don't see the level of competition, man. But I'm betting the over. So if you're betting Perez, I mean, more power to you. I'm betting the over 1.5. I will take the over 1.5. It's definitely going over 1.5.
Yeah,
I
I don't think
would
you're
take
gonna
that.
get a much better breakdown on this fight anywhere else than you just got right here. I don't think anybody put that much time into it. There's a good argument on both sides. But pretty much
Yeah,
just pick your side and go with it. I mean, you've got excellent breakdowns to go off of.
yeah, and I just wanted to say I do respect that. I just never like utilize like who they fight as far as their records, because you have to fight people to get into UFC anyway. Like you're gonna fight people sometimes that have O and whatever. Like it doesn't matter. Like you look at that kid Kusin last week. Like some people use that as indication that he would beat Emmers, because they said, oh, the guy's records he fought, they were undefeated. The records don't mean anything, man. How you fight is how you fight.
Yeah,
If
I
you got
also
it,
saw
you
that
got it.
people trying to use his follower count as a reason why he should be the winner.
True.
Because he had 4 million followers.
True. True.
Yeah, that shit is crazy.
All right, Miranda, what you got next?
Well, first of all, I want to say thanks for bringing it up. But props to Emmers. I watched that fight. I was on Emmers. I bet for him. What a fucking nice dog cash right there. But yeah, honestly, like, I don't know. He did like a wonderful performance. So just wanted to give props to him. But anyways, next up we have lightweights. We have veteran Rafael Alves from Brazil, 32 years of age. 20-11 is his record. He is fighting, debuting from a place I've never heard before, Tajikistan. His name is Nurulo Aliyev. Hopefully I'm saying it right. He is undefeated, 8-0, 22 years of age. And if we look at the odds, he is minus 185. Rafael Alves is plus 150. I'm going to just go with what I know, and I'll take Rafael on this one.
Just let me say first, if anybody's going to take a shot on that name and be close, it's probably going to be you, Miranda, because that sounds Spanish. So I think Rhino actually has this.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
going Eagle. Getting called Eagle because there's no way I'm going for any of that on his name. So Eagle is a straight out wrestler, hardcore. He's gonna kind of almost Eastern side wrestling you. He's gonna go for it the entire time. Got a gas tank for days. Alves, all he is first round. In the first round, he's got a chance of knocking out. He's got a lot of speed. He is he's horrible on his back. He doesn't even do anything. He just gets held down. He doesn't move. He doesn't try to get up. He doesn't go for submissions. He does absolutely nothing. Like, if you want to beat him, you should be one of those, Eastern, West, the Russian style of fighting, of just going for takedowns and turning into ground and pound. I think he's going to finish him. Alves looks pretty bad in the later rounds. So I think this is a lock. So I took Eagle to win by the money line. I took him as my pick. I took him as a finish for my prop bet, and I would take him in an early round, 1 or 2.
Just for clarity, who is Eagle?
Eagle is the guy we don't know how to say.
Nurulo Aliyev.
Okay, Nurulo Aliyev. The
Aliyev, yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rhino put the disclaimer before speaking that that's how he was going to name him, because
I didn't catch the actual guy's name. I know they're both. I think both Brazilian, but
no. Well, like I said,
but he looks Brazilian.
Yeah, Nurulo is from a new place that we've never heard before.
Tajikistan, you said, right?
Yeah, Tajikistan. But yeah, Rafael is from Brazil.
Where is that?
I don't know.
I think that's close to Russia.
Apparently, we all failed geography.
Yes.
There you go. Probably true. Does anybody else have a different take on this fight?
Well, I don't have a different take. The only thing that I would add to it, though, is that I will say this: like, his striking defense is very worrisome. Like, that's the only thing. Like, I can see those openings where like he can crack them, man. I really can see it. Like, I would be scared as hell until he actually gets him down and make sure it's safe. Because when he's coming in, man, like, he really doesn't have striking defense. Like, he leaves himself open to be hit down the middle. And that's the only thing I would be worried about.
I agree. That's the only chance I think he really has. Like I said, you got to get past that first round.
All right, short and quick. What you got next, Marin?
All right. Well, next up, we also have some lightweights. This time it is Joe Solecki. He is 12-3 professionally, 29 years of age. He is fighting Carl Deaton. Carl is making his promotional debut. He is professionally 17-5 with 2 no contest. Joe is 5'9" in height, 5'7" for Carl. They're both from the U.S. And then that's basically all that I have for them. Now I'm trying to look at the odds right now. Give me 1 minute because you guys rushed that. Let me see. Joe is minus 625. Carl Dean the third is plus 425. There you go, guys. I'm taking Joe in this one, by the way.
At minus 650, you don't say.
Hey, man, come on.
How
So
bold of you.
I know Denton took this one, or Deaton, however you say it correctly. He took this one on short notice. He fought in October in WXC, which is Warriors Extreme Cage Fighting. And he was picked up to give Selecki a fight. So whatever that's worth to anybody, I think Selecki's going off as a huge favorite just because it's such short notice. And the guy's resume doesn't appear to be very deep. But I don't know. I still favor Selecki heavily. I think this dude could be one of them guys like people don't really know. I think that Selecki's probably getting hammered or will get hammered even at 650. But nobody's probably going to even look this guy up. Did anybody actually tape this one?
Yeah, I'm on Selecki. Yeah.
Who from the group was supposed to have taped this one?
Let me see. I don't know.
All right, that's promising. Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, just going off of what I know, is this is pretty much just the guy stepping up on short notice, just doing the UFC a favor, just so in a future fight they'll do him a favor and give him a fight further on the contract. Basically, it's just his little end to the UFC. They're bringing him to lose. Looking at him from a DraftKings standpoint, I think Joe Selecki is a lock him in your lineup. He's 9,400 on DK on DraftKings for fantasy. I think even if he doesn't get him out of there, which I'll be shocked if he doesn't, because he's good on the feet and he's as good on the feet as he's on the ground. He's basically like a Jim Miller, like a younger Jim Miller, kind of like Jim Miller was back in his younger days. I would say pretty similar fighting style as well. Um, so yeah, give me Selecki to win in dominant fashion, whether it's a finish or just a dominant decision. But he should score pretty freaking high on fantasy. I think of the higher ranked or higher salaried players, he's probably the most reasonably one that you're probably going to get the most out of for sure.
Average, you said you're on Selecki. Did you actually tape it?
No. Again, I did tape other fights, but not this one.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't even think anybody in the group signed up to do this one. I think we totally missed it, to be honest, because I don't even have it in the list.
Well, it was from last week. It was a fight from last week that they moved to this week because they couldn't find a replacement last week. So he's just 1 week removed from when he was actually supposed to fight. So whether he made that cut or not, I'm not sure if he cut or not, but I don't think he had a fight going into that week. If he did cut 2 cuts in a row like that, could be bad for him. I mean, I don't really know much about this Deaton guy. Like I said, I just pretty much did that analysis off the top of my head. But, I mean, I think they're both grapplers from what I understand. I just feel like Selecki is the better grappler with stand-up as well. So, like I said, I think he should win and put on a dominant performance.
I agree with all that. That's why I picked him.
I mean,
Sorry,
on
guys.
paper, he just looks
Freaking
like
dude, he comes out with some of the funniest
Whenever
shit
Miranda
sometimes.
sees minus 460, everything that I just said is what goes through his mind.
He comes out with the funniest shit sometimes, bloody hell.
All right, I'm gonna lap that one out because no one's actually on it, from what I can tell, besides Average, and I bet he's only parlaying it. He ain't taking money line minus 650 on fucking Joe Selecki. No way. Marin, what you got next?
All right, so next one. This should be a fun one, and it's two people that we like and we see. I mean, it's Alday Osborne. He is fighting Charles Energy Johnson. This is at a catchweight. I don't have the news on to why, but you guys probably do know. Anyways, Alday is fighting out of Jamaica, coming off that knockout loss that we saw a couple of months ago. He is 31 years of age, 11-5 with 1 no contest. Charles is fighting out of the U.S., coming off that win last month. 32 years of age, 13-3 professionally. Charles is taller, 5'9" compared to the 5'7" of O'Day, but O'Day has a better reach. He has 73 inches of reach compared to the 70 of Charles. Um, and that should be it. Looking at the odds, Charles is the slight favorite at -155. O'Day is the underdog at +130. I know Andrew loves O'Day. I mean, I do too, but I don't know if Andrew, you want to hop on first? Joe, West, got his hand up.
Sorry, I have a
It's whoever
question just
taped it.
really quick.
Hold
Whoever
on,
taped
hold
it should
on,
we
hold
go
on.
with?
Usman did tape on this one. Usman, you there?
Could I just ask a
Yeah,
question?
I'm
What's the
here.
catch weight? What is the catch weight?
I don't
130.
know. Does anybody know, quick?
130.
130.
130. Usman, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You got me?
I got you.
Yeah, so I did do tape on this one. I watched Charles Johnson's 3 fights here in the UFC. I didn't get to watch anything from before that. Um, but I come to the conclusion that both these guys have some pretty similar styles. They like to either stalk forward, they can fight going backwards, they use their leg kicks and body kicks to judge distance, and they both throw a lot of linear strikes up the middle. I'd say where they differ is O'Day seems to have a little bit more power. Johnson has his KO finishes as well, but I mean, you see O'Day put some people down. But he also has more of a suspect chin. Charles seems more elusive. He gives me big Bobby Green vibes, in the sense of like he has real good eyes and is able to roll and turn with punches. Zalgas, I know not a lot of us are high on him in this group, but Zalgas did show that if you can throw punches and combos, and the first two are gonna miss, but that 3-4 are gonna land, especially when you get them up against the fence. But that's just not the style that O'Day fights. I think we're going to see a very boring first round. I think both of them are just going to be looking at each other in the middle of the ring for a while, throwing kicks and jabs. But I do think O'Day has worse head movement, and the jabs and linear shots from Johnson up the middle are going to win him some points, especially with his style of turning with punches. I think the judges are going to like that more. And another thing is I like Charles Johnson to be attacking from inside the clinch with the knees. We haven't seen any of his takedowns in the UFC because he's fought three grapplers who have been trying to get him down, and he's shown the ability to get back up. Mostly I want to see O'Day get knocked out because in multiple of his fights he does this stupid shit where he's going to do like a Tony Ferguson ankle pick, but he just slams his fucking hand on the floor, and it's like, I don't like that, and I want to see you get knocked out. I went ahead and picked Charles Johnson. I think the safest bet is over 2.5. Prop, I put Johnson by decision, and then if you want to get super with it, CJ split, Charles Johnson by split decision, just because that power from O'Day might be able to steal a card or two on the judges.
Yeah,
Bro,
just for the record, I did think Zalgas won that last fight between him and Jose Johnson. I was on Zalgas for the fight. I thought he won. We haven't heard from Cade tonight. Go ahead, Cade. What you got? Go ahead, Cade. Go ahead, Wes.
Cage, you there? So I was just gonna say, Usman, oh, there he is. Go ahead, Cade, do your thing.
Oh no, I don't really have much of a breakdown for this fight. Other than I maybe you guys disagree with me, but I had Charles Johnson by KO.
Bro, I was about to give Usman such a huge fucking compliment on his breakdown until he started talking about that shit at O'Day, so fuck you, Usman.
I'm sorry, man. I just hate it. It's like, what are you doing? You're not even grabbing the ankle. You're just slamming your hand on the floor. You're asking for a flying knee. You're asking for a fucking head kick.
Usman is kind of right though. They do kind of, in a way, kind of have like they kind of.
Cade, I can hardly hear you, bud.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You better.
Okay. No, I was gonna say Usman actually had a good point. They kind of do fight like the same, but I mean, I didn't have it going to a decision. I had Charles Johnson knocking O'Day out.
Any
I'm not mad at that.
Any reason like why? Because my thing is, I feel like Charles Johnson wouldn't know KO if he knew the wrestler. You know, so like I don't. Like, how can Charles Johnson knock someone out? Let me know. How?
Hey, Wes, let me cut you off real quick. Cedricus the Reaper Dumas just messaged me. He's the prospect coming out of the Contender Series that won his fight by knockout, and he will be fighting the UFC in a few weeks. Just messaged me. He wants to come in and break down these fights with us. If everybody's okay with
Hell
that.
yeah,
Bring
that's
him
good.
in.
All right, I'm about to send him out the invite. So,
Either way,
go ahead, continue on. Go
I
ahead.
was gonna say this ain't the fight to exactly
Oh,
stagnate on
okay.
too much,
No.
but
Like, cause I think Usman like killed it. Like his details and everything was nice. Cause like that, I think the best bet is the over too, in my opinion. Like, I mean, cause that's what they're probably going to be doing, looking, feigning, staring at each other, throwing kicks, whatever. I think Charles Johnson is a bit cleaner. Well, not a bit cleaner. He's cleaner with his strike and puts together better combinations. Um, what I do, my only worry is this though. I remember that CJ was hurt by that overhand right by Joggis, and then Ode actually does have a nice overhand right. Now, granted, CJ does so much good, like with his shoulder rolling, he usually doesn't catch the brunt of a shot. But you just kind of, that's my only concern about him. If O can catch that shot, like Joggis did, maybe O can put him out. But aside from that, yeah, I think the over is the best bet. I think the decision is going to probably be close, in my opinion, because I don't think he can like dog walk O. Like I can't disrespect O like that. I don't think CJ's going to dog
I
walk
just
him. I
feel
don't
like
believe.
Charles Johnson moves better, and I feel like he's
Yeah,
gonna get.
no, oh yeah, I agree with that last statement, brother.
Like I feel like he's just gonna get the better of the exchanges, and I don't know. Like I'm not trying to say like Jimmy Flick is Ode or whatever, but I'm just saying like, I mean Charles could catch him. Like I don't know, man. Charles is I like Charles.
I mean, what power does he have though,
No,
bro?
I
Like to
think
like
I
put someone.
you make a good point. Like when you said that, like you make a good point. Like Osborne probably has more power than. Actually, I know he does. He has more power than Charles, but I feel like Charles just moves better and is just the better striker. I feel like Charles is gonna. I just feel like Charles is gonna catch him probably round
Hey,
two.
All right, everybody,
Wes.
hold on a second. We got Cedricus the Reaper Dumas in the chat with us. Hey, Cedricus, we're breaking down these fight cards. I think we're on the Jose Johnson versus who's he fighting? Anyways,
CJ.
Ode Osborne.
oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
So feel free to jump in on any of these with us, man. If you got any takes, feel free to throw them out there, brother.
Okay, man. Appreciate it, man. I'm listening, and if I do, I got you.
nice to have you, man. Nice to have you on the mic.
Appreciate
Is
Uh,
anybody actually betting this fight?
yeah, hang on a second. For people that don't know, Cedricus is the he came off the Contender Series. Big prospect, very, very, very high ceiling. I'm a big fan, and yeah, we're rooting for you, brother.
Real
Yeah,
talk. Watch out for Cedricus though. This guy is. Oh my god, I fucks with you, Cedricus. Like real shit, bro. Like good work, brother.
Thank you.
yeah. When Trey said he was going to come in and break down fights, I didn't want to make the big pause, bro. Everybody in this space is big, huge on you, bro. Everybody here. So, yeah, we got a group chat, man. The group chat hammers all the time. Everybody in this group is big on you, man.
And true.
Appreciate it.
I was just going to say I agree with Wes in the fact that a decision is a safe bet. I also think because it's going to be a close fight and you never know with these judges, in the words of in Usman's words, I think we might do a little sprinkle on the splitty. I think the splitty might be a decent play.
Yeah, I didn't do all this tape work for nothing. I'm gonna be taking CJ. I'm gonna be taking the over, and I would definitely be sprinkling on decision. I wish my book fucking supplied the split. I know some of y'all could get it, but I think split either way is gonna be interesting.
I'm gonna be honest, man. When Usman speaks, I listen, bro, and I know he does his homework, man. So I'm gonna put it on my parlay for sure. All right, Moran, go ahead and move us on to this next fight, brother.
Wait, just a quick question. This Cedricus, did he say that he was betting?
Yeah.
He said
Or
he's
was that someone?
listening. Go ahead, Cedricus.
Okay, what you said, man?
No, I was just wondering, was that you speaking who said that you were betting on Johnson, or is that you just giving advice? Just
Oh no, I
wondering
was just
because of
giving
the
advice,
rules.
man. When it comes
Oh,
to
okay,
fighters
perfect.
and bettings, like I tell a lot of people, man, I don't really get into that, but I will give my opinion on like what type of fight or what type of fighter, how I think, or like how they move. You feel me?
Yeah, no, I get it. That's why I just want to clear that up, just in case
Yeah,
there was
one
any
hundred percent,
confusion.
brother. If you've got something to say, you just go throw your hand up or just speak, man. We'll let you go.
Okay, man.
We're excited to have
Nah,
you.
man. Appreciate it, man. I'm just trying to catch
All
up on
right.
these little, just catch up and listen and chime in. You feel me? So I can know what's going on and everything else.
All
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
100%. And
real
next
quick,
week we'll
guys.
get you. Hang on a second. Next week we'll get you back on. We'll do your own little section. We'll do
Man, listen, man.
we'll write up some questions and get you on for an interview, brother.
Appreciate it, man. Hey, I'm just chimed in, cool to listen. Like I
Yeah,
said,
let's do
man,
it.
it ain't nothing. I'm just chiming in, listening right now.
All right.
Same.
So,
Hey, real quick, I have a question. How can I just real quick? How can I get like the link to send an invite to this space?
And there's a box at the top with the arrow pointing up
hey,
towards.
but listen, Kate, if you don't see the arrow at the top, you just don't have it. I've heard other people say that.
No, I found it. It said
Okay.
copy link. All right.
So, man, we're not moving on till I say this. Man, for no ass reason, I'm on O'Day just because everybody is on Charles Johnson, bro. Fuck it. For no ass reason, I'm on O'Day.
Hey man,
That's it.
sometimes fading the public is the answer.
Yeah, and like fade the consensus. And I've met O'Day, and he's a fucking hella cool guy. So fuck
Oh
it.
day, oh day, oh day, oh
But,
day.
but, but, I'm not betting the fight.
What a shocker. What a
Just took a
shocker.
Wes,
decision,
I
bro.
want to know, like, I ain't gonna lie, man. I gotta like call him out if he free. I want to know what Baby feel about this fight. For some reason, to me, this one of Baby. Here.
Yo, man, I like Charles, bros. Man, old day. I'm still mad that he got clipped by a 40-year-old, so he a fade forever for me. So it is what it is.
Damn. True. Yeah. Damn.
You actually betting him?
Yeah, I got Charles, bro. I got him in all
All
my.
right.
I got him in the couple. I think he on in all my plays. To be real,
Is he a 10G bet, bro? You putting them
for
10Gs
sure he a
again?
10G bet, bros.
You putting 10Gs on it
Nah,
again?
hell no. I don't trust none of these guys, man. Now keep on some real shit though. Like no hate on O'Day. Oh, at the end of the day, O'Day he ain't no bum though. I think this is a 50-50 fight, but I just like Charles better. I think he'll be there for all 3 rounds versus O'Day. But that's how I feel.
I
Cause
will.
you watch the
I will say this. Go ahead.
if you watch what's that other that Latino dude that he fought oh yeah, CJ Vargas. He kind of
CJ
yeah,
Vergara.
Vergara, yeah, I said CJ. I'm tripping. Yeah, he faded on that shit like what, third round, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Vargas took over the fight in the third round. He out cardioed.
Yeah, and that was before the when he got knocked out, right? So after that fight, he fought the 40-year-old dude, right? Nam or some shit.
I can't think of his name. He's Italian, I
Nah,
believe.
he ain't Italian. I think
Nah,
he's like
Tyson, nah.
Hawaiian or some shit.
Yeah,
Tyson now.
Oh,
he fought
Tyson Nam.
Pop after Vergara, and then he fought nah.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe O'Day might do some dumb shit again. Try to do some flying knee again, and I don't know, get clipped again. Like I don't know, man. But I do think it's a 50-50. But I think Charles gonna be more responsible. And O'Day gonna be like, but Usman, man, he broke that shit down to the T. So it's like shit. Whatever Usman said, what he said, that shit go.
Look, D baby, you can't have it. You can't have a rat tail and be a bitch. I mean, if you gonna rock a rat tail, you better be a badass.
Facts.
Marin, what you got
yes.
next, bud?
Hold on,
All
hold
right.
on, hold on, hold on,
Next
hold on.
up,
So Wes,
yeah.
you on Charles or O'Day? Oh, you just said you got the O'Day.
Nah,
O'Day.
nah. If I gotta pick a side, I would pick CJ if I have to, because I think it's striking cleaner. Oh, don't move his head off the center line, like he just don't, like he just there to get hit.
Right.
Like so, I would have to take CJ gun in my head. Like you got the guy that's more defensively responsible.
Exactly. That's how I feel. I think he's more responsible and shit. But like O'Day he'll throw in some dumb shit. Like once he gets bored and shit, then it's all bad. But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and CJ give you those different looks too. Like he throw those nice feints, throw those kicks, like mixing the combinations. To me, Old is more so of a singular type striker. Like they have some similarities, but I look at Old like a generic version of CJ. You know, like at the end of the day, like. But I do think it's gonna be close.
Yeah, you mentioned the defensive responsibility, bro, and it's like that's what worries me too. As much as I love him, it's like he's always winning the fight until he's not.
Exactly.
You
Like
know,
with
and
what's his
it's not something you can bet on. You know what I mean? As a fan, trust me, I'm with him. That's my boy. I'm with O'Day all day. But yeah, gun to my head, I think I'm taking Charles
Yeah,
as
you see
well.
what with Manel
Yeah,
Cop?
so if my money was actually getting bet, my only advice on this fight would be fade O'Day's IQ, bro. For exactly what you guys are saying, bro. He'll get himself hit. He'll sit there, like stand there. And, I don't know. That was the only thing I had to say. But after Usman broke that shit down, I'm like, well, that just seems petty now. So
No,
fuck
well,
it.
that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to see O'Day go ahead and try to go for a takedown or some shit, and then get fucking flipped over. Or I want to see fucking Charles Johnson go ahead and try to pull a takedown out on his own, because we saw Vergara. What's that guy's name? CJ Vergara. We saw him
Yep.
be able to hold him down there in the third round. And I don't know if it was because he was gassed or he just likes to lay on his back. But Charles Johnson been the one getting wrestled. I'd like to see him pull something out.
Yeah, I think if O went for a takedown and the person is on O, I think they screaming at the TV like fuck no, because then like CJ got some nice subs, man. He got some nice front chokes and everything. Now that's the only thing I thought, because I was looking at the props and they were like heavily favoring CJ to get a finish. And that didn't make sense to me. I mean, to Cade, it would make sense because he thinks he's gonna knock him out. Fair enough. I was thinking if CJ were to get a finish, it would be a sub. If O creates that opportunity for him by taking him down or some stupid shit, I'm like, oh, I would say, oh my God, oh, what are you doing? That would be the IQ moment right there.
I see he was winning that fight with Manel Cop. He was like piecing him up. Then Manel Cop came back in.
I think we spent too much time on this one,
Yeah,
guys.
this
I'm just
18
saying though.
minutes, I done called it twice. Marin, what you got next?
Nah, man, I gotta start another controversy on this fight so we can keep on talking. I'm just kidding. Next up, we have lightweights again. We got
You motherfucker.
we got Jordan the Monkey King Leavitt coming off that loss of Patty Pimblett. 27 years of age, 10-2. He is fighting Victor Martinez. He is 31 years of age, 13-4, making his promotional debut. Let me see. They're basically the same in height, reach, and leg reach, so I'm going to leave it at that and just go with the odds where Jordan, the Monkey King, Leavitt. He is at even money right now. Victor Martinez is minus 120, and I'm going to go with the Monkey King too in this one. Got to go with what I know.
Yeah, so Vinny actually was supposed to take this one, but we have not heard from him. I hope he's well. But
So
I
Vinny
did do.
actually text messaged me. He's at work.
Okay, so I did
He
go ahead.
actually been text messaging me lately because he's been working crazy. I think he was trying to prepare me that he might not be here for tape tonight.
Yeah.
So,
but I had the mindset to at least go ahead and cover both his fights, me and Rhino, just to make sure we had something up for it. So short and sweet. I didn't get to do it as much as my other two fights that I'll be doing later, but I did get a pretty good read on the fight. Short and sweet. Victor is a black belt, but doesn't use it. I see Leavitt backing him up with his kicks and front kicks, shooting a single and taking him down. Jordan has a strong enough ground game to keep Martinez down and eventually take the back. Martinez has shown little to no defense from there. It's just a matter of how long can he hang on before Jordan, in my opinion, gets the sub. Jordan opened as a minus 120 favorite, and the line flipped. I do believe he was the rightful favorite, while Martinez should have a striking and power advantage. But for me, he just has a big glaring hole in his grappling. And for me, I think Leavitt wins this fight. So my pick would be Jordan Leavitt. Prop will probably be, I'd probably take the sub/decision prop. For the super prop, I would take just the sub. Go ahead, Wes. What you got?
So this is the portion where, my boy Will bets, he know what I'm about to get at. So I'll break down the market. People aren't betting. They're actually not betting Martinez. They're betting Leavitt. He has most of the money on him. However, the line is being reversed. Now, some people say this occurs because the line, sharp. So some people just say sometimes the book is like, look, fuck no, I'm not going to raise this line on this bum or whatever. That's what they do. So they reverse the line, right? And the person might say, I don't care about the market, but the market does matter because it's all a continuity thing, right? Like at the end of the day, if someone sees that, they should observe why. So my boy Gabe, we do this powwow thing, right? And I say, hey, Gabe, what you on? He asked me what I'm
Hang on
on.
a second, Wes. Before you completely discredit me, I only had 30 minutes to tape this, so don't bet my side on what I said because it isn't a good breakdown. Go ahead, Wes.
No, I'm not discrediting you, bro. I'm not discrediting.
Excuses flying. Excuses flying.
So Gabe told me he's gonna be on Martinez. I wasn't gonna tape the fight at first. I said, oh shit, okay, cool. Let me check that out. So then you watch the tape, right? Now, I do not believe Levitt's gonna back this guy up because that's not what he does. Like he doesn't have any striking arsenal to back him up. Like actually, it's the opposite. Jordan Levitt gets pressured. If you look at Trey Ogden, he got pressured. If you even look at his fight with Sales, he got pressured. He got pressured the whole first round. Now, I think people are actually giving him credit to takedown ability that he does not have, because usually when a person pressures him, he either does not go for the takedown, or basically if he does, it's like maybe one attempt and it's a like telegraph double and it's easy to be stuffed. So long story short, I mean, he doesn't really go for singles. And even if you look at Patty, for instance, Patty has bad takedown defense and he couldn't get Patty to the ground. So I think Victor is going to bury him. I think he's going to knock him out. Like at the end of the day, he's going to pressure him. And eventually he's going to probably knock him out because he hits like a truck. And that's why the line is being reversed. And I think Victor is one of the free bets of the weekend. I think he's
the line
money.
being reversed because they don't like Jordan Levitt twerking and shit. They homophobic and shit.
If only the book cared about that, but the book cared about money. If a dude getting 81% of the handle and he getting like, I think around like 60% of the freaking tickets and they reverse it, that's saying, cool, go ahead, bet him. We'll give him you at plus money. You can have it. It's not going to win a fight most likely. Now, again, whether they're sitting here looking at their statistics or whatever to do that, it's just the truth. This isn't college basketball and MMA game for a fact. You reverse that line at a small line like that because he opened about 120 and they're giving you plus money on him, no, he's not going to win. He's not going to get buried, man. He's going to get knocked out.
I don't see what you see, Wes. I get it, but I don't get it. Okay. Like, bro, that dude not even fucking with Trey Ogden, bro. It's like, he not on the level of Trey Ogden. Like,
I mean,
so listen, I want to hop in here because this was supposed to be Vinny's tape, and I actually was full prepared, not even to troll him. Man, UFC favors Victor Martinez here. There's no fucking way around it. They did not set this kid up to come in here and lose to no fucking Jordan Levitt. You may not see it, you may not understand it, but they see it. We've seen this before. Wes is telling you the line sees it. I'm not arguing with that shit at all. Bro, Dana White loves this kid. Dana White was so sad this kid went to fucking to a decision on the Dana White Contender Series. He came in hot, bro. Dana White was signing this kid. All he had to do was get the W. The UFC favors him.
Just like that was favoring Chase Hooper. Come on, bro. Fuck out of here, bro.
Bro, Chase Hooper, how many fucking fights out was that, bro?
Hey, man, y'all was bringing up that Dana likes this person, man.
Bro,
Dana can't fight for these fighters.
Bro, talk about the fight, but all right, look at this. I like that you brought up Chase Hooper, right? Because at the end of the day, this is Chase Hooper again. Levitt can't strike for shit. He can't strike. He cannot strike. I took him against Trey Ogden, by the way, because Trey Ogden is not that nice. I said he can strike with him. He can throw some leg kicks. He's good. Like, the only takedowns he got even against Trey Ogden had shit takedown defense. The only takedowns he got against him was literally like when Trey Ogden slipped. So, like, you're basically saying, hey, Levitt, please take him down. Levitt, please find a sub. Like, it's like, I think that's really giving. Matt Sills
Levitt got some nice run kicks. He got some nice run kicks.
Bro. Levitt can't strike, bro. Don't do that Prue Ellis crap again. Levitt cannot strike, bro. He cannot strike. This boy hit like a truck. And he pressures you. And he hits
Man, I
hard,
ain't see
man.
it in the tape.
Like,
I ain't see it. I'm gonna watch
okay,
it again though, just cause y'all
okay,
say so. So I'm gonna watch
okay,
it again.
okay. Hey, bet Levitt and lose
Hey,
the
I already
money,
did.
bro.
It's too
I'm
late.
saying
It's too
I can
late.
only try to help you, bro.
So
If
I'm
you
just
I
gonna say
betting
what I
Levitt,
saw to make me be on Levitt was that I did see him getting single legs picked up in the middle of the ring and getting taken down off a single leg in the middle of the ring, almost with no fight back. Like he has no takedown defense, and if he
Levitt
goes
doesn't go for
down,
singles.
and if that's fine though, but dude, he's a young guy, he's a smart guy. You don't think he's gonna improve his game to get him?
No, he's not. People keep talking about people gonna improve. He doesn't go for singles, bro. He does not
Okay,
go
well,
for
I'm gonna be
singles.
honest with you, Wes. This isn't a hill that I'm going to die on because, like I said, I didn't tape it that much. I trust y'all's judgment. So
Fuck it,
if
I'm
you say
going
he's
down
gonna
on that
win,
hill.
I'm just not. I'm not gonna bet this fight personally. But yeah, I mean, but y'all are arguing. Y'all are making it. Choose your side. Y'all listen. Choose your side.
All right, hold on, hold
This
on,
is
hold on.
Kyle Nelson all over again.
One guy been sitting there with his hand up the whole time. Average Avenue, what you got, bud?
I don't know what you guys are talking about because I pay attention to the memes online and they say that Jordan Levitt is like the best heavyweight in the world. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I sat on that for like 20 minutes. I'm sorry. Obviously
Oh, that's
I think Levitt's
beautiful.
gonna.
That's
I think
beautiful
Levitt's
because
gonna
that's
lose.
probably what betting this fight is worth, right there.
I think I think I think Levitt's gonna lose. I'm sorry. I sat on that for like 20 minutes.
Hey,
Yeah,
fuck it,
so
I down out
Levitt
hill.
is a fade to me, bro. He's on the list. I'm sorry. Say what you want about it. He's on the list, bro.
if you betting Levitt, it's because you think he's gonna get takedowns. You think he's gonna sub him. You think he's gonna hold him down.
Man,
If what do you
nah,
call?
Yeah,
man.
but the
Why
Otherwise,
thing
you
is,
assuming that? That's why I'm betting him. I actually think I like some qualities on him, bros. So, like,
Levitt has been taken down in every UFC fight he has had.
Is it fair to say that he usually gets beat by fighters that are better athletes than him?
I think
If you
that's a
think
fair statement.
Paddy Pimblett, an athlete.
I think he's more athletic than Jordan
Actually,
Levitt, bro.
I think that's a fair statement because really he's not like a wrestler. Like he's one of those jujitsu guys that's like want to hold on your leg if he can get you. Like he's a Ryan Hall / Puelis / Hooper. That's what he is. Like, but he's a more athletic than them. Like the only good takedown he got is that dude that he freaking slammed. And do we even know his name? Like we don't even know who he slammed. So like, I
Nope.
mean, come on, man.
I
Let me.
can, man. I can.
I didn't. I would watch highlight after highlight of that, and I didn't even, for the longest time, I didn't even know it was Jordan Levitt.
So he was actually on O'Day's podcast, and they were talking about that.
Marin, what you
hold on.
got
So I'm the
next,
only one
bud?
on Levitt, huh? Damn.
No, I like Levitt, but honestly, I would do the sub decision prop because I don't. He's not really the. I don't think he's the best finisher. I think he finished people on the lower regional scene and stuff like that. I think it's more than likely a decision, but you could do the decision sub to cover both because he's not going to knock him out. Be realistic.
He's not gonna win either, so save your money.
Bro, he
Exactly.
gonna win, bro. This
Well, just so y'all
I'm
know,
on my
if he
I'm
wins,
I'm
if he
on him.
wins,
Like,
I saw more in 30 minutes than however long it took you to do your entire
hey,
count.
I'm
Baby,
on him, man. -125. I'm on him. You can put me down in the chat, all that. I'm like, look, that's the free dough of the week, man. It
Levitt,
is
this
what
is
it
a step
is.
down in competition for Levitt.
Oh, look,
baby,
y'all with this
baby. I want.
competition
Patty
stuff, man.
Pimblett, we're not
Hey,
doing
hey,
this rabbit
hey, hey,
hole.
hey,
Stop, stop, stop.
baby,
All
baby.
right, go ahead, Moran. Let's go.
Hold
Let's
on,
go on to the
somebody
next fight.
Yeah,
calling me.
yeah,
Hold on,
yeah.
somebody calling me. What's up?
I want to see that John Jones and that
Mute the
what do you call it,
mic.
Levitt ticket, bro.
We ain't coming back, baby. Marin, what you got next, bud?
Let's run it,
All
then
right.
pick. Fuck it, let's go.
All right. Next up, we have this is the feature prelim, so it'll be the last one of the prelims before we open up the main card, and it'll be women's flyweight. It will be the lady who's been talking more on Twitter, which is pretty fun. She's cool. Jasmine Jasudavicius, coming out of Canada, 7-2 record, 33 years of age. She is fighting Gabriela Fernandez, 8-1, 29 years of age. She's fighting out of Brazil. She's making her promotional debut. Jasmine is coming off a loss. Um, they are the same in height and reach for the most part. So then I'm going to just look at the odds. Gabriela is -130. Jasmine is plus 110. In this case, I'll be taking Jasmine.
In this case, I'll be taking the over. You guys can do whatever you want with that. I'll be
Bro,
taking
you say
motherfucking
this.
over.
You say this on other female fights.
I wonder why. I wonder why.
I know. I'm
It's a
just messing with
legit
you.
take. I guarantee you this fight goes over. It
No, I
fucking
know.
goes over. If they get a knockout, it'll still be in the over. It's going over.
We
What's the
just had an
odds? What's the
exciting
odds on the
flyweight.
over?
We
What's the
just had an
odds on the
exciting
over?
flyweight on the podcast, and your take is the women's over. Come on, Joe.
What's the odds on the over, Joe? Like I didn't even check the odds on that because that is a over. What's the odds on it?
Well, I got
So
you guys. I'm checking it right now. So over 2.5 is minus 275. The under is plus 200. If I will go the distance, minus 240. No, plus 180. So yeah, I mean that
Yeah,
kind of
they tripping. That should be like negative 500 or something. That girl don't have,
that's what I was just thinking. Like,
they
what did he
tripping.
just say that was? Please
Yeah,
put that on fucking DraftKings.
yeah, they
Please put that
tripping.
shit on DraftKings.
They tripping because that girl don't have no. She don't have a sub game off her back. So it's like even if Jasmine take her down, like you're gonna be like, cool, give me my over TikTok because she doesn't have a sub game on her back. So
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I was just able to plug the interview with Miranda to a friend because she brought her up, and I was like, "Ooh, perfect timing."
Nice. Who taped this fight?
Yo.
Oh, I bet you had a lot of fun. What's your take?
Yeah.
All right, so for Gabriela Fernandez, she only had 3 fights that you could that were available to find, and fucking on one of them, if you typed in Gabriela Fernandez for like the last one that was like the most current, what do you call it? It would be on a YouTube phone camera, but it was misleading. You would have to go to Fight Pass and type in Gabby Fernandez. So I don't know what they were doing with the naming. It made it hard for me to find it. I was kind of pissed trying to tape this shit. What do you call it? So, right. So with Gabriela Fernandez, I started off with the first fight that was available, which was against some girl named Antonina Silva. It doesn't matter, right? This chick was what do you call it? She was a mom, bro. She looked like she was a fucking mother. Like she had a straight mom body. And fun fact, I'm like, I had to look into this because I'm like, there's no way this chick is like, fighting, like regularly. This chick hadn't fought consistently since 2014 to 2015. This fight, what do you call it, took place fucking in May 2022. So she hadn't fought for like 7 years. What do you call it? So you would think that this girl is gonna get better, do all this, nah. Like she was she's just a part timer, like a jobber, She was like a can. So, anyways, Gabby took this fight, what do you call it? And she took it for 15 minutes. It was really just like her just developing her striking, I guess her skills. Like this is her third fight into her career. So yeah, she would go for combos a lot. She would do leg kicks, which you could tell that those leg kicks were actually very developed. She had her striking down. Her striking was okay. So anyways, in this fight, it's just her just going through the motions. Honestly, she was throwing up a lot of fucking air punches. Like it reminded me a lot of the Karate Hottie. Like this is what it felt like when I was watching this fight. She would get taken down, and she would just pull guard, and she what do you call it? There would be no threats to her in terms of the ground and pound or in terms of submissions. So she won a decision that fight. That third round though, she did look kind of sketchy because she was being taken down and whatnot. So anyways, and I move on to the fight against some chick in LFA and Andrea Oliveira. What do you call it? So you could tell at this point in her career, she had developed her what do you call it? Her striking. She could tell she's way developed. She had good lateral movement, great footwork. Her striking and confidence, you could tell it was going up. The thing is that what do you call it? She got taken down. What do you call it? After her opponent missed the leg kick, she literally fell on her ass and she pursued the leg like a natural Brazilian jiu-jitsu player would do. They just go for the legs. Like it was kind of reminded me of the Puelles fight against Stan Hooker when he was just
not shooting. He was just grabbing for the leg, and she got the takedown with that. So it kind of worried me, knowing how Jasmine would be able to probably utilize it. Anyways, to finish this fight, so yeah, I'm gonna be on in a minute, all right? Because I taped a lot for this fucking fight, all right? So just give me a minute.
Boy, if you don't
So,
get your
Yeah,
hey
2 hours. Go
man,
ahead.
What?
Whatever you want.
While
hey
you get it
man,
figured out, let's go ahead and let Ben Davis get his take on this fight.
All right,
hey
Hey,
man.
Ben, how
gentlemen.
are you, brother?
Great to be
Hey,
here.
Ben.
How are you?
Ben, what's
I'm
going
good,
on,
brother. How
man?
you
How are
doing?
you?
Good, great
Can't
to
be
have you,
better.
Ben.
Clocked off the shift. I've got 4 shots of Fireball, 2 Angry Orchards, and 1 question for my man Cedric down there. March 11th, we're back in. And I got to know, we've developed this narrative, this routine of conversation, and we're going to continue it here in this space. SD, what are we jerking off to this camp? Beating the meat. I got to know what the Trojan
This
horn
guy's
is leading up to
amazing.
Abu Azatar. That's my favorite too. One of my faves, I would say. Excellent choice, SD. Beautiful.
damn, who you talking to?
This guy's amazing.
He's talking to Cedric. We have Cedricus the Reaper Dumas in here with us. Winner off the Contender Series, got a contract, and that's who he's talking to. Are you there,
That's
Cedricus?
Ben's amazing, bro.
Let's talk about the fight style. What's a fight we haven't covered? I'll just give my quick thoughts on it.
We're talking about Jasmine
Jasmine
whatever
Jasudavicius
lost.
versus who is she fighting?
Yeah, I don't care. Give me a new
Gabrielle.
one.
Gabriela
Gabriella.
Give me a new
Fernandez.
one. Let's flip a new stone. Do not give a fuck about that one. Sauce another one.
I mean,
Give him
is
the
that
next
pick
one on the card.
gonna finish? Is that pick gonna finish, or are you done, that pick?
Shit, what do you call it? So, anyways, if you guys just want the props and shit, the pick is Gabby. What do you call it? Take Gabby by decision. The super prop would be Gabby by knockout.
Love it. Co-sign it. Stamp
Ooh.
it. Send it to the dealer. That's fantastic. Great pick.
This man do funny.
Marin, what you got next?
All right, so we're moving on. So we're opening the main card now with lightweight bout. Another lightweight. We got a lot. We got Eric Gonzalez. He is coming off a loss, 31 years of age, 14-7. He is fighting Trevor Peak. He's making his promotional debut, 28 years of age, 7-. Or he's undefeated, 7-0, but won no contest. He is the favorite, -210, +170 for Eric Gonzalez. Go ahead, guys.
Let me lead this one real quick. Eric Gonzalez, Marine, correct me if I'm wrong. His nickname's the Ghost Pepper, right?
I mean, maybe, yeah. I didn't check that one out, but yeah.
That is
All right.
correct. I'm looking
He is
at
Yep,
it.
that's
correct.
correct. Boom. Ben Davis does not get nicknames wrong. Pick him by knockout. That's it. That's the fucking call. He finishes it.
Yeah, dude, that's fake news actually. Because Trevor Peak, he's the lock of the week, man. I'm telling you, Trevor's gonna march him down and fight for our money by any means necessary. I'm telling you,
Talk your shit,
first
nigga.
round, second round knockout.
Bro,
Trevor
he
Peak,
just dropped the mic
he,
on your ass.
Trevor Peak, he does cocaine before his fights. He's gonna fucking win here.
Let's go, Will. Let's
You don't,
go,
you don't
Will.
gotta be,
Let's go,
well, you don't
Will.
gotta be all that. He fucking left. You good?
He lame for that.
All right, Will, give us the
Yeah,
proper
I was gonna
breakdown,
say
bud.
y'all should have been muted him on the mic, man. Like for real, y'all should have muted his ass, man. Like, I'm sorry.
Fuck. Will, give the proper breakdown, bro.
Yeah, my proper breakdown is that Trevor Peak's gonna win the fight. I mean, to be honest, I taped the fight. I didn't.
Damn.
We lost you there, Will. You still
We
there?
lost Will.
Oh, my bad. I was talking. But Gonzalez, he rushes into the pocket. He's going to get clipped by a 1-2, in my opinion. Trevor Peak, he can take him down. He's going to be a lot stronger. That's what I got. Gonzalez isn't impressive. This guy's 7-0 with like 7 straight finishes. I'm going to take Peak.
Nice. You said lock of the week, huh?
Lock of the week. Yeah, lock of the week.
Damn.
Yeah, I
What's
took
the
his money
odds on
line.
that fight? I'm looking for the odds like a crackhead right now. I just want to know what they are.
He minus
Fucking
178.
Wait
damn.
for Yeah. So wait for this one right now, Joe.
Yeah.
Just money line. I'm telling you, we got Trevor.
Oh, he moved up to 210.
Yeah,
Damn.
this is updated
It is
as of
two.
right now, like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, that's 5 minutes ago in Bovada. That's literally so. Right on the money.
I don't know about that price, but shit. But Trevor, yeah, he the pick though. But I don't know about that price though.
Yeah, I checked the website and it went up pretty high. So yeah.
I mean, what you think, Wes?
Anybody listen? Anybody going against Will on
Adam,
that one?
I think peak is cheeks, to be honest. But like at the same time, like I was telling somebody else, because I was telling Dravi this. To me, he one of those guys that's like, I'm not gonna go against you because the UFC love you. Like, and it's like, I don't know, man. Like at the end of the day, he's bum. I think he sucks, man. I think like you look at his Dana White Contender Series fight, he was getting touched up until he finally won, and he finally touched him. I don't like fighters like that. I'm not putting no money on a fighter like that. Like you could just entertain me. I'm not betting on you. I just watch you. I grab some popcorn and watch you. Not putting no money on you.
Yes.
I got Martinez instead for that to roast Levitt's bum ass instead. I ain't got time for no stupid ass shit. He getting pieced up by Gonzalez, then he win. Then I'm like, oh, cash it. I don't have time for that. Cause he has no striking defense. Like to be honest, he has no striking defense. He's one of those regular action fighters. But with that being said, I think guys like him find a way anyway. So all he gonna do is find a way. Like even if he losing, he gonna find a way and they end up knocking him out, probably, in my opinion. But I'm not betting him. Hell no.
I mean, what about you, Trace?
I have nothing on this fight, brother.
Well, that's all right sometimes. Anybody betting it besides Will?
No.
I'm betting it. I got to play on it.
What you got?
I got Pete.
Bro, why you over there 007 and shit not talking about it? We gotta pry it out. You throw that shit out there. You ain't no
Nah,
motherfucking
I
James
think
Bond of the picks, homie. Take the shit
I
out
ride.
the
I
Hey,
think it's
inside
hilarious.
pocket.
put it this way,
Take it
baby.
out
I
the
ride.
inside pocket, turn it around, put it on the outside pocket, and throw the handkerchief away, bro. But let us see that shit. What the got me over here asking, baby, what the fuck?
you think the 20 people in here is going to kill it?
He's scared because he in the parlay buster spot. That's where they sit at, opening up the main event. They always right there, man. It's like, oh, surprise. Got you, man. They always there.
Got you,
They always
bitch.
there.
Yeah, I don't think the 20 people in here are going to tell everybody. So I think you're all right, D baby.
Hey, man, what more do you want from a dude, bro? It's like, shit, what do you want me
I
to
don't think
say?
that market's going to drop just because D baby said live to 20 people.
He
Hey, I
trying to
see
sign because
baby
of
slips, but I don't think they're moving markets. But they
Hey,
moving
let's note
markets
this.
for me.
baby,
Let's
you
note.
traumatized because of what is it, Kinoshita, man. Kinoshita was in that same parlay buster spot. He got you, man. He's like, oh, bros, he got me.
Bro, got me for 3 bands, bro. I'm hot.
Damn.
Hey, note this to those 20
Man.
people. Shouts out to all you.
Yeah, hell yeah. Shout out to
What's up?
everybody in here, bro. This is the best fucking chat group. Man, I ain't even gonna get into it. Marin, what you got next?
All right. Next up, we have some welterweights. We got 2 Canadians. So whoever follows that curse, it's not gonna work because
Fade them both. Back to
yeah,
draw.
with some welterweights, we got Mike Malott. He is 31 years of age. 8-1-1 is his professional record. He is fighting Johan Lainez. He is 9-1 professionally. 30 years of age. Mike is 6'1". Johan is 5'11". They're both coming off a win. Even though Mike is taller, Johan has a better reach. He is 75.5 inches, while Mike is 73. Leg reach, though, Mike is winning right there. He has 41 inches of leg reach compared to the 39 of Johan. If we look at the odds, Mike is a minus 220 favorite. Johan is plus 175. There you go, guys.
Yeah, so I
What you
taped this
got,
one.
man?
I taped this one. So
All right.
Mike Malott, 8-1, 8-1-1, 1-0 in the UFC. She's not the most technical fighter, very hittable, and was losing a striking battle to Mickey Gall before clipping him. He does have good power. He is a bit wild, throws mostly hooks and head kicks. He does seem to have that patented Team Alpha Male guillotine we saw him lock up on the Contender Series. I don't love how hittable he is, especially against a very similar fighter in Johan. I do lean Mike overall for boxing technique and speed. He should be able to win the exchanges in the pocket as long as he can avoid the big power being returned his way. So we have Johan Lioness, 9-1, 1-1 in the UFC. He's an okay double leg. He throws everything with fight-eating intent. Very questionable gas tank due to his seek and destroy type fight style. He does tend to overload or to load up and telegraph his punches, and just overall has reckless abandonment with his. With that said, Gall had success against Mike with the very same aggressive style until he got caught. I think Mike should be able to win this fight. He's the more technical striker. I think he can make Johan pay with the counters. I do want to make a note. I did see at Gambles Gordo on Twitter. We've had him on here before. He did tweet out this interesting fact. In 2023 so far, 100% of UFC bouts, including a Canadian, have ended in a draw. So my pick
Yeah, I
is
also
going.
wanted to point out that I'm sorry, I thought you were done, Trace. Go
No,
ahead. Go
so
ahead.
my pick's going to be Malott. I think he should win this fight, but if I'm going to bet it, I'm going to bet the under 1.5, which is minus 130. I would also bet Mike inside the distance, but for my super prop, I would bet Johan Lioness in round one. I would sprinkle lightly on the Lioness round one because it's a prop sub prop. If he goes past the first round, you lose it. But I feel like it's going to be a good number. I don't have the numbers for it yet for a round one knockout or just round one KO for Lioness. Like I said, I do think Mike should win this fight, but we did see him getting connected, encountered, and tagged up by fucking Mickey Gall, who is not a striker. So, yeah, that's my take on it. So, Malat's the pick. The bet's the under 1.5. Prop, Mike inside the distance. And then the super prop would be Lioness round one to head your stuff.
Very nice. I don't know. Wes got his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, like so. I wouldn't say God was beating him though. Heck no, I wouldn't say that, bro. I mean, I know he had some success, but I feel like more so than anything, like he was baiting him, and then he got him. He said, "Oh, I got you." Boom, put him out. But I agree with everything though, for real. Like aside from that, like I think that his advantage is he has faster hands. I think in this particular fight, like Johan has to be aggressive. He has no choice because of the fact that he has better footwork and has faster hands. And I think that I see the openings because of the fact that you're right. He is hittable. He can be hit down the middle. You can also, I see that like overhand coming over the top, being able to clip him. I'm on like fight doesn't go to decision at negative 225. Cause like I feel like it's no point to play Mallet in my personal opinion, like because look where his line is. It's like negative 210. So you could just take fight doesn't go to
Oh
decision.
no, like 100% best bang for your buck would probably be the under 1.5 at minus 130. I mean, that's an awesome line on that fight. That fight is designed for pure violence. That fight isn't built to last all 3 rounds. Like
Yeah.
somebody's going to sleep.
But
Yeah, I
don't you?
mean, but for me, like negative 225, 130, it's like I got everything covered every round. So I mean, like that's why I played that. I got every round covered. So it's, I mean, I feel like that's a line that could have been like 500 or 600 or something. Like I
Oh,
see no way.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
I see no way in hell they hit the cars. I mean, they hit the cars. Oh well, I guess they both got money on the freaking over or something. I don't see it. I think
So,
somebody
like I
getting
said, they
flipped.
are both Canadian fighters. We fake Canadian fighters in here.
Yeah, I think somebody's just getting slept, man. Like, because he's
Hey,
gonna have to be aggressive anyway to try to come in and like be counterproductive to Mallett's advantages and his speed and his combos is, like so the reality is somebody's getting slept. And then you like you said, you look at Mallett, he is hittable. You look at his fight with Hakeem, you can come right down the middle. Johan has that jab. He has that strong jab that he throws that hurts people. And then he comes over the top with the overhand. So I think you hit that combination on him too. So
his
yeah,
biggest problem is the overextension. Like he loses if he overextends the mallet counters, just like the Mickey Gall fight. Um, I do want to say this though. While he is a Canadian, technically Mike Mallet is the double fade because not only is he Canadian, he also trains at Team Alpha Male. That's 2 fades for me.
And he also has a draw with a French guy who's basically a fucking Canadian anyway. So there you go.
Would you
I
say he's
mean,
French Canadian?
Same shit. I got a grandmother, so I mean, whatever. I can say whatever I want. It don't make me a bad person. They're all the fucking same.
hey, but don't y'all think the fight could probably play out different if Lonez fights damn, what's his name? Oh boy, like how you fought Darian
Gabe
Ruiz.
Green?
He
Huh?
talking about his last fight, and my response to that would be like, well, Dravi actually knows Johan, and so because Dravi's French Canadian, and Dravi was saying that Johan had stated that he was fighting like that on purpose because he wanted to see if he could go 3 rounds. But I think that
Oh, okay, that makes
yeah,
sense.
but then you look at the styles anyway, though, the way Mallet fights, because he has that hand speed, like he has no choice. Like you have no choice but to try to be a dog because Mallet does have good footwork to his credit. And he does sit here like on the outside at times, boom, pop you, moving it out. So like I don't think he has a choice. Like I don't think he could just try to fight him on the outside. Think he would just get kind of picked apart in my opinion if he tried to do that. Like whereas though with his last opponent, he could do that because essentially remember like all he does is try to like do Muay Thai stuff, try to grab you, clinch grab you. But against Mallet, man, I think he has to fight. So that's just my opinion. I think he has to. He has no
I
choice.
mean, I figured that he fought like that since he kind of gassed out with Gabe Green, so he tried to switch it up, try to save his. I mean, I guess that still exerts a lot of energy if he just moving around, but I think he was trying to keep his volume and pick his shots. Like I guess to maintain his tank, and it worked. Like he seemed cool all 3 rounds. So I figured like if he fight like that with him, shit, it might be a different story. It might not even go. It might go over. That's all I'm saying. But like you said, the style. So I guess we'll see.
All right. Anybody else got a take on it that's different, or are we good to go on to the next one?
Man, Average is having a hard time getting in this room. He keeps requesting and it keeps telling me. So here's what I need to do. Hold on. So I need to just add him as a speaker. Can you hear me now, Average?
It's not that he
Nope.
can't hear you; he can speak. He just can't speak.
Yeah. He it keeps saying error. I don't know what the deal is. Damn. Anyway,
So
Marine,
Mal,
what
so
you got
Mal is
next?
so the Mal is the pick, right, y'all?
Peace. I'm out of here. See you next week.
All right.
Rhino, have a good one, bro. Thanks for hanging out so late, man.
Yeah. Thanks for your breakdown,
Yeah.
brother.
No
Yeah, I
problems.
appreciate the tape time very much, bro. We'll catch you next week.
Sounds like a plan.
Later.
All right. So on to the next one, Marine. What we got?
We're in.
Wait, I thought Baby had a question before you. You're asking Mike
So
Malone is the play.
so everybody's on Mally, right?
Nah, bro. Like
I would
I'm
just
on
I would
fight
just take
doesn't.
the baby. I'd take the minus 1.5. It's minus 130. It's a good line, especially for a fight like Lioness was a 1 round fighter at that pace. If he fights that pace, which I think they're going to draw it out of each other anyways. It's going to be a dog fight when it comes down to it. So if he goes outside the first round, Lioness is probably getting finished. But I honestly think Lioness can get him out in the first round. But I would just, I mean, if you ain't got to be cute with it, just take the under, you know?
And I took fight doesn't go to decision, negative 225. Like I just think either one is gonna get knocked out. So like you
Both of
said,
those value,
I
man.
agree.
I mean, let's just pick which one you're more comfortable with.
Wes, where do you get that so early? Like, I'm not doubting you. I'm really asking, bro. Like, where can you bet that shit so fucking early?
I got it on Bet Online, man. The funny thing is on 5 dimes, which I don't, of course, the United States doesn't have it anymore. It was as low as negative 175. And I was like, that's crazy. But I got it on Bet Online.
Joe, don't you know Wes's government? He's with them people, bro. He's the men in suits.
All right, guys, we on to the next then. Next up, we have females again. We got women's flyweight. We got Tatiana Suarez, who's undefeated, 9-0, 32 years of age. She is fighting Montana De La Rosa, 28 years of old, 28 years of age. She is 12-7-1. She is taller, 5'7", compared to the 5'5" of Tatiana. She has a better reach, 68 inches compared to 66. Although Tatiana has a better leg reach, 39 inches compared to the 37 of Montana. Now, if you look at the odds, I think I'm gonna be on Tatiana because she's minus 850. Montana De La Rosa is plus 550. So most likely I'm on Tatiana.
Oh Jesus, she's minus 850. That makes, bro. I was just gonna say, like, fuck, man. That's an obvious pick for me. I was all over that shit. Minus 850. I shouldn't even fucking speak. But I will say this, because Marin, I think it was you. Here's what I'll say: bet the under 2.5 on this. Suarez gonna finish that girl. I don't care what y'all
Oh
say.
shit. Okay.
She gonna finish that fucking girl. That's the end. That's it. It's a wrap,
Yeah.
Excuse
bro.
you, hey, sir. Can I go to work, please?
Yeah. Oh, you got tape,
Yeah, you cutting up on my tape, bro. You stealing my
bruh.
thunder.
Yeah, minus 850 ain't gonna be a lot of thunder, but
Yo,
go
I
ahead
ain't
and
gonna
get the
lie. I
tape.
ain't gonna lie. I felt bad about pulling this one after I looked. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, I did it
I
the
just
other
saw.
week.
I just saw Suarez. I was like, man, I gotta get on Suarez, man, because I've been on her since the Ultimate Fighter, bro.
He
So
wanted to watch her on tape,
yeah,
Wes.
yeah. So here we
I'm
go.
like, man, Tatiana smash, man. Tape study done.
Okay. So we got Tatiana 8-0, 4-0 in the UFC. She's a former contestant and winner of the Ultimate Fighter. As far as stand up, we haven't seen much from Tatiana, but we have seen is a kick heavy game with straight, crisp punches. The magic is in her wrestling. She has excellent timing on shots, good chain wrestling ability. She's not a one-dimensional grappler. She has a variety of takedowns in her arsenal. Strong body clinch takedowns, power doubles, as well as single leg sweeps. Absolutely vicious ground and pound from full guard. Elbows, hammer fists, as well as slams to break wrist control. I was shocked to find out that she wasn't the taller fighter because she fights so long. Like whenever you see her fight on top of somebody, she uses every centimeter of her body when she's fighting. Like it just felt like she was almost like snaking around her as she was fighting her. She's able to flow really well from guard, almost straight to the crucifix. She has great awareness on the ground and does implement the Dagestani handcuffs to maintain top control. She absolutely swarmed Carla Esparza, who was widely considered to be the best grappler in the division. Esparza had no answer for her dominant ground game. She's the rightful favorite. She trains with her boyfriend Bellator standout Patchy Mix. So even though she's coming off an extended layoff, she trains with elite talent. And I have to imagine she's going to come in here and look like the Boogie Woman. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have uh, I would say our women's equivalent to Khabib. Man, I mean, I think she's as close to what we'll ever see as a Khabib in the women's division as far as wrestling dominance. She did show to have a little bit of a questionable gas tank in the third round against Nina Ansaroff, but at the same time, I don't know there's going to be many girls that are putting up that much of a struggle to keep her from taking them down. Uh, so Montana De La Rosa, she's 12-7-1, 5-3-1 in the UFC. She's training out of Team Alpha Male. She has nice knees in the clinch, but doesn't seem very strong. She can be controlled by stronger fighters and beat up against the fence. She does have decent trips from the clinch and does seem to have good Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And she seems pretty good at jumping to the back from clinch. So her best route of victory, I would be say, because we know Suarez is going to attack her, come straight forward for the grappling. If she's able to get to the fence and able to, switch out to her back and jump back, she could have a potential to win this fight. But I think simply that everything Montana does good, Tatiana's a master at. I look for her to try to make a statement in this fight, and by statement, I don't mean submission. So the pick is Suarez at minus 750. It's unbettable. The prop for the inside the distance fight is plus 130. And if you do think that De La Rosa is able to weather the storm and make it to a decision, minus 110 is not bad. But for me, the super prop is going to be Tatiana Suarez by KO. I think she comes in here and implements all her ground and pound and tries to get her out there in dominant fashion.
I am on Tatiana by submission. I think she hammers her, follows her to the ground, maybe pounds on her a little bit, probably takes the rear naked. I think Montana will give her the back.
And that is
I
probably the most likely outcome. I'm just saying, like, that's why I said the prop is the inside distance. Like, if I'm going to bet that fight, it's going to be the inside distance plus 130. You get the submission and the knockout for the same price or for a decent price.
Yeah,
Just the
fair
super
enough.
prop would be the KO. You know, just I try not to get too cute with it, so I probably wouldn't bet the KO, but I would just take the inside the distance for the good even number.
Fair enough.
I don't know.
Wes, what you got?
I mean, I'll add this though, like in all fairness, like De La Rosa is a good grappler. She's a very good grappler, but and Tatiana has been in submission positions. She has, so I mean, that would to me be her only chance is to sub Tatiana. Tatiana had to be rusty, and she gets the sub. But I agree with everything you guys say that Tatiana's a beast, man. She's just better. It is what it is. Like you look what Macy Barber did to De La Rosa. It's like, okay, you had some success, but I'm better. I think it's the same thing, and I think she's gonna finish her too. I mean, in my personal opinion, I mean, if you look at the Mackenzie Dern fight when she fought Dern, for instance, like De La Rosa fought Dern. Dern put her in some adversity, got the little, triangle off her back. Next thing you know, and she got the rear naked. Tatiana is always trying to finish girls. Like she goes in there, she takes them down. Like you said, she puts nasty ground and pound on them. She goes for darces. She tries to get rear nakeds. So yeah, I mean, I think she's gonna finish her myself as well. But I
That
haven't
was like
bet
the
that
biggest
fight.
thing of note for me was like when a Tatiana's in there, she is in there to damage. She's not holding you down. She's beating you up.
Yeah. So she's a beast, man. I mean, like I think everyone knows she's a beast. Like she'd have to just be rusty to not look good in the fight. I mean,
My
she's a
thought
beast.
was maybe even not even just that, just maybe her getting injured again because she does seem to be injury prone. I mean, she could come back and shit happens, man. We see it all the time. I hate to put that in the air, knock on wood, but that's the reality of it. I mean, she does seem injury prone.
I feel like she is let me finish my statement before anybody jumps their fucking hand up or cuts me off on the mic. I feel like her contempt to hurt somebody is probably equivalent to John Jones in the male division. Like she's just doing it by the books, but when she gets in close on you and she can throw and slice, she wants to hurt you. She wants to fucking hurt you. And that's the difference in a lot of great fighters, like I'm not going to go off in a rabbit hole, but like TJ Dillashaw in his prime, great example, bro. He wanted to hurt people. You know what I mean? When she's on top of you, like I don't think she has the intent going into the fight, like I need to hurt this woman, but the fight brings it out of her. When she's on top of her, I think Montana is not going to make it to decision with her. Like I think besides the read that, she's going to sub her, like I just don't think Montana will have what it takes to even get the fucking distance with her. Average, what you got, bud?
So happy that Tatiana Suarez is back. I'm a big fan. I think the hype train is going to go full steam ahead. Shoo, lads. This fight, in my opinion, it won't even last 3 minutes. Let's freaking go.
So let me ask you guys, and obviously, I think she's going to win the fight, but with a 3-year layoff and with a constant nagging injuries, don't you guys think we'll see a different Tatiana Suarez in a sense?
If you were going for 3 years and you were right there in title contention, you'd want to come back to murder the person you're going against to get back where you were. That way, you're right there in
Exactly.
title contention.
No, I'm not.
This
I'm
is
not.
what.
I'm not questioning intention at all. What I'm saying is, with constant knee injuries and 3 years off, what if she's a little bit slower than she used to be? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
But
We might see a different Tatiana Suarez. I'm not saying we will. I'm saying it's a possibility. I'm curious
Oh,
to see it.
I'm 100% believe we're going to see a different Tatiana Suarez. I think we're going to see a way better version than we've ever seen before. I think she comes and shows you all the things that she's been practicing in that time off. I mean, while she has been injured, she's not just laying on the couch when she's been injured. I mean, she's still learning shit. I think she comes and basically does whatever she wants to do in this fight.
that's why I
Yeah,
think
I
this fight.
expected to
Sorry.
feel her drive. Like I expect that she's very driven to get into the cage. Where Montana maybe not so driven. I feel like Tatiana she's got a purpose here. She knows I go get these W's, I'm in title contention, and she knows it. Not like some of these other people know it. Like, oh, if I could just get that one and that one, she knows. I knock two of these broads down, my name's being talked about for title shots again. So I think her drive, her why is much stronger, and I think that is what will save her from the 2-year layoff or the 3-year layoff to directly try to answer how I feel about your question. Anybody else on this fight?
Man, I left this shit alone because I think Della Rose, whatever her name is, I don't think she that bad. So I think she can make it competitive. I mean, in my opinion, what I seen, but I'm gonna leave it as that.
My only issue that is that we've seen, like Wes said, Macy Barber able to hold her and throw her around and beat her up for 3 rounds essentially. Uh, and I think Suarez does that to anybody.
I mean,
Usman.
Usman, baby.
No, yeah, I think they gave her this fight on purpose. They said, "Oh, you've been on a 3-year layoff. You might be a little rusty. Don't worry, we're gonna give you a girl who's gonna completely want to oblige with you and go ahead and take it to the ground. She's gonna give you every single chance to win. As rusty as you are, she's gonna give you the chance to sub her. She's gonna give you the chance to pound her out." And I don't give a fuck about no 3-year layoff, man. This is the same girl that had to fucking drop out of the Olympics because she had cancer in her neck or some shit like that, and then came out and became one of the fucking scariest female fighters that we've seen in a while. I don't have any question about her drive. I don't have any question about her passion and how she wants to fucking come out and make a statement.
Go ahead, Ozzy. What you got, brother?
Yep.
G'day, fellas. How's it going? I've been listening for most of the show. I knew this was the one I wanted to jump in on. Suarez is going to fuck her whole day up. She's going to be all over this poor girl. I know she's moving up in weight for this fight, but she's still going to be so much stronger everywhere this fight is. And Montana De La Rosa, she's not a great striker either. I mean, even if it is
I would
standing,
say she's probably the better striker of the two, though. I think she has this crisper punches, anyways. But
I mean, that's going to have to be her whole game plan, is to keep the fight standing, which is everyone's game plan against Suarez. She's just going to wrestle fuck her. I don't see any other way it goes down. Maybe Suarez just holds her up against the cage and beats her up there, but she's got really nothing to fear. I mean, I don't think she's going to be scared of getting submitted from on top. So unless De La Rosa can get some kind of crazy sweep on a wrestler that's this good, which I just can't imagine, I think it's going to be one-way traffic. I think the line is where it should be, and I can't wait for Suarez to really get a big step up in competition and start bashing some of these chicks that are way up top.
Hey, yo, Aussie, hey, is this Reptile? Hey, you sound like Reptile. Is your other account Reptile?
No, I only have one account, mate.
Man,
stop it. Us Australians don't all sound the same. I'm sick of hearing that.
pretty close, bud. Pretty close.
No, I don't have
There's
time
your
for
voice
that
and then there's Ozzy's voice.
I don't even
Fuck
think
me,
anybody
dead.
is. The funny thing is, I don't even think anybody is competition with Tatiana. Like, her competition is herself, like getting injured and everything. I think she beats everybody in the division. I've told people for years, I said she'll beat Val. She'll beat
Oh,
Val.
bro, at 115, let's just be real. Like, who the fuck is going to stop her? Who?
Nobody.
If
At
she never
125,
sees a belt,
nobody's going to stop
if
her.
she never holds the belt, it'll be the biggest, biggest. What do you call that? The biggest failure of a career of what have could been, because dude, she has the potential just to smash and not be touched for years. Like the same kind of dominance that you see with Nunes, but with grappling and like Khabib style. You know, it's
That's
like,
why they literally call her Tabib. That's like you look up her nickname, it's literally Tabib, bro.
Listen,
well, it
Hey,
fucking fits, dude. I'm telling you. I mean, that's the closest thing I think we'll ever see to
I'm really
female Khabib.
I'm really, really glad Wes said and 125 because it's the truth, bro. If she was fighting Valentina at 125 in 2 months, I would bet Tatiana. I swear to God, I would bet Tatiana, bro. So
Look, speaking of betting Tatiana, I just want to say right now, everybody, pull out all your money, run to Bet Online right now. I just saw that they got under 2.5 at plus 125. This shit is
what?
absolutely ridiculous. Bet Online right now,
What?
under
Can
two
you
and a
say that again,
half
please?
plus
Can you?
125.
I,
Parlay it,
I,
hit
don't,
it.
I ain't gonna lie. I don't think it's like that though. Like, oh,
I
she
do.
finished her under 2.5. I mean, but like,
I do. Like I said, I think what's it called? Montana's gonna do. And then with the striking, I feel like yeah, she might have a little bit better striking, but with her stance, I think the leg is gonna be there for that single and the chain wrestling. The way that she overextends on her punches, I think it's the body lock will be there. I'm hitting the plus
I ain't gonna
125
Yo,
under
say.
two and a
Usman,
half.
two and a
I ain't
half plus
convinced.
130 on DraftKings too.
I'm with
Maybe.
David.
Hey,
I ain't
I
touching
don't
that.
read these lines. I don't read these
Oh,
lines. Y'all know this shit, but maybe
I ain't
maybe it's a
convinced,
trap.
bro. I don't think she a bum like that, but yeah, she's Tatiana. She'll be the side, but I ain't convinced on that line, bro.
I'm telling you what I see happening is like if you watched her fight against Carla Esparza, she's able to pretty much glide from full guard into that crucifix, man, and I think she gets on the crucifix on her, and I think she starts elbowing, and that's a wrap. I think she's not unable to get her off of her because she's so heavy, so top heavy, and has such a good top game. I don't think anybody can get her off of her. So I think she crucifixes her and just starts fucking hammering elbows on her.
I mean, she finished Carla in the third though. I mean, like Della Rosa can grapple. I don't think she can finish her like.
Well, I said inside the distance plus 130. I'm not doing 2.5. That's the same thing. I'm just going to take the fight to be finished overall, not give it a time limit.
No, okay.
All right, so now that we all agree that Tatiana's going to win, let's move on.
Just
Yeah,
yeah,
quickly,
we spent a
800.
long
Like we
time
spent
talking
too
about
long
that.
on
Okay,
800.
mom.
sorry guys,
Bro,
just
if
Yep.
she
before
don't
we
ever
do
come
bounce
in
off
this
this one.
fucking space, that's got to be the biggest tragedy. We just spent 20 minutes talking about how she's gonna fucking smash
I've been
Muncie
waiting
But it's
3 years
all. Oh,
with
for
you.
it,
come
bro.
on,
I've
you
been waiting
come
3 fucking
on. You
years.
love talking about how good Tatiana is. Don't lie.
Just
Yeah, bro. Listen, fuck this fight. I was talking about I met Tatiana and how much I liked Tatiana before she came back. I was telling Wes, we had these conversations. Lap, Marin, what you got next?
Yeah, we spent too much time on a girl who's taken, so let's move on. We got heavyweights.
Ah, Patsy Mix whooped my ass. So would my wife.
I know. I'm just
Yo,
kidding.
what?
Man, what kind of laugh was that, bros?
All right. Hey, man, I'm fucking. What is it? Self-judgmental. My
Enough
own
shit
life.
for my life. Leave me alone.
I'm just kidding. Okay, next up we got heavyweights, and I'm gonna like the comments that either West or Joe's gonna have in this one because these guys for sure suck. Augusto Sakai coming off four losing skid. He is from Brazil, 15-5-1. Dante O'Mace is the other guy who's also coming out of I don't know how many losses. He is 9-4 with 1 no contest coming out of USA. Uh, I'm telling you, I don't like both of these guys. Dante is taller, 6'6", compared to the 6'3" of Augusto. 81 inches of reach for Dante, 77 for Augusto. 44 inches of reach leg reach for Dante, while 42 for Augusto. This baffles me. Augusto is minus 140 favorite. I don't know. I want to take Dante, but both of these guys suck, so I'm taking no one. I'm taking my ass to sleep.
Wes, put that hand down. No one's got shit to say on this.
Bro,
If you guys wondering
listen.
who's gonna go to sleep, I'm going to sleep on this one.
Nah, man,
Go
I
ahead,
don't want to
hang
go
on,
there.
hold on, Joe. Go ahead, Cedricus. What you got? All right, then.
Listen, I will say if I'm picking a side, I'm on Mays. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Wes, what you got?
Yeah, I don't think both of them suck. I mean, I don't agree with that. Like, I think Mays is talented. I always thought Mays was talented. Like, I just think that he loses the pressure cookers. You know, when I call a person a pressure cooker, God is going to just like hound them down, pressure, pressure, pressure. And then he loses the guys that are wrestlers, right? So if you combine the two, then he'll lose. So if you look at Hamdy has some nice solid counters in the pocket. Like Hamdy has like deceptive quickness for his size. He hits hard. So, you look at that first round, man, he just kept countering because Mays likes to try to like dip his head. So when he was dipping his head, he countered. And then, all right, by the second round, Mays picked up on him. Unfortunately for him, in the third round, though, he let Hamdi take him down, and then that was all she wrote. But Sakai, man, Sakai doesn't fit that. Like, he's not a pressure cooker. He doesn't have great wrestling. If you look at his power, he's not a one-shot KO guy. He's not quick. Like usually Sakai tries to kind of fight for the outside. It's weird because he does Muay Thai, right? But like he's usually kind of like trying to be elusive to an extent, like fight outside, throw leg kicks. There's certain opponents that he's fought directly in the pocket, but I think, all right, you got Mays, who's the kickboxer at range. I think he's going to go ahead and pick him apart. Then you look at the body kick, man, and the fact of the matter is, he's got a big belly, right? Like, you look at the stats that Mays is coming in, he's going to be able to land that kick pretty good. He might hurt him with that. Like, I think that if you look at Sakai in itself, I do believe that's one of those fighters that you would say is washed. Like, I think his mentality is different in each fight, the way he approaches it. You tell his confidence has dropped. I mean, you can literally physically see it in comparison. And then you look at the wrestling upside. Like, I think that Mays has the wrestling upside. And I know people love to get like biased and say, oh, that's Spivak. It doesn't matter. The reality is he can be taken down. And Mays is not strong. Like, Mays can take a guy down against the fence as well. I love the fact that he was the original favorite. He opened at -145. These kind of spots I love. They're very profitable. People parlayed him last fight when he fought Hamdi. They kept betting him. He went all the way up to like a -200 plus. And this fight, they're just like, oh, I'm going to bet against you. I'm going to fade you. So here we are, So Sakai's got a lot of handle on him as well in the market. He's got about like 95% handle on him, a lot of tickets on him and everything. And I think he's basically the William Knight of this week. That same thing happened with William Knight last week. People fading Prackney out, just fading him. Okay, cool. 98% of the handle. Line reverses. Cool. Boop. Prackney out. Of course, because he's better. I think Mays is just better than him. I think he can finish him, get him out of there again with the body kicks. Could win by a decision, but I think he's just better. I'm on him. I got him at +105. The line did go up. So, but I like Mays here. I love Mays here.
So I didn't think we'd go into it, but if we're going into it, I'm also on Mays. I think Sakai had a big change. I think probably after the second loss in a row, you could really, really start to see it. He is a man fighting in desperation. That's how I feel when I see him fight now. I'm not like trying to bash him or nothing. That's just how I feel when I see him fight now. I feel like Mays hits hard enough to find that knockout button again. I actually think Mays can finish him. And again, I'm not trying to bash the guy. I just, man, he's that guy you got to fade right now. And I think Mays is I'm not trying to overstate it. Don't fucking put me on the stake and crucify me here. But Mays is probably a lot better than most people are giving him credit for. And when Wes said he opened as the favorite and now he's the dog, like, I was actually really surprised by that. Like, he should have opened as the favorite and stayed the favorite. Like, in what fucking world are people like, oh, Sakai is the side? Like, where does it happen? In strength against the cage? No. So Sakai's probably going to put it against the cage and then get outstruck against the cage. So that's not going to go very fucking well for him. For me, that's pretty much where I see that whole fight going, is Sakai being willing to put it up against the cage and try to get close and dirty. And I think Mays will be strong enough to drop him. Yep, that's my read on it. Anybody else? Oh, dead picks, go.
Yeah, so I actually was signed to tape this fight, but what do you call it? I didn't take notes for it. I was just watching it, and yeah, what do you call it? West literally went through everything, he went through it like hitting the fucking, the nail, with the fucking hammer, right in the head. Like, it was right on, I think that Dontel is the dog of the fucking week, like, I think you guys could, make some, fucking actual money off this guy. I don't see how Augusto Sakai is the favorite. I don't see why. Like, I mean, even if you want to like look at it, like, they both get clinched up on the fence. They both, they both lose, to the wrestlers. But the thing is with Dontel is that he could wrestle, but the thing is he can't like defensively wrestle, and he cannot like, he has nothing on the ground. But the thing is, with this fight, you know, like Augusto's not going to be able to take down, you know, he's not going to be able to use a takedown. He's not going to be able to, you know, secure anything because that's just not the guy he is. They both fight on the outside is what I see usually, but Dontel, you know, will encounter more. He will get inside more, and that gut kick, you know, that body kick, whatever, it's there, you know, like, and he does have these flying knees, you know, like, I like Dontel, you know, like, I'm very confident in him. What do you call it? The pick would be Dontel. What do you call it? The prop would be Dontel, I guess, yeah, knockout, and like, no, the prop would be under, and then what do you call it? I think the under was even at plus money too. So, and then the super prop would be Dontel knockout. If not, maybe even the sub. So just inside the distance for Dontel, if anything, for super prop.
Very nice. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't even want to touch this fight, but Wes, you brought up a good point about the market. Like 94% on the minus 140, that's like overbooked for the sports book. And now the line is going towards May's favor. And I'm pretty sure that's due to recency bias because I did get my parlay busted by Hamdi and I did have Mays in it. So yeah, like Mays is looking like a spot to me. I think he's more technical.
I think Mays definitely is the spot. No one else seems to really contest that. Marin, what you got next?
Anybody that goes 3 rounds with the Egyptian golden boy, that guy's gonna win. Let's go, Hamdi. Anybody that Hamdi touches, it's like the opposite of John Jones. They're gonna go on a little
Egyptian
run.
Are you high, bro?
The Egyptian juice, bro.
You said high as fuck.
Yeah, that shit comes from Brazil, though. They get it from this dude named Paulo. Anyway, go ahead. Marin, what you got next?
Paulo. All right. Well, next up, we're on the co-main event. We do have another Brazilian, Andre Muniz. He is 23-4, 33 years of age. He is currently ranked number 11. He's putting his ranking on the line against the American, Brandon Allen, 20-5, 27 years of age. He is not ranked, so he's trying to get up there. 6'2" compared to the 6'1" of Andre. Andre has a bigger reach, 78 inches compared to the 75 of Brandon. And he has a bigger leg reach at 43 inches compared to the 42 of Brandon. Now, if we look at the odds, Andre is the big favorite, minus 230, plus 185 for Brandon. And in this case, I'm going to go with the books and take Andre. I think he'll win this one.
Man, so I have the genuine problem here that I like Brendan Allen. I want to see the dude win. So even if he probably shouldn't win, I'm going to root for him. And when it's even fairly close, I'm going to be like, oh, but he could do this and he could do that. My hope for him is that he gets taken down and finds a submission. Yeah, it is what it is. My hope for him is that he gets taken down and still finds the submission. Wes, what you got?
Yeah, I'm on Brendan Allen. I got him at plus 170. There's another market attack for me, you know. They open as a pick 'em. People love fading Brendan Allen. I don't know. And like every time they fade him, he wins, to be honest. Like, you know, like I took him against Soriano. People were fading him there. People were fading him against Roberson. I took him against Roberson. Did not take him against Jocko. Wish I did. Because people were fading him there, you know, and he wins. He doesn't win when people actually like believe in him. It's weird, but whatever. Stylistically, I think Muniz is sub or bust. I love his interview he had with, I think that was John Lynch, but he had an interview. I think he described it perfectly. He said it's one-way traffic either way. He said, all right, either he's going to sub me, or the reality is I'm going to finish him in the first, or break him by the second and finish him. And that's my opinion. Like, I think that for everything a person could say that is a detriment to Brendan Allen or whatever that Muniz can do, I think it's the same thing. So it's like, all right, if you say, hey, Brendan Allen's got bad takedown defense. Yeah, Muniz has bad takedown defense. Okay. So you say, all right, well, Muniz can sub him. All right, well, yeah. I've seen Muniz in the regionals on some bad positions as well, too. So, I mean, Brendan Allen, he's got good jiu-jitsu, too. So, I mean, but what does Brendan Allen do? If you look at the Uriah Hall fight, for instance, right? When Muniz fought him, Uriah Hall actually reversed out of the position, got in his guard. That was off a sweep. And if Uriah Hall can do that, but he just washed, right? So, like, by the second round, he was tired, couldn't do it anymore. Brendan Allen can do that. He always does that. If when guys get him down, like usually he finds a way to go ahead and reverse out and get on top. I
You're right. I
think
was able to reverse it in the third round too.
he did it in the third too, right? So I just think that people have expectations for Muniz that aren't really there. Like his striking's not there. I know people are gonna say, "Oh, you know what? He gets knocked out." Brendan Allen is just like Burns in the sense that the jab is his worst enemy. If you can throw a nice jab, cool. You can go ahead and tag him up, then catch him. Like Chris Curtis, he threw some shots to the body, threw the jab, bam, he got him, right? Strickland threw some jabs, got him with the overhand. Muniz doesn't strike the well down the pipe, doesn't throw anything down the pipe. So I'm not concerned about that. I think Brendan Allen breaks him, man, or just flat out knocks him out in the first. I really think I like Allen here. I think it's the same. I think he's too much of a dog for Muniz. Muniz cardio isn't great. I think he's gonna get him. I think the only way Muniz wins is if he subs him. If he subs him, oh well, you got me. Cool, fair enough. But I think he's better everywhere else. So yeah, that's why I'm on him.
Nice. Average. Go ahead.
I've got Alan on this one as well. But I have to go now, so I'll catch you guys later. You have a good one, yeah?
Average, thanks for hanging out, bro. We'll catch up with you next week, hopefully.
Peace, guys.
Later on. Aussie, go ahead.
Yo, yeah, I kind of disagree with Wes, which I don't do often, but I think Muniz is just going to be too strong, man. It's definitely going to be, I think, a grapple-heavy fight. I don't mind. I think he might gas late though, so I really wouldn't be surprised if Allen could get that round 3 finish, maybe. But I just think he's just going to be too strong. I don't even mind the KO prop. I think you can get Muniz KO at 9-1 or plus 800 for you guys over there. Because I think, these grapplers sometimes they're heavy on top, and Allen's got good defense. I could see him just throwing elbows instead of locking in the choke. So yeah, that's my thoughts anyway.
All I know is I just hope I don't see Muniz break another person's arm or any bone at all, man. That shit was disgusting.
I got to see him break Jacare's arm live.
Whew. Oh, you was there?
Damn.
Yeah.
How sickening was that bone sound?
At first, all of us were just like, "Oh shit, what happened? Did he just tap?" Well, I mean, we couldn't hear it in the stands, but then after showing it on the replay on the big screen, the whole crowd basically cringed.
Whew, I was at home and I heard it on TV. I was like, "Oh my!" He broke it. You broke it.
Yeah, that's a career-ending injury right there.
He had success too.
I actually had tape on this one, and I was kind of overthinking on this one, and I actually reached out to Wes to help me out with this one. Because the only thing I didn't like was that Brendan Allen does crash the space, and he'll stand in that pocket for just a little too long. He usually gets caught with the hooks, but Muniz's striking is just so bad. He's throwing arm punch hooks. It looks bad, and I don't think it'll happen. But I went ahead and looked at that Tom Breeze fight way in at the beginning of Allen's career or UFC career, and Tom Breeze did a lot of things that Muniz likes to do, from tangling the legs, from getting the back along the fence, and then getting the takedown, going ahead and fucking attacking the back, falling off of the back and attacking the arm bar. Muniz likes to do the exact same thing. For the pick, I went Allen. Bet, I went Allen. Prop, I went Allen round 2 KO. And instead of super prop, I went ahead and did the baby special, Why Can't We All Win? And threw in Muniz by sub, because that is the only way he's going to get the win.
Baby, who you on, man? Why you hiding? Who you on, baby?
Nah, I ain't hiding. I'm like tripping about this weather out here in Vegas, man. This shit crazy out here, boys. It's like a fucking tornado over here in this bitch. Hey, yo, Andrew, you see this shit? Andrew probably asleep. I don't know what
Nah,
he.
bro, it is so fucking loud, dude. I feel like I'm gonna hear my garage break in the middle of the night.
Man, this shit look
It's
crazy
gonna
out
sound like
here.
someone's breaking in my house, bro. I'm waiting for it.
Man, this shit crazy out here in these streets. But nah, I'm on Munoz, bro. Not cause I think he's a better fighter. It's just cause I can't get Allen right, bro. Every time I bet on Allen, I lose. Like it's like I just can't get it right. So I'm just gonna continue to fade him. So fuck it. So I got Munoz.
You had Jocko against Allen too, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I had.
See.
But every time I put my money on Allen, I lose. Like I lost against him with what's his name? Puya. That whole. I think he's Samoan or some shit. Sorono or shit. Who?
He beat Soriano.
That's what I'm saying. I had Serrano on that. No, fuck, what was it? I bet him against Chris Curtis and what's the other dude? Fuck. Sean Strickland and shit.
See what I'm saying though? When people believe in him, he loses. Like,
that's what I'm saying, bro.
So right now, people not believing in him. This is the moment.
So I don't want to be like I try not to overtell people in what they say, but I agree with Wes 100%. That's how you know to bet Allen right now, because nobody thinks he's gonna win. Nobody cares about him. No pressure on him. He ain't shit. That's how you know he's gonna get that W. Like I fully agree with that when you're talking about Allen. So, man, I gotta say I'm with Wes completely on this one, baby, and you should save your fucking money.
No. Go ahead and bet on Muniz, baby. Bet on Muniz.
It's too late. I already got Moniz and shit, man. But it's crazy that when I fade Allen, the nigga win. Like I don't get it, bro. This shit pisses me off. So I might have to go with Allen this time.
Hey. So what Baby just told everybody else in the space is go bet the fuck out of Allen, because Baby always gets his fights wrong. Bet Allen. He just gave you the ticket.
Bro,
I
you got me
don't
fucked up,
really
Joe.
do think a sub will bust though, because I'm not saying the sub not there, but it's like, oh well, if you sub him, show me. Fuck.
What do you mean that's fucked up, baby? You said it. I didn't say it. You said it.
I said you got me fucked up. I don't always lose, bros.
No, you said you always lose on Allen, bro.
Nah, bro. Like you clearly
on
Allen, you clearly always lose, and right now you on Muniz. So based on what you saying, like that, we good here. We good money over here. We got Allen. That's what's up. We appreciate
the
you, bro.
advice very much.
Right.
You told us whatever you're betting on this fight, don't take it. I
Bro,
appreciate
you know Baby's gonna hedge.
Could y'all imagine the
He's gonna get
discouragement?
his
Like,
money back, bro.
Let's say Muniz obviously tries his sub because it's gonna be a moment, right? Unless Allen just flat out knocks him out, like on some my boy Azamat type ish, right? Like, man, he's gonna be so discouraged, man. Like he'll probably gas in itself, just have a cardio dump from that itself if he can't sub him. Like I swear, in my opinion, like let's say he gets the back, oh my God, he reversed or something. I think he's just gonna be discouraged then. Like that's just my opinion. I just think he's gonna break him, man. I don't know.
That's kind of like a stretch, though. To be honest, you think Allen gonna break Munoz, bros? Like,
Munoz is garbage, bro. I mean, that's what garbage do. You break it down and you put it in trash. You know.
How much would I get for $10 on the head arm choke for Allen to win in the second? How much do you think I'd get on $10 for that?
I didn't see the props for that, man. Like, I really liked his analysis, though. Like, he was so honest. Like, I gotta like find the interview and post it because, like, that's really what he said. And he was even stating how he thinks where Muniz is, he used to be, because he was saying like he used to be that guy. It's just the jiu-jitsu guy. Can't strike it off. And he was like, he thinks where he's at in his career, he's more well-rounded now. Like he's like, I'm just more well-rounded than him right now.
Allen said that. Allen said that.
Yeah, and he wasn't even being cocky. He was actually being honest because he gave Muniz his props. He said he think the fight is one-way traffic either way. He said either cool, he gonna sub me, or he said, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and finish him in the first, or I guarantee you by the second, I'm gonna break him. So I'll finish him in the second. That's what he said, and I believe him. It makes sense to me. It's a good breakdown, in my opinion.
I mean, he said that about Curtis, bro. So look what happened. Got knocked the fuck out.
Nah, he was cocky with Curtis. This was like him really being honest, though. Like he said, it's one-way track. Like I remember him saying Curtis isn't on his level. He didn't say that about Muniz. He said No, he said either he's gonna sub me, or he said basically I'm gonna go ahead and finish him in the first, or I'm gonna break him and finish him by the second.
Shit, man. I guess Allen the move then. Fuck it.
Man,
I don't know if it's narrative or something, but one thing I did notice is that despite Muniz getting these nice finishes and shit, every time they fucking scheduled him on a card, he was on the early prelims or fucking opening up the prelims. Fucking Brendan Allen been sitting either on the main card or fucking right there at the end of those prelims in those featured spots. Like they're obviously giving Brendan Allen better spots and more love.
yeah, I agree with that too.
It's because he's all in, bro.
Yeah, and he's a pretty likable guy. Like if you're the promoter, like Andrew just said, he's all fucking in.
His
All right,
nickname, man.
I know.
You
All
can
right,
get Allen round 2 sub at plus 2,000.
really?
Ooh, Sprinkle City, boy.
Alright, but none of them been
Yeah.
sub before. That's like I feel like none of them been sub before. To keep it real, like I don't. That's why I shit plus 2,000.
I mean, I have here in the notes. I mean, everybody thinks that Muniz got the edge in the jiu-jitsu because he's got 15 subs. Allen already got 11 subs racked up behind his name.
Like I've
Like I
seen
don't.
Allen in sub positions, like when he fought Holland had him in one, but like usually when Allen is in one of those spots, it's like he's in a grueling fight. Like he's in a guy that's trying to dog him out. Like, and I just like Dawkins. Dawkins was a war. That was a good ass fight. That was a war. But like even when I look at what he was doing to Dawkins, right? Because I think he's got deceptive power personally. Like he sat here, he dropped Dawkins, right? Dropped him with the jab, everything. Like he hurt Dawkins, hurt him in the clinch. Like they were going at it. It was a bloody fight, right? Like he was up 2 rounds, 2 rounds though. And then in the third, then his cardio's draining a bit, and then Dawkins is able to get his back on the ground. But he still protected himself and he won the fight. Like I just don't think Muniz can handle a war like that with him grappling and all this extra stuff. I don't think so, man. If it goes down like that and they're brawling or whatever, I mean, I think Muniz just can't handle it. I just don't think he can handle it. That's just me. Maybe he'll dog him out.
Well, that's why I think that Tom Breeze fight completely fucking steered me on Allen because he goes for the back attack. He falls over. I have here in the notes that Muniz almost likes to fucking fall off of the back so that he slides into that armbar. Breeze did the exact same thing, goes for the armbar, and fucking Allen has good jujitsu. Pulls that fucking arm out, lands out in half guard, pounds his face in for a couple seconds before he goes and gets that sub. Like. That very well could happen to fucking Muniz. Muniz has given up positions like that. I mean, like I said, it seems like he likes to give up that back position. He says, "Shake me off so that I can fucking snatch up an arm."
Rodolfo Vieira got tapped out by Fluffy Hernandez, so I'll never say someone can't be tapped out.
That was perfect, bro. All right, 25 minutes on this fight. Miranda, what you got next?
Well, this was the common event, so we just got the main event, which is light heavyweight. We got Nikita Krylov, 30 years of age, 29-9, against Ryan Spann, 31 years of age, 21-7. They're both coming off a win. Nikita from beating Gustafsson, and then Ryan from beating what's his face? Damn, I just forgot his name, but we all know him. It's that one guy who allegedly almost beat John Jones. But anyways, Nikita's ranked number 6. Ryan's ranked number 8.
Matt Hamill, by the way.
No, no. That's who actually beat him, but no.
Dominic Reyes.
Yes, that's the one. Sorry, I
Oh,
was
gotcha.
All right. Well, Ryan is taller in any way possible. He is a 6'5" compared to the 6'3" of Nikita, 79 inches of reach against 77.5 of Nikita, 45.5 for leg reach against the 44.5 of Nikita. And if we look at the odds, they got Nikita as the favorite, minus 170, plus 140 for Ryan. In this case, I'm going to be taking Ryan.
So I got tape on this fight. Man, I don't know if this card feels like Dog City or what, but so I actually taped the shit out of it. I'll hit Spann first. first thing to say and note is both these guys are very active. The things these guys do, they've been doing a lot lately. They've been doing frequently. So Spann has big power in his hands. He has a high submission IQ on the feet. I say that specifically. On the feet, he's ready to put you in a choke. He's ready to drop a gilly. He's ready. He's ready to to transition to submission on the feet. He's got crazy strength. I'm not just talking about like punching power. Like he's got crazy strength, bro. He picked up Smith and carried him all the way across the ring and or octagon cage, whatever, and set him down by his own corner. And his shove kicks, bro. When Ian Kudalaba took him down, bro, he was able to push Ian basically all the way across the ring to get him off of him. I went back and looked at the Reyes fight. He hit Reyes early, hurt him right away, was patient, hunted him down. It didn't take long, but hunted him down, got the first round KO. He was ready to grab the submission. When he thought it was there, just proof of what I was saying, he was ready to grab it. Also notable, I don't know if it's true or not, Derek Lewis, I think, made this claim and then lost a whole bunch of fights, but he says that was the first time he took a camp seriously and the first time he trained more than 3 weeks for a fight. Then I looked at the Kudalaba fight. Proof that he's ready to transition on the feet to submission happened again in that fight. He let go of he let go of 3-piece early. I rewound it back because I wasn't sure, but I'm pretty sure now Ian was hurt. He shot the takedown. Spann got up. I mean, Ian was able to keep getting him down for a minute, but Spann was able to throw him off and get up. So, like, with the small tape samples that we've seen on him, it was nice to see that he can get up. Anthony Smith, Anthony just had his number. It was a statement fight for Anthony. That fight meant a lot to Anthony. Anthony is a finisher. He's finished like 32 out of 35 of his wins. Like, Smith is a finisher. If he's going to win, he's going to finish you. Spann didn't look bad. Ryan didn't look horrible initially. But once Smith cracked him one good time, it changed the fight. Dynamic of the fight changed. Then I went over to Krylov. Man, so I still think good of him, but I thought more of Krylov for whatever reason before I taped him. He's got good pressure and good work ethic. He likes to move forward. Even if he's getting hurt, he'll move forward. And he's good at getting top control. Problem with it is he has horrible top control IQ. Like, I cannot believe that he has 15 submissions. It's like my biggest unfathomable, like, what happened to you in all of the tape on this. Like, I don't see it. He does keep on the gas, but the tank does run notably slower as the rounds go on. I wouldn't say to the point that he gasses, but I would say borderline gassing. Krylov likes to be loose on the feet early. I don't know if he likes to see if he can outstrike people. I don't know if he's trying to feel power or see if he can gain the range advantage. Like, I don't know what he's looking for, but he throws this sloppy ass fucking front kick, like this shove kick in all of his fights. I actually think Spann will reach over it, maybe grab him and crack him for it. It's been caught before. I think Ozdemir caught it. He threw the same. Oh no, Craig caught it. He threw the same sloppy leg kick against Ozdemir. Threw the same sloppy fucking leg kick against Craig. Threw the same sloppy leg kick against Gus. Like, it's a tell. He likes to come out, let his fist go. Then he tries to. If you want to know if you hurt him a little bit, just if he throws the sloppy, just judge how sloppy the shove kick is, because it's coming, and the sloppier it is, the more hurt he is from the appearance. Like, I'm not saying that's a real science, but when you're taping him back to back to back to back, that's just what you feel. So he likes to exchange early. I think even if he does get cracked and takes Ryan down, I think Ryan can muscle him off, like physically strength him off of him. Even if Ryan's on bottom, I think he can do the Ian thing and push him off again. I expect the pace to be neutralized by Spann as soon as he hits Nikita. As soon as he hits him in the face, I expect that fucking pace to slow down quite a bit. I think Ryan has great power in his hands. And I think if Nikita does decide to come out and fight the loose 2.5 minutes that he likes to do at the beginning of the fight, I think Ryan devastates him. I don't think it makes it out of one round if that's the case. And again, I re-noted, I cannot believe he has so many submissions. His top game or his top IQ is horrible. My pick is Spann. My bet is Spann. My prop is inside the distance. My super prop is Spann inside the distance. Aussie's got his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, that was a perfect breakdown. I agree with everything you said. Spann is just a fucking guillotine machine, man. I think he's got 12 subs. I think 10 of them are by guillotine. Krylov's been choked out with every friggin' choke imaginable. I really think Spann sub. I've hit it twice since he's been in the UFC. Once at plus 1,500, once at plus 1,000. It's only plus 700 this time, but I just bet it automatically every time. Automatic Spann by sub. It's paid itself off. He's got to have another 20 fights and not get another sub for me to lose money on that. So I really think that's the bet. I know he's known for this big knockout power, but people, he's a big guy. He's so big. He's 6'5". He's used to being the bigger, longer guy. Krylov's 6'3", so he's used to being the bigger guy too, but he's not going to be in this fight. I think the reach and everything is in Spann's favor. And, these guys, I think they've had like 60 fights, combined fights. I think they've gone to the decision like 8 times combined or something. This isn't going the distance. So if you're looking for something just to add on to your parlay, you want a bit of action in the main event, just bet fight doesn't go and you can't lose. But I really think Spann sub's the way to go.
Man, at that pay rate, fuck, you can't lose if you've already won on it. Marin, what you got, bud?
Well, I mean, just want to say that I for sure agree with you. I already had Spann, but with your points, it makes me even more secure of betting Spann. Just want to say good night to everyone. Gotta head out, get ready for bed. But yeah, this was fun. See you guys next week. I'll talk to you guys.
Loser.
Later on, Marin. Thanks for sticking the card out, bro. We'll catch up with you in the chat. Anybody else on this fight at all?
All right, man. So is y'all on Spann because of what he did to Reyes, or y'all really on Spann? Like,
No,
I'm really on Spann
I
because
think
I watched the shit out of the tape, bro.
I think Spann can get the guillotine on him. Spann's got a nasty ass guillotine.
So what you want? You want Krylov, right, baby?
nah, I ain't fucking with this fight. Yeah, you try to get me on? Nah, man, I ain't fucking with this fight.
Yeah, I'm staying out, man. Like I don't trust Spann, man. Spann got
Oh
that.
man,
Spann got that soft spot on the back of his head, man. Like that's his kryptonite, man. That's Super Spann's kryptonite. Like all it takes is one exchange, right? They throwing hands and randomly, hit on the back of the head, and Spann end up getting knocked out. Like it's weird. Like that's.
Bro, I was just gonna say, man, I feel like he's a tad bit overrated. Like
people forgot that Alfonso Minifield knocked that fool out on the Contender Series.
Like no, it was Carl Roberson actually.
Carl
Like,
Roberson. Okay,
oh,
I knew it was
even
one of
worse.
them.
But it was the back of the head. Like I'm not
It was
even
that
saying
elbow.
Spann is bad. Yeah, like literally, like okay, he fought Walker, back of the head, bam, knockout. Fought Roberson, back of the head, knockout. Right, like all right. So then even when he fought Smith, like he almost got caught again. He did get caught actually. He rushed in, boop, back of the head, he got dropped. But don't get me wrong, like in my opinion, how they fight, Krylov doesn't sit down on his punches. Like it's not like Krylov is the type that can just wind back and say, hey, bam, I got you. But I did notice when I watched tape that Krylov can hit him on the back of the head, like, like he come in and then hit him with an exchange. But I don't know, man.
yeah, I'm gonna watch this for entertainment purposes.
Facts. Like I'm already gonna go through my little sweat while Muniz and Allen grappling, so I don't need to go through another sweat.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
Hey,
this shit
you
gonna
get
be
you
crazy.
milk every ounce of entertainment that you
And
can
am I
get
the
out
only
of this
one
card,
Wes is
man.
cutting up for?
Yeah, Wes is coming in clear for me.
Nah, I heard him perfect. I heard Andrew too.
Wes is was cutting up at the very end of what he said right there.
Not my
Like,
end.
Yeah, no, he wasn't.
Wes always cutting up. That's just personality, bro.
Nah, he was
Yeah.
good though. He
And you know
good in the
what? You
fight.
know what I didn't like either in the market. This is what I didn't like either. Like Span had a lot of handle on him too, man. Like I saw the line and like originally, like he had like 89% of the handle on him and everything, and then like I went on Bet MMA tips. That list is getting a little long with Span, man. Like a lot of people on Span. I'm like, nah. Everybody liked Reds last time. I'm like, nah, I can't go out like that. I'm sorry. I already got sweat with Allen. I already got sweat with that. I ain't going out like that. I'm
I
good.
personally
Hey,
don't
hey.
wouldn't bet him. I wouldn't bet his money line or nothing like that, or like that. But for DraftKings, he's like 7,800, and for his finishability, like his upside for finishing capability, like he's capable of throwing up 120 points and being the one that breaks the slate. So, like for that, I will bet Span. I will have Ryan Span in my lineup. But for like putting money on him to win a fight, like by a certain way or like that, nah. I'm too uncomfortable. He's just that kind of fighter. He's either going to get finished or finish somebody. But so is Krylov. I just think he's the more powerful person, and I just think he can clip him and jump on the neck.
So you're not gonna put Krylov in your lineups though, right?
No, I'm gonna have ownership on both, man, because more often than not, this fight doesn't go to a decision, and you want to be on whichever side is going to be the winning side. So you want to have ownership on both sides, just depend on how much you want. Like, um, yeah, just because like it's a high finishability, so it's the high finish rates, and also it could be a grappling match. So and wrestling and grappling does good in DFS. So yeah, like the guys and people you want to target in DFS are usually grapplers or people that are going to knock you out in the first round, just because of the high scoring tendencies.
Well, okay. Hey, you got like the over 1.5 with Brandon Allen and Munoz.
Yeah, that's another one. Like that one right there, you have it's highly volatile. Somebody's going to lose. Like Wes said, Brendan Allen capped it perfect for himself, saying that it's one way traffic either way. Somebody's getting their ass whipped. So that's the kind of fights you want to target in DFS. It's the fights that you can. I mean, it's always kind of hard because those fights are usually the ones that are uh, skewed in one way direction or the other one. So like somebody would be like 8,800, the other person would be like 7,500. So like if you're on the side of the dog of that fight, you think it's going to win by finish, you're looking good because I mean you're getting it for a cheap price. But it's hard to get all the upside ones, all the guys that had the finishing upside. It's hard to get them all in a lineup. So when you do that, you want to target fights so like that the dog does have a better chance of winning by finish rather than winning by decision because you just want that high finish rate.
Okay, okay.
Yep, I get it. It's about points over there. Anybody else on this fight?
Shit, I'm just saying, y'all know I usually put in my play super late. I already got the triple dog parlay going through. I
I'm
got
telling you
Ryan
this week,
Spann,
bro. I'm telling you
Brandon
this week, man.
Allen.
He had like 12 parlays going last week, man. Dude was just rolling in the money.
Go ahead. Let me hear it.
Let me hear it. You said,
Well, me?
Let's go.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you had them
Oh,
parlays going last week.
oh,
I'm telling
oh!
you this week.
I was saying it while Chase was speaking. Brandon Allen, Ryan Spann, and Dontel Mays. Give me them three dogs for plus 1,400, I believe.
Yo, I
Hell
love
yeah.
that. I
I'm
love
taking
that.
that shit too. Fuck it.
Oh
About to
shit.
be about to be plus 1,200.
Damn, by the time I get to it, probably plus
I'm
1,100.
taking
Fuck it. We
Dontel
gonna
and
take.
Brendan Allen for sure, bro. That's Dontel's gonna hit, bro. Just trust that one.
Yeah, like I think those two, and then Perez, man. Like Perez gonna go ahead and shake that tail feather, man. Man, like she was the original fave too. I feel like if I can get people that them original faves hit, man. Like, oh, you was the original fave. People just fading you. Cool. They hit, man. They hit.
Yeah, they do. Hey, Perez is strong as fuck. I'm like, man, I ain't gonna lie, I mistaped that shit. I watched it again. I'm like, oh fuck, I think I fucked up. I think I meant to.
Oh, so you
Huh?
got Haley.
Yeah, then I watched Perez again. I was like, hold on, let me double check. I was like, yeah, I think I fucked up on this one. So I was like, yep. I'll hold that L. I might shit. I might just. I don't feel like, man. I'm too lazy to put another bet in. I ain't gonna cap. So I'm like, fuck it. I'm just gonna ride this shit out.
And she's strong. People be thinking she a joke just because she like shaking her butt, but like I actually do think she talented. Like I don't think she trash. Like I think she talented. Like I ain't even joking about it.
I
I
just
actually
don't.
think she
I don't think she got real
got
takedowns. She's got like tripping against the cage, shove downs and shit. She's not. I don't see how she outpowers Cowan. Like I don't see it.
but you don't need much to take down Colin. Like Colin sucks. Like I mean, I'm just being honest. I don't want to be mean, but like Haley is not good, man. Like she shouldn't even be in the UFC, like at all. Like I mean, she just shouldn't be in the UFC. Like I think Dana just let her in because she got nice blue eyes. I mean, I don't get why she got signed. Like her fight, she didn't do well. Like she literally
Yeah,
didn't
I
do
thought she
well.
lost. I thought she low key lost that one.
Hey,
yeah, yeah, like I thought she lost too, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. When I taped it, I said, "Oh, this chick lost." Like, I really feel like at the end of the day, man, like for your first fight in the position that like she was in to go fight Edgar, it's no comparison, man. Like, I feel like if Perez was fighting that girl that Cowan fought, I think she would have one-way trafficked her. I think she would have clenched her up, took her down, did what she had to do, go to work. I'm like, and Haley was struggling against her, man. It was pathetic.
I kind of have the same train of thought. I mean, these are both, I wouldn't say promotable prospects. They're not prospects, but you know what I mean. Um, Allen got like a tough
Perez
Allen got a tough
promotable.
tough
Perez.
matchup in her first bout, and now she's getting like, UFC gives you a tough test so you can get good, get better. And now Cowan's, she's getting, someone who's been in there. So maybe this is her tough test, her chance to lose and get better. And maybe they promote them both. I don't know. I'm just thinking. But they
I
both
know, but
suck. Like,
Perez.
I don't know. I haven't taped it enough, but
Nah, but
They
Perez
both do the
promotable
same
though.
thing, bro. It's just who can do it first. That's all it really is, and who can do it 2 out of 3 times, because they're gonna go all 3 rounds. So it's who can get on top twice, because the first one to get on top each round will spend the rest of the round on top. So the first one to do it
Rest
twice.
of the round, though. I mean, Haley top control not that good, man. Like
Neither is Perez's, bro. You watch girls on the regional scene in Samurai get up 4 or 5 fucking times, bro. Neither is hers. It's fucking lame.
I can't agree with that. I seen like Perez dogging chicks out, man, like holding them down and just
The
grounding
one
them.
last fight, bro. The one where she landed the 3 illegal blows. That's the only one where she really held someone down, bro. That's it.
Nah, that's not the
I
only
watched
fight
it.
she hit. Bro, I can tell you a fight right now where she held the chick down. She was fighting that Brazilian chick, like, and she quit on the stool. She was whipping her ass, man. Like she took her down. That's the one where she was shaking her butt after she won. It's right there on YouTube. She had her hair pinned up. I don't know the girl she fought. She had like a short haircut. It's a samurai fight. She
Oh
was
yeah, I
dominating
seen that
that
one. I
fight.
seen that one. I seen that
Yeah,
one.
she was dominating that fight. Perez got some good, real good top control, man. Like she got good top control. Like I don't know. Even her striking, like I think her striking actually not bad. Like she got nice feints, throw nice leg kicks. But when she fought Edgar, she was being stupid. It's like you not. Why would you go in there and keep trying to clinch up and wrestle like a chick that's well advanced than you? If she would have just kept trying to strike, she would have had a better chance of winning the fight. But I mean, hey, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I think she can get her about it. We done talked about this, but I don't think it's a lock that it's going 3. I can't see a woman that's been finished twice by sub easily. I mean, easily, and just was almost finished by a sub in her last fight. I can't sit here and bank on you not getting finished, man. I don't know. That's just me. I think she might
So
get
Cowan
finished.
got subbed twice, and Perez got subbed once, and that's the locker. Fuck that.
By Edgar. Like Edgar is a certified judoka though, bro. Like she's like legit. Like Edgar's sub game is for real. Like this chick
Edgar
got
got
subbed
4
by
submissions in 11 fights,
bro.
bro.
This is
Like,
why I just said she's a judoka. Like she subbed Ronda Rousey. Like
she
Edgar.
got submitted
Okay.
by Bueno
Okay.
Silva.
Okay. Yeah, because Bueno Silva has a good sub game. Like Bueno Silva has great submissions. Like that's her thing. She just subbed Lena. Lena had never got
Doko,
subbed.
though.
I mean, yes, I'm saying, but she has good subs. So of course she subbed Perez. Like, why wouldn't she? But Haley doesn't have subs. Like, she doesn't have that in her arsenal. Like Haley is very easily subbed. Like, easily. Like, it's bad. Like, she can be subbed so easily. She got subbed by a soccer mom, basically. Like, it was like a 40-year-old chick subbed her easily in the gilly. Like, she has no sub defense at all.
I think I picked Haley because I thought Haley would control Perez. That I don't know, man. And I watched it again. I was like, damn, Perez pretty strong. Like she was kind of like muscling Stephanie and shit in some spots and shit. But she fucked up on the IQ and shit.
And that's literally what I saw, bro. Like that's why how I judged it, because I know Edgar not like easy, like especially as your first fight. Edgar, like from a strength standpoint, that's not easy to be muscling her and everything. So I looked at it how you looked at it. I'm like, well, if this is Edgar, and you're in there in the clinch having spots where you're holding her, you actually took her down, you had some top control. I'm like, who is bum ass Haley Cowan? Like she sucks. Like,
Yeah, dude. So I remember betting on Haley on her fight for Contender Series and feeling robbed after she won. So I'm feeling I want to get my money back. And also Haley's getting like 75% of the money. That's not a good look.
Yeah, it's not a good look, bro. Like, and I swear to goodness, like, I capped it before the lines came out. Like, I remember I capped it with no lines. Like, I was like, yo, I like Perez here. I don't even care. So when the lines came out and I saw she was a negative 150, I told my boy Will Betts down there, I said, watch this, bro. I said, people going to bet Haley. I said, because they just going to fade Perez. And what did they do? Boop, 135. I said, let me get that. I said, that's all you can do is fade her. And now, like, money coming back on Perez because they like, y'all tripping. Like, why y'all betting Haley? Like, she sucks. She's trash. It's not
Hey,
good.
don't get it twisted, though. Haley could probably pull it off still, though. She could probably still pull it off. Like you said,
I dig it.
Perez got IQ problems, so, hey, there you go.
Listen, but probably only if Perez takes a dive. We spent 18 minutes on this fucking fight now. I'm done with this fucking fight. Anybody got anything else on another fight before we cap this card off?
Who on Krylov, man? Come on, no love for Krylov?
I didn't hear anybody give him love, and that was surprising to me. I thought I'd be going against the fucking grain here.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll take Krylov, fuck it.
I'll take Krylov as a pick. I ain't betting the fight, but put me down for Krylov as a pick. Like, me and Baby with Krylov, and we united. Let's go. There's a moment.
Yeah, but when Baby says fuck it, I gotta ask. So fuck it, you gonna go bet him, or fuck it, you just say you take him?
Nah, I just think he gonna hit that soft spot.
So you gonna bet him, or you just gonna say you take him?
Nah, fuck it, I'll bet it. Shit.
Man, I ain't betting him, but on some pick stuff, I'm fading. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, I gotta fade you, Joe. I gotta fade you, bro. I don't know. I gotta fade you, bro. When you this passionate about a guy like Spann, and I'm looking at the market, and I'm seeing everybody.
I feel
like
you.
Spann,
I faded you last week in one big, so I feel you.
I faded you with Brenner in one big.
I faded a whole
you know
parlay and hit on you last week.
I crushed your dreams with Brenner, sir. When you had that negative 6.
Are we having a fade off here? Are we faded?
Brenner, we're gonna win that shit.
Man, all I'll say is I don't like Krylov's face. He looks like a fucking miner from the 1920s who's only been eating potatoes. I ain't fucking with
You
it,
had
man.
Jim Miller. It's nowhere. You had Jim Miller. I don't want to hear that.
First off, I didn't have Jim Miller. I said that Hernandez just needs to watch for that overhand. That when he got hit with like 15 fucking times. That's all I said.
Baby.
That was all I said.
Hey, baby. And weren't you there? I swear you said that Jim Miller parlay. You said that Jim Miller. You said that Jim Miller parlay looks good, man. You said that Jim Miller parlay looks good. That was your exact words.
Win. Go clip that shit. You ain't gonna send me searching for it. Go find it.
Hey, you got that, bros. You got that. You said Hernandez was free money, nigga. You was right. I mean, what's his name? Yeah, Alex Hernandez. Yeah, you said he was free money, and you was right.
West
What I
kept it
said.
pretty
What I
well.
said.
West said he thought he went to a decision. West said he thought that Miller won a decision, or Hernandez won a decision.
I said Hernandez was the one of the locks of the week, him and Fletcher. That's what I said. It was easy money. So it
Props
is
to
what
that.
it is.
Props to that. You were
Bro,
on.
you know Hernandez. You thought Hernandez was done for a second when he got caught in
Hey,
that
I do
run
got to
that he
say
took.
this though. My love for the old time fighters and hoping that they're still banging with the good ones is done with Jim Miller, man. That was my final hope. If he couldn't beat Hernandez and push the pace on Hernandez, I'm okay with fading the vets nowadays, man. Not that there's very many left, but I think that one took it out of me.
Who else we got left though? Because I need an old one to fade.
Clay Guida.
Oh
Who
yeah,
who
Guida.
who is Guida
Ooh,
fighting?
he fighting. Damn, I forgot. One of the new dudes, right? He like a prospect, right?
Yeah, he specifically asked for prospects. He said he wanted to start fighting the young and up and comers and
I
prove he
took
still got it.
Puelis over Guida. I took him in the sub. I knew that. I said, man, I saw Guida do is get subbed. I said, that's easy. I hope he fights somebody that can sub him.
Oh yeah, he fighting Rafa Garcia. Yeah, Rafa Garcia a lot, bros.
Yeah, I for all
Rafa
day.
Garcia lock. He's a lock. Yeah, that's a
Facts, he's all day. He could be 500. I'll parlay that shit. Like, let me get that. Like, that's easy, man. Guida is
Yeah,
cheap.
run that shit. Run it.
Like, who else we got? OSP done. He broke my heart, man. I said, God damn, you suck, man. He's washed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
pegged
Uh,
that
called
shit
you
right.
called Knight by sub and Fletcher by KO too.
Yeah, I had the KO. I also had inside the distance, sir. That's why I played it that way. So I knew I was still gonna make money. I wasn't tripping. I thought he was gonna KO.
No, I'm not disagreeing. He was a good pick. I was on Fletcher too. He cashed me 2 parlays, the only 2 I fucking hit.
Yeah, people were arguing about that. I'm like, oh y'all crazy. They were, oh, he's gonna gas. I'm like, gas
bro,
doing what?
Bro, so there was nothing to
Andrade
support that.
murdered my parlays, bro. Andrade killed me.
Yeah, I had
I
better,
had
but
like
that
4
was
parlays with Andrade. She killed every single one of them, bro.
So I didn't put her in that many. I did believe in her, but like I only had her in 2. But that's just because I don't. Bro, I did that. I can't remember who it was, but I fucking put somebody in like 4 of them one week, bro, and only had 5. And when they lost, I was like, well, this sucks dick. So I just don't do that shit no more.
I mean,
Hey, Wes, I
she
think
took
Wes
that
is
back.
right though, Wes. I think you're right though. I think that shit was a die because you watched the old girl what's that girl that hit hard?
So did you hear? I don't mean to cut you off, but someone said it earlier in the space. So she said that and I didn't go. I want to go rewatch it after the space is over. She said she had a wardrobe malfunction and that her breast came out, and that her natural reaction was to take care of that. And she had a moment where she took her mind off the fight, and that's where she got slipped. I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying that's what Andrade said, and I'm gonna go watch to see if I think that that's what happened at an angle that we didn't see it at. But like you'll be able to tell.
Man,
I feel like the body
Man,
language would tell us, right?
nah, she's got OnlyFans, man. Fuck that shit. She don't care about that.
But my thing is this, right? Like, I'm not saying Andrade like doesn't get hit. If when my breakdown, I kept it 100 when I really watched the tape. I didn't think she was gonna knock out Aaron. I genuinely didn't. I'm being fair, but the reality is like Andrade is not this chick that leave her chin up in the air like that. Like, she'll get hit, but she not. That was amateur-ish. Like, it's like, oh yeah, here my chin's here high up. Come on, Aaron, hit me. Like, it really was like that. Like, hit me. And then she just retreats and runs away. Like, that's how she got taken down. Like, she's like, oh no, the power of Aaron. And she's running away, and then Aaron hits the
ain't no
double.
way because she didn't walk backwards on Lemos. And I'm pretty sure Lemos hit way harder than Aaron. So I'm gonna leave that as that.
Thank you. Thank you. That's why I hate when like people argue and I'm like, that's just my opinion. Like, I'm not sitting there saying that because I lost. Like, oh my God, I lost night sub. My boy Will down there, he think that the night fight was rigged. I don't, but I'm not. I feel like I don't argue with these things because I don't know these people. I'm like, night is
So I
trash.
will say this. and to Wes, I giving him a little credit. I don't get in on the fixed fight shit, but when I seen it, I looked over and was like, something was funny about that. Like, and if it was the breast came out and she had to cover it, whatever, I literally said to my boy, I'm like, it doesn't make no sense the first round. And then she comes out and has that happen in the second round at that pace. There was nothing in the first round to me that indicated that, like, that, I don't know. It seemed weird. It did seem like something out of the normal happened or went, I don't know. It was weird. And I'm not just defending my pick, but fuck it, I got it wrong. I got it way wrong. I don't give a shit. I'll take it on the chin. Like, I don't give a fuck. I taped it and still got it wrong. Whatever. But, like, fuck, bro. Something seemed weird, man. With all my heart, man. I was just like, that just seems so fucking awkward like that. I don't know.
So, like, after that fight, I had to go to work, and I probably watched that fight maybe like 4 or 5 times back to back while I was there chilling at work. And one thing that I did notice is that in that first round, Aaron comes out and instantly starts trying to put the pressure on her, gets in her face and shit. When it gets around to the second round, and I think this is the only thing that can um, give us a reason as to why Andrade felt the power more or something. I got to give a little credit to Erin and her footwork in the sense of like she stopped playing right in front of her, was circling out to her right, and was landing the shots as Andrade was coming in. That's the only other thing because I think y'all right. I don't think she fucking hits harder than Lemos. You know what I mean? But just the timing, I think she did do a good job there at the second round, fucking having her follow her, circling out to the right, and as Andrade was throwing, she was coming back in and connecting with her.
Bro, with respect, like all respect, nothing bad saying about Aaron. There is no way she hits harder than Lemos. Like, there's
Yeah,
just
yeah, no, I agree.
no
I agree.
fucking way, man. Like, I'm not even throwing shade. I'll tell you the one that burns my ass from last week because, we got that little tape group, and all we really do in that little tape group is pick who's going to tape the fucking fights, right? And then we make a little sign-up sheet just so we make sure they're all covered because I can't do them all no more, right? So I fucking pulled the Parisian Pogues fight, right? And I was like, fuck. And I taped it. And like, thanks for the praise. Cause even like I think Dravi was saying, like, bro, credit to you. Or Gabe, someone was like, bro, credit for putting in the time. Like, it sucked to tape that fucking fight. And I did it for the group. And I didn't want to make a pick. And I said, Pogs is the pick. I said, don't bet this fight. Fuck this fight. I said, but if you have to, it's Pogs. Pogs is the bet. The over 1.5 is the bet. And Pogs by unanimous decision is the super prop. And I put in all that goddamn tape work. And I only put that motherfucker in one parlay, bro. Like, motherfuck. Like, God damn it, that burns my ass. And I'm not mad, like, because I missed the money. Like, with all my heart, I don't even know what it was. I don't give a fuck about that. I don't even know what the odds were. I don't give a shit. I'm irritated at myself. Like, I did all that motherfucking tape work, called all them fucking little props and shit. Didn't even bet them motherfuckers, bro. Motherfuck me. I mean, you get what you get, what you give. So I get nothing back because I put nothing out on a slip. But fuck me. That burned me a little bit.
Yo, did
Shit,
anybody
run it back
actually
this time.
see her nip slip out? I didn't see anything. Did any of you guys see that?
No, so I didn't go back and rewatch it, but the angle I remember seeing, if I recall, and Usman said he watched it a bunch of times. Don't you kind of see, like, isn't when Andrade, whenever what happens in the last sequence happens, Andrade does, like, she's turned away from the camera, right? You can't really see her when Aaron's taking her back and shit, right?
Not see.
Yeah,
I
yeah. From watching that, I could never
I
see
didn't.
any
I
tip.
did
Like,
not see a nip slip at all, bro. And she's, dude. I don't even know what she's talking about, bro. She's built like Franco Colombo. Like, there's no nip slip. Like, I don't know what she's talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about either. I just know that when I saw her running in fear from Aaron, I was like, okay. I mean, from the beginning of when
I
the fight,
can't even not laugh when you say it though, Wes. Like, when you say it, fuck, bro? I'm like, here he goes with the narrative, and then you said it
But
out loud, bro, and I'm like,
like,
But he's
to
right
learn
it
though.
sounds
But
so
he's right.
stupid when you say it.
bro,
But
I
he's
told
right.
my boy, yeah, like I told my boy Pepe because he cashed Aaron. I swear to goodness, I don't think people treat me like I'm an unfair guy on here, and I'm fair as fuck. Like when I actually do miss a bet and or whatever, I'll be like, hey, yo, this is my analysis of this, whatever. I always do that. But most of these mofos on here are like, oh, it was the value. I don't do that dumb shit. I actually keep it 100. But it's like people want to try to compete with me, some goofy weirdo shit. I'm like, at the end of the day, like, I would be honest if I think I was wrong for betting her. Me and because for real, when we was in this space, me and Baby was even like, man, I ain't fucking with that shit. I told Will Best right on the bottom. I said, bro, I ain't fucking with that shit. I said, man, nope. I said, nope. Even the line movement is like, nah, man. It's to the point like they know like, yo, this bitch taking a dive. That's to me, that's how it looked. Like, and I'm just sitting there like, nah, I gotta take Andrade. No,
So
I
with
didn't.
not being a line guy, because I'm not trying to say I am. I don't give a fuck. But what I will say is I took good note that like it bothered me that the line stayed so close. I don't know, just the way the line just sat there, bro. It bothered the shit out of me. Even after I taped it and was like Andrade all day, blah 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 blah. I watched the line like, no, it'll change, right? And it never fucking changed. Then I placed my bets, and I'm like, oh well, I probably got it good because it'll change near the end. Like, at what point is Andrade gonna rock it? Like, when is this gonna happen, bro? It just like sat. I mean, I know it moved like 20 points or something, but I don't know the way that line was. I don't know. It did bother me. Whatever I seen about that line when I was watching it all week, I'm like, this is fucking stupid. And I considered not parlaying it by the time I placed my bets just because I wasn't happy with like the return on it. And then lo and behold, I fucking had so she burnt me on two parlays. They were both $25. I could have cashed one out for like $76 and one out for like $155 right before the fight. And I swear to God on my life, I have a touchscreen computer, like a fucking plasma deal, and I like hovered the fucking screen and then was like, nah, fuck it, I'll let that shit ride. I don't know, just the whole time that shit bothered me, and it fucking burned me for not cashing it out. And I'm not mad. I don't cry over lost money. Fuck it, spilled milk. Who gives a shit? It's spent. It's spent. But like, I don't know. There was a moment there. I'm just acknowledging kind of what you guys are saying. Like, I don't know. That shit was fucking weird on that line for me.
Yeah, like I hate it. Like seeing all these like nerds and geeks like hyping up Erin and like saying things that she doesn't do. Like it just was annoying. And then what kills me is like I don't even dislike Erin. Like I won money with her against Miranda Maverick. Like of course I didn't say that while she was there, but I won. Like, like I don't dislike her. I'm not like a fan of her per se as far as her skill set. Like, my favorites are Santos, Manning, Tatiana, and Val. But with that being said, like, if I really thought that she could beat Andrade, I would bet her, like I really would, man. But like, I just think the chick took the dive. I really do. I still believe, but I chalk it to the game. I'm like, that's why I don't like main events. I swear I don't like main events. Only main event I'm touching is John. Next. I'm touching.
Hey, yo, so why that line ain't moving like big
Bro,
into that?
even if I lose, I'm hammering John. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
Even if I lose, all the shit I talk, I'm just telling you, I'm hammering John on God because fuck it. That's not a
That
lot for
shit
me to
ain't
hammer.
moving though.
It's a
That shit
couple
ain't
hundred
moving.
it is
bucks.
moving, bro. That line was like, all right, so basically what they do is they release the future. So the future was John. John was at 200. So like he always was 200, negative 200. But then there was people that was betting gone. So then like when they released what it got bet to. So it was negative 160 with the gone. So then now it's like, nope, give me John. And now John's 160. That's what happened. Like, cause
Okay. I forgot he be
yeah,
And
on
he
it.
was down to 135 at one point. Like,
yeah, he moving back up now to his original line, really, because most people think about it. They value boys too. Oh, I got Don at plus, money. John is haven't been fighting recently. And then you
fuck
see
that.
John at plus money. It's like, what?
Yeah, fuck that. Bro, so you said something earlier that hit with like my philosophy, and I don't go hunt for certain things like you do, but I see them when I'm sometimes and shit, and like when I see opening lines, bro, those are the lines, and I will say this, bro, I will die on the stake for this, bro. The bookies win. So when you see their original lines getting challenged greatly, bro, you should look at that. When you see their lines getting chopped down, like they don't have to give them like that no more. Like, oh, people are dumb enough to take it this low. Oh, people are dumb enough to take it this low. Oh, people, and that's exactly what happened. Like he just said, it went from 200 to 160 when they opened it on other books. Like, oh, we don't have to give it at 200. These motherfuckers dumb enough to get it to 160. So like, bro, when the books, when the books told you he's a 2-1 favorite, you motherfuckers can bitch at us John Jones marks and us we love them and all this and all that, bro. They told the bookies, the best guys in the world on the standard that they win more than fucking anybody, told you out the gate this dude is 2-1. He's been off for 3 years. He's moving up a weight class. This other guy was all the hype until John Jones showed up in the heavyweight division, bro. They're telling you John is still a 2-1 favorite, and that's real, bro. I think it should have been minus 250. That's my honest to God. Maybe minus 275, bro. That's my honest to God.
Man,
That's what
hell
happened.
no.
But that's what happened with Francis too, because really Francis was the negative 200 against Gon, and everybody bet Gon, and so then he becomes the favorite, and then bam, of course, the rest is history. But I mean, I know, baby, one. Go ahead, man. Make your statement. We talking about this fight. We love this fight, man. What you got to say, bro? Like,
I
what
mean,
you?
I was just gonna say, wasn't Jessica Andrade was a 2-1 favorite?
Nah, but she was a negative 190. But the difference is she took a dive, and everybody was like, they knew she took a dive. Like, I'm just being real, brother. Line movement was like that was some cross type shit. Like, it was some James Cross type shit, bro. Like, it was like, yo, money, 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 cool. And Charlie's taking a dive.
I mean, anyway,
No,
I
fuck
mean,
that. I play the other side of that coin and just be honest and say, just cause so she lost, and anybody can lose, and upsets happen. She was a 2-1 favorite, bro. Go watch the fucking tape. Really, I'm not being a smart ass. I'm not like being a dick. I watched the tape, bro. Go watch the tape. Like,
and I watched the tape with Gunn. He about to beat that ass on Jones, big dog.
but okay, so I'm not, baby. I'm not trying to say you wrong. What I'm saying to you is on what, like, where is it gonna happen? Not like tell me, is he gonna? Like, what is he gonna
See,
do?
you asked me
What
what
is?
he's gonna do.
Yeah, what?
That's a good question. I love it. What is he gonna do?
I mean, I just feel like
John's gonna stand there
Jones
and
ain't
say,
got.
"Come to me, bitch," because I went on the cards because I'm John fucking Jones, and I'm not being a smartass. John is gonna stand there because he knows if we just stand here, I'm John Jones, I win. Call it bias, call it whatever you want. So it is going to be a fight where Gon has to do something. What is he gonna do that Dominic Reyes didn't do?
Okay, okay. All right. So Wes, he made a point. Like, I ain't gonna lie though. I kept it real with everybody that grew up on seeing John Jones reign and shit. I kept it real. I got an MMA lady shit. But Wes mentioned something like, cause I noticed like from watching his fights from 2010 and between 2015, then I watched his newer fights like around like what 2019 or whatever. You could see the decline and shit. But Wes mentioned saying like that's how he fights and shit. Like he I guess he said what you say, Wes, like he didn't take those fights serious or like he
Yeah, because
underestimated.
it's like he's a type where, all right, like if John fighting a power puncher, right? Like when he fought OSP and he know OSP want to counter him, John not going to sit here and be aggressive to try to finish a guy like that. Like he just going to chill. It's going to point fight. It's going to be like a boring type fight. So like even when he fought Santos, he like, all right, he could wrestle him. He definitely could wrestle him. He don't want to. He like, well, I'm just going to beat you at your fight, but I'm going to chill on the outside. That's all I'm going to do. Like, that's why even when he hurt his knee, he could have took him down. Like, why would I take him down? And so after he won the fight, what'd he say? He said, yo, I just beat Santos, a kickboxer at their own game. That's the type. And then some fights, yeah, like his mentality is he's not that up for the fight. But think about like when he fought Gus again, right? He beat the fuck out of Gus because he knew like, all right, I had a close fight with you before. I want to crush you now. When he fought DC again, like he said, okay, I'm gonna finish you. Like, and then he goes and he fights these guys, and guess what? Then he ends up fighting Reyes, and it's like he kept saying it in the interviews. He's like, well, you're just an athlete. He's like, what are you gonna do to beat me, Dominic Reyes? That's what he kept saying. He said, you're just an athlete.
Okay, so let's say I didn't know that. So I didn't. Well, I actually didn't know that. So of course I'm gonna go with Gon and shit, cause in my head I'm thinking, oh, this dude declining. I don't know how John Joe moves, how he
So,
thinks.
so I don't mean to cut you off, baby, and I will not go on a deep rant. Give me my 90 seconds, bro. It's not decline, it's evolution. And that
Bro, I
makes
seen decline, bro.
Bro,
Like, how's
listen to
that
me. Every
evolution?
single time John Jones fights, he trains the way he changes the way heavyweights and light heavyweights train in every gym around the planet, bro. Every fucking time he fights. It's always happened. It's always happened. So what happened? I said this back. This is I think when Wes started fucking with me, bro. I said this way back in the day, bro. So what eventually happened is the same shit that happened to Michael Jordan, bro. Kobe Bryant existed because Michael Jordan existed. Kobe Bryant existed because he spent his whole childhood and early years trying to be Michael Jordan. So when he was able to step on that court with Michael Jordan, Michael understood, all right, you've trained for this your whole life. All right, you're here because of me. And Michael, age caught him and he retired, and it was what it was. John was still young. And John said, so here's what we're going to do. I'm not going to engage you anymore. Now you're going to chase greatness. Now I'm not going to come do the things that you've watched me do for 15, 17 fights in fucking 10 years. We're not going to do none of that no more. I'm going to stand here and you're going to come chase greatness. And he's done it very well. Watch Anthony Smith interview right after their fight. And he says, man, you can't get going. He just hits you. He pitter pats you. Every time you try to move your leg, he hits it. Every time you try to move your hands, he swats it. He never lets you get going at all. Dominic Reyes said the same shit, bro. Like, he has evolved. It's not that he's devolved. Like, and now I'm going to take my other 90 seconds because I want to tell Wes, that was solidified. I will find the interview for you. John Jones just did an interview and said the reason I left heavyweight is or light heavyweight is because I was uninspired. Because what do I want to do? Fight guys like Dominic Reyes that have spent at least the last 10 years doing nothing but training to fight me? Like, no, that's boring. That's not inspiring. All you guys want to do is just fight me. It's not about anything else. That's not inspiring to me. I want to go up. Like, even John's seen it, bro. Like, these guys have trained their whole life to come in here and try to just figure out how to counteract what I do. Bro, it's not, he is evolving. He is evolving.
All right, well, I didn't, like I said, I didn't know that, but of course, from what I seen, of course I'm gonna roll with Gun. I just don't think John John ain't got the explosiveness as Francis does to exploit what Francis did to Gun. That's just my opinion, but I guess we gonna find out because I'm like y'all talking about John Jones, he gonna come with it, so we're gonna see. But from what I seen a decline, but y'all say otherwise, but we'll see.
So
This is
even
my
if you
thing
have
though.
though, bro,
Like,
he's got real good takedowns, baby. Like, he's got great takedowns. I mean, and I know everybody's feeling like Gon is huge, right? What's Gon gonna walk at? Like 248? Bro, a lot of them light heavyweights weighed in at 230. I mean, I know
They
it's
don't
still
cut the
50.
heavyweights don't cut the 205 though. That's a big difference.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as feeling bodies and hitting people at that weight, bro, and feeling that weight coming back at him, it's not like it was a fucking 50-pound deficit from where
But
Gon's
cutting
at,
weight
bro.
and rehydrating back up is different from heavyweights. They don't go that low, bro. They, you know what I'm saying? They stay heavy. Like, it's different.
I mean, this is my thing though, right? Like, because I feel like everybody always want to see finishes or whatever. Like, for instance, he beat the fuck out of Anthony Smith too in that time. I almost forgot he fought Anthony Smith. So how did he like? decline if he dominated Smith, for instance. Like, he crushed those guys. You know, like, Gus didn't have bad takedown defense at that point when he crushed Gus. He crushed him. He crushed Gus' soul. Like, think about it. Gus didn't show any decline until after he crushed him. I mean, he crushed his dreams, man. It's like, wow. Like, I sat here, man. Yeah.
Wes, I don't want to overhammer it, bro. I've literally went through his career. Bro, people are different after he fights them. It's like a curse. I'm
But
not
y'all
even
made
saying
it seem
kills
like
them.
y'all made it seem like he fucked up what's his name? Santos' knee. Bro, he did that on his own.
No, nobody said that, bro. I'm saying that, like, he didn't decline. Like, it's like, all right, like, cause like I feel like you skipping over like these dominant fights. Like, he dominated Anthony Smith, he dominated Gus, he knocked out DC. He dominated DC, really, if we being real. Like, I think that people are biased, so they'll claim DC was winning. It's no way in hell. He was not winning that fight. John won every round and he set him up for the head kick. He knew, oh, I got him. And that's like, I mean, every step of the way he was setting up for that head kick. So
But
it's like,
y'all said every fight is I get it that some of these fights is not the same after John Jones after they fought John Jones, but Santos, that's a different story. He fucked up his own knee. Not
no,
because
like, I'm saying, like, man, like, all right, in Gus's situation, right? Gus sat here his whole career after that, right? After they fought that first fight, it's like, man, I can get that back. I just want that back. He wanted that back, and rightfully so. That first fight is a classic. Like, that's a classic. You could argue, say Gus won that fight. I'm fair. Like, I think it could be argued, but granted, like, Gus's problem in those later rounds, he had the same problem with DC. Like, it's when he needed to bite down on the mouthpiece and still kind of bring it in the later rounds. Like, these guys would take it away from him. DC did the same thing. So with that being said, damn, I want to fight Jones again. Then he fights John again. And what did John do? And the person could say it was the Picos. I have no problem with that. John sits here, takes him down and mauls him and beats him easily. So then it's like Gus hasn't, I mean, his soul was crushed. You look at Reyes, right? Reyes sits here. He keeps talking about how much he's an athlete and this and that. And, you know, oh, man, I can beat you, John. He loses the fight. What has he done after? It's crushed. He's not the same. He doesn't even like to get hit. It's crushed, man. His ego is crushed. So, I mean, like, DC's the only one that survived, but his ego is still technically crushed. He'll never
He had to
let
cry
down.
on camera to survive, Wes.
Right. Like, DC is like, even to this day, when he had the interview with Ryan Clark, like, he was just like, man, you know, I mean, to this, I'm just like, why did he have, I feel like he took this away from me. It's like, he's got to try to find excuses and everything. Even Rumble Johnson, rest his soul, even said, y'all can say what y'all want about John, but that head kick, man, that's not about any PEDs. He was like, man, that was well placed. That was strategic. So it's like,
not to mention, we've seen DC's test that before, bro. Fuck that. DC used to cheat too.
Of course, it's Mr. Olympian. Like, what Olympian freaking doesn't, you know? Like, I mean, I just feel like people discredit John. That's my opinion. I'm a fan of Gon. Like, Gon is literally my second favorite fighter. But in my personal opinion, John, and a person might say he ducked Ngannou fine, cool. I think John is like strategical, man. Like, I think he's strategical. And I think that he said, cool, I'm going to chill, you know, take these 3 years, get my body right. I think he was trying to get his body right for Ngannou. Like, I was scared for him to fight Ngannou because I said, man, Ngannou can crack him. And he not used to being a heavyweight. I genuinely felt that way. Like, but against Gon, it's like, what is there to be afraid of? Like, Gon just want to try to go ahead and point fight him. Cool. John been fighting people like that his whole career. Like, so, I mean, I just don't see it, man.
And I'm surprised. I wanted to go look because I'm like, nah, bro, John takes everybody down. Bro, in 22 fights, there are only 3 fights John Jones hasn't taken somebody down, bro. And one of them was the DC fight, and he took him down 3 times in the fight before that. So that's null and void. He just wanted to beat DC's ass, bro. Man. I just don't see it.
You don't think he's taking Gon down at all?
Nah.
That's crazy, baby.
Wow.
That's fucking crazy.
Okay.
That's
interesting.
He not explosive enough to take him down. Like
No,
clean straight.
bro. So Floyd ain't explosive enough neither, but he's a tactician, bro. John Jones is an elite level grappler, bro. Like I don't know what you think. Like he's
What?
fucking elite, bro.
That's two
He
different
took
things.
I,
DC down
I,
3 times in one fight in DC's prime, bro. Get
Bro,
the
that's,
fuck
baby's
out.
that's
watching
interesting.
Michael Jordan in the Wizards jersey. He's like, yeah, man, this guy's overrated, man. I don't know about this dude.
Like, let me ask you this
Yo,
though.
what the
I ask you.
fuck?
I want to
Man,
ask
you
you
got me
this.
fucked up.
I want to ask you this though. All right, who has trained right, been at fight ready with Cejudo, right? Like in these championship fights and all that, and has not got a takedown in these big time fights? Who?
I was gonna say Wade Lee, but
Yeah.
was it Wade Lee? Maybe.
No, it wasn't. That's why it's nobody. Like at the end of the day, these guys go to fight ready. He teaches them how to wrestle and all that, and they get takedowns and know how to go ahead and scramble and all that. That's what he do. I mean, that's what to see who's credit. He's a fantastic trainer. Even
Nah,
freaking
Zombie. It was Zombie.
Nah, he
Yeah,
even trained the chick that beat Dern, right?
He got Zombie though. He do got Zombie. My bad. So Zombie the only one. Zombie is a
yeah,
fail.
yeah. I got you on
Zombie
that
is a
one.
fail. Matter of fact, no, because Zombie was wrestling the hell out of Ige. So no, he wrestled the
But
hell out of
nah, but
Ige.
I'm talking about when he was fighting Volk.
So all right, so he wrestled I think when he was fought Ige, he was at fight ready. He wrestled Ige. And you're right, couldn't get Volk down. Well, Volk's better. Like it is what it is. He couldn't get Volk down. But like, I mean, like these guys, they're ready for these fights. Like, I mean, even Saldana's bum ass started getting he got a takedown on Bruno Silva and everything. I'm at fight ready now. Bet I can take a guy down. Like, and
Not to
John's
mention that
already
John Jones and Cejudo love to use that same fucking inside trip takedown. It's like John already had a fucking arsenal of different takedowns that he can go to. Now it's just learning how to fucking chain them, get them together, making sure that they all work together over there at
That's what
fight
he
ready.
need. That's what he gonna need to do is chain wrestle. Gun. I don't. That's the only way. But I don't. I don't know. I don't see it. But yeah, go ahead.
like
He could
so
also poke him in the
basically
fucking eye.
Man, this guy.
all right, like you think basically God is gonna
I'll bet it that he will.
like, and that's the thing about John too, though. Like, and we're not hyping this though. Like, so I mean, I respect it, but like, he's a ruthless mofo. He's
He's
ruthless,
a
man.
dirty motherfucker, Wes. That's why I
Right?
love him. He'll
He's
fish hook
ruthless.
you. He'll eye poke you. He'll
Oblique
knee
kick.
you in the dick. He don't care, bro.
I love that shit, man. Like, Rumble. I saw the interview with my boy, damn, man, what's his name, man? He's still mad about this. Rampage, there it is. Rampage was like, man, John, the dirtiest fighter in the game. Like,
I seen that shit, bro. He
yeah,
still will tell you that shit.
still mad about that shit, bro. My thing is, I love that shit because guess what? They fighting for survival. And at the end of the day, I got money on you. You're fighting for my money. You know what to do. Like, you look at when Gon fought Nagano, like, all he had to do was kick the damn knees. That's all he had to do. And guess what? What did Fernand tell him to do? Fernand said, don't do it. He said this in an interview. He said, Fernand said, don't do it. It's a trap. What the fuck? How's it a trap to not kick him in the knees? Like, I mean, if John was in that same position, he's taking his knees out, he's injuring him, and he's getting the belt. That's what you're supposed to do. Fuck
John
Philly.
fucking biting on them
Listen,
damn
if
knees.
John Jones, listen to
Yeah.
me. If John Jones could pull out a Swiss Army knife and nobody see it and stab someone in the femur 3 times in the middle of a fight, I swear to God he would, bro. He wouldn't even give a fuck. He's dirty. I
He'll
love him for
do
that
it.
shit.
He'll do it. And then if you look at Cejudo in the interview, and they know they targeting God. Like I think he said, man, yeah, you're gonna go ahead and rag it all on like a bitch. Like they know this. They know, like, man, I'm gonna go
I,
in, I'm gonna get him down. And I'm gonna
on
suck like that's
God, if John fought Bisping and knew he had one good eye, he would have only swung at the one eye, bro. Like he's that dirty, bro. He's that dirty.
Man,
He'd
y'all
have
yeah.
think
head
John
kicked
Jones will
at
do
that
all
eye.
that?
He'd have elbowed it. He'd have been like, I'm going to blind this motherfucker and beat him. All John cares about is that win, bro. He got 2 football brothers, bro. Like, what you think these motherfuckers do? They win. That's all they care
That's
about.
all he
Win.
do. That's
And
all he
he's the
do.
fucking run of the litter.
I just think at the end of the day, in my personal opinion, I think he's pulling a Bisping, right? Like
because Bisping, that was grimy, right? Like he was supposed to go ahead and fight Whitaker after he beat Bisping. That's what GSP was supposed to do. So GSP, he said, cool, let me go ahead and get in here, get Bisping, because Bisping is a good matchup for me. He gets the belt, then he doesn't fight Rob. To me, John is like laying out 2 steps ahead. I think he's like, cool, I'll take Gon. I know as soon, think about it. As
Bro, he's
soon
fighting
as,
Stipe.
yeah, exactly. So really think about this strategically. As soon as the guy who basically had his fallout, whatever, John, like, yeah, my body good enough to beat Gon. That's basically what he's saying. Like, I'm heavy enough to beat Gon. I'm good. Sign it up. Let's get it. A person could say he was ducking. I'm fine with that. But that's what he did. He knows it. That's the best fight for him. And then he's like, cool, I'm gonna take
I
Stipe.
100% agree, bro. He was like, oh, that one? Yeah, I got that one. No problem.
I got
Bro,
that.
dude's legs too skinny, bro. Like y'all don't want to talk about
Yeah,
that.
you tripping, bro. Like I really, I mean,
Did you
like,
All
bro.
really
right,
just
so
do
we're
that
gonna
skinny leg
transition
stuff?
because we're about to
What?
Nah,
hammer this
bro.
fight.
Come on.
Listen,
Bro, you
we're
can't
about
put a
to hammer
heavyweight with
this
Hey,
skinny
fight.
Joe.
legs.
What
Joe.
you got, Cade?
I want you to bring up my guy Dylan, Cane Town Raider. That is Terrence's stepbrother.
Oh, that's
Terrence
awesome.
McKinney's stepbrother. I tried to get him on tonight, but things came up. But he wants to introduce himself. We're gonna try to get him in here as soon as possible.
I sent him an invite to speak. Listen, here's what. So I want to transition out of the John Jones thing because we've been killing it. And Wes had mentioned that John strategically placed himself into the division. I'm gonna let Cade introduce his guest, but first I want to say this to Wes. So I found this out this week, and my jaw was a little dropped, bro. So do you feel like you could name 15 heavyweights in the UFC that questionably should not be in the UFC?
Hell yeah.
Do you think so? Do you think, and I'm not being funny, I'm not baiting you, do you think you could name 18 that could get dropped without hurting the reputation of the division at all?
Wow. So 18 that can get dropped without
Just
hurting the division though. So you saying, yeah.
just hurting like the high level competition. Could you drop 18 fighters and still have all the high level guys in the UFC, do you think?
Yeah, I believe so. Because you got
So
yeah.
what you just told me is you could drop more than half of the division. Tanner Boser dropped to light heavyweight. There are 35 heavyweights left in the UFC. With
I mean,
John Jones going,
outside of the top 15, who can you name anyways, bro? I mean,
that's my point.
realistically.
And I'm not, I try to be respectful. We always do. I'm not trying to dog these men out by the
Oh no,
masses,
I've
bro.
been saying for the longest time,
But
heavyweight division has been a dead division for a
bro,
while.
Juan Espino versus
35.
the world.
Nobody in this room is contesting that you could, I'm not saying you should, but you could drop 18 of them right now and still keep all of the elite talent. Nobody is arguing that, bro. 18 of them. There's only 35.
There's
Like
only like
You're
6
talking
elite guys
about
at
which
heavyweight.
division, Joe?
heavyweight.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Like 35 guys. Like I was like, oh wow, okay, 35 guys. And I'm like, holy shit. Look at the look at the separation from the top to the bottom. It's like there's two heavyweight divisions. It's like you have those guys, the top 15 or so, and then you have the other division. The guys who were bitching about the fights every week, probably gonna go the distance, were bitching about their cardio. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not dogging them out individually. But like these are the guys, they make up probably more than half of the fucking division. Like, man, I don't know. That just gives me some perspective on some shit I'm not sure about right now, but I got
Well,
some type of feelings about
the
it.
biggest issue with that, with being that size, if you're that size and you're athletic, you're probably playing college football, basketball. You've got other pro sports that you can go to for big money with less risk, realistically. So I mean, that's the biggest problem with that. Like the big athletes, like for the heavyweights and stuff in particular, are going to go into other sports.
Yeah, like that's why I think John is gonna beat Gon, then go ahead and beat Stipe, and then put the middle finger up. Like, yeah,
That's
man,
it, bro.
I'm
Curtains.
retired.
I swear to
Yeah,
God, Wes. That's curtains, bro.
yeah.
I'm the fucking GOAT. I quit.
Yeah. And that's why I think he wants DC. He's trying to bait DC to go ahead and make sure he commentate. He probably wants him to interview him because he's gonna
Bro.
he's man, he is a very strategical guy. Like he's looking at this like, look, I'm gonna be the guy to finish God. And guess what? That's gonna be his middle finger to Nagano. Like, look, I finished him. You couldn't finish him. I did. He's going and I know John. These literally are my two favorite fighters. I love John, but
I think even if John beats Gunn, he's gonna still. I think he's still gonna fight though.
So am
no,
I the
those
only
are saying
guy
he's gonna
that
fight
thinks
Stipe after.
am I the only guy that sincerely with all his heart thinks that John Jones is the type of guy that would tell DC, yo, bro, you should call my fight and yeah, I think you would be non-biased. You do a real good job. You do a real good job. You should do that job just so that DC has to talk about how great John is to keep his job. Like, am I the only guy that doesn't see how fucking GOAT John Jones is for like, bro, he's the greatest ever. Highest fight IQ in history. That man is still winning the war. The war. He is winning it.
Hey
That is
Joe,
nothing about DC.
And he got
hold up,
Dana to pay him.
Wes. We told Katie can bring his man up like 10 minutes ago.
Yes, we did, and I kept babbling, and that's wrong, bro. Kate, do your
Hey,
thing, bud.
we know how the John Jones. Hey, look, I already knew, bro. I said, all right, it'll be like 20, 30 minutes. John Jones is being talked about. But but no, actually, a couple months back, it got brought up that I would get Terrence in the space. I would do my best, and he had a fight coming up, and he had a lot of stuff going on, and so my man Kane Town knows Terrence very well. They're stepbrothers. He watched Terrence grow up. He said, give Terrence till after his fight. Terrence had a rough fight and stuff, so I wanted to give him some time. And I was trying to get him in tonight, man. That's why I asked earlier about the invite thing, but it was kind of late. So he's gonna try to aim for next week, but this is my guy right here. Kane Town, if you want to introduce yourself. The host of the space is Joe. Great guy.
For sure. All right, what's up, you guys? Kind of this is my first time even being in on your guys' show. I see there's some knowledgeable guys in here. I fought for a few years on the amateur level, and I trained with some, a few different, fighters that are in the UFC now and in the past and all that. But yeah, my dad and Terrence's mom were married for like 4 or 5 years. And me and Terrence still remain close to this day. So I was talking to him today. Kind of, how messaging back and forth on social media can be kind of just miss each other. One's on, one's not online. But he did say he'd be down to do it. So next week I'm gonna do my best to make sure he's in here for you guys.
That's
Right
fucking
on, man.
awesome,
That's
bro.
awesome.
That's absolutely awesome. If he does indicate he wants to do it, and Kate could hook up a time or something, we'll make sure we're properly prepared. Like, I don't care about the rough loss or anything, bro. Everybody in this space real big on Terrence. It's
Hell yeah.
we all real big on Terrence.
I have a little bit of insider news though. It might be a little exciting. I talked to Terrence's mom after the fight, and she said she thought he was out turning up the night before. And so, last night was my birthday, and I had invited Terrence out to the bar with me, and Terrence said that he isn't drinking no more. So I think Terrence is starting to kind of live more like a more healthy way for the fight game, and I think you're going to see a big, big improvement, and I feel bad for the next person they stick across from him.
Man, that's exciting news. Just fuck the fighting game, bro. Just getting healthy and coming to that age. I know he's young, so coming to that age where you realize, like, all right, I got a job to do and I can do this if I take it serious. And That's
Facts.
just awesome to hear he's at that point in life. That's
I mean,
fucking
in
Yeah,
real
awesome.
talk too, like there ain't no shame in it, bro. This is the fight game. Shit happens. He fought another killer. You know what I'm saying? So I
yeah.
mean,
Bonfim is gonna. I mean, I wish they would stick Patty with Bonfim.
Yeah, real talk. Real fucking talk. That's not a
Yeah.
lie,
If
bro.
if if Patty takes that Dober fight, I don't feel like it's a very smart fight for Patty.
Oh,
So
you already know, man.
That's a burial, man. Like, it's no way he can beat Dover. That's a freaking burial, man. Like one
That's that
round
Tito
KO.
Ortiz gravedigger shit right there, brother.
Yeah, Patty's gonna take them white ass hooks at Dober. Dober's just gonna eat those motherfuckers.
He got a chin
super.
like you think he's got a chin, man. He got that chiseled jawline and it holds up, brother. Holy
Taporia,
shit.
Taporia cracked Dover's 10 for sure, for sure.
Here you go with this Tapuria stuff, bro. Like, you gotta stop bringing him up, bro. Like, Evlov gonna handle him, but that's a whole nother story, bro.
Fuck no, but all
I
right.
mean, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, bro.
Patty
Like,
certainly don't want Topuria.
you messing up your credibility in front of the new guests, talking about some God can beat John and all that. Now you bring up Superior, man. Come
Who
on, man.
who who do you say would beat John?
He said God can beat John, man.
Uh,
I didn't come clean though. I come clean though, Wes. I said I didn't see John Jones' era, so I came at
Bro,
him
you
late.
I
saying
think
Kobe? You saying Kobe can beat Jordan? Basically, that's what you're saying.
I think that Gon has a better shot than a lot of the guys that John's fought. But if John is even half of what he was at 205, he's gonna get this one.
So he kind of like he up there in the air with Gun too, low key. So y'all can miss him with that bullshit.
Yeah, I see a lot of people on Gone, to be honest with you, D baby. I mean, you're not alone. Like
Here's
there,
what
there
it
there
really
are a
is,
lot of people out there that are on him.
I'm gonna be
Trace.
real, man. Like
No,
right now.
wait. I gotta be real, baby. What that is a whole bunch of people who didn't watch John's era that
Facts.
just don't want to be wrong. They're like, oh well, John, he looks good. I know John is John, right? Yeah. John is John, but John looks good, right? No, he doesn't. John
no,
looks
but
good.
hold on, baby. He did say something that was very key though when he said that. He said Gon has a better chance than people John has fought recently, but even if he's half of what he was at 205, he's got this.
Well, the
Bro,
biggest thing about John and everybody he's fought says it. Like John's fought elite strikers, fucking killers, man. Like Vitor Belfort is a killer.
Yeah, he's got
bro,
John
he
You gotta
Jones'
fought
arm
ask.
snap.
TRT Vitor,
Hold up,
bro.
hold
He
up, hold up, hold
He,
up, hold up. But they all say the same thing. It's when you get in there, you don't realize it until you're in front of him. Nothing you do can get started. You can't get started against him. It's like his presence alone in that cage is enough to stop people. Like there's just something about being in that cage that it's just I guess because he's always touching you and you're like, when's he hit me? When's he hitting me? He just completely shuts people down mentally and physically in the cage.
A literal
100%.
hitman. A literal hitman, bro. Come on.
on God with everything in me, bro. So I've watched I'm a John Mark. I've watched this highlight. I see a new John Jones highlight reel. I've already seen all the highlights. I'm like, ooh, maybe they got a different camera angle from somebody's cell phone. Let me watch this whole clip. Like whatever. I watch them all, right? But I've been a fan for a long time. And I haven't, I'm not tooting my horn, bro. I've been like a hardcore fan for longer than I could try to explain. I don't know, for a long ass fucking time, right? And you get to know fighters, and I've watched Ariel since he was like in his mom's basement, basically, and like you see fighters, and you see it. We've seen our media grow, and you get to know people. And like one guy who I think is a really good guy is Shogun. Like I actually think he's a good guy. Like I really, I do. I know he fought to the end. His spirits. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about him as a person, though. I like him, and when I went back of fairly recent and watch the Shogun fight, bro, I actually feel bad for Shogun. Like, John really broke him, bro. Like, and he just didn't have the heart to stop. And like, he would try to come forward, and John was fucking him up. It was exactly what me and Wes are talking about. Like, you get in close with me, I'm gonna hurt you. Not I'm gonna hit you, I'm gonna hurt you. Bro, I swear to God, bro, I don't get into fights like, oh, I feel bad. I don't care about none of that shit. It's the fight game. But like looking back at it like history, knowing where these guys are at, bro, John broke Shogun. He fucking broke him, and you can see it in that fight if you're watching for it.
Did you notice that when John put him down that last time, right after it got stopped, Shogun started tapping, and he didn't know the fight had gotten stopped yet. He was tapping after he got hit with that body shot in the knee that put him down.
Yep, 100%. Like he really, I'm not trying to like be dramatic, bro. Like it's go watch it with the mindset of, man, Shogun's a good old guy. Let me see where his career changed. Watch it with that mindset. You'd be like, God damn, this young man fucking changed his career. Like, I don't know. John did it to a lot of guys. Shogun's just the one that sticks out for me. So like, you're gonna have guys like me. Even if Gon could beat him, bro, John was supposed to lose to fucking everybody. He became a big favorite, but these are guys that were supposed to just fucking murder him, bro. And he just fucking made work at every one of them. So, like, even these guys who trained 10 years to fight him that were coming up, the Dominic Reyes's and Thiago Santos, I don't care if he just said, no, stay there. Just stay there and don't get started, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. He wins. I'm not even trying to, like, he wins. He's the most winning motherfucker ever. All that dude does is win. So, like, I cannot bet against John Jones. Never, ever.
Can you imagine if he comes out here with one punch knockout power?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Can you imagine if he comes out even with, like, drop you with a
Just sit you on your
straight
ass
jab?
more?
Yeah.
I
Like,
can't
just
wait to see those oblique kicks again, man. I can't wait, man.
Hey,
so I'm really excited about that. Like, these heavyweights aren't used to someone trying to take their knee out. Fuck a calf kick. Break the knee. That's John Jones. Cobra Kai, baby. Fuck that.
Hey, Joe. So the last 2 weeks we've finished off the space talking about John Jones. Can we spend some time talking about how my guy Gaethje's gonna knock Fiziev out?
I just want to touch on this last thing with John at least. Like, I just at least want to say this. Like, I think some people don't look at the coaching aspect though. Like, I mean, like, Fernand is a fuck up. It is what it is, man. He's a brilliant mind, but he's a fuck up. Like, literally, like, his guys in big fights lose. He's 0-3 in big fights. He had Francis against Stipe, lost, wasn't prepared for the wrestling. He had obviously gone against Francis, right? No, it's a trap. Don't hit the legs. Lost, right? He should have known that boy would have had to try to wrestle, right? He had Imavov against Strickland in the big fight. Lost. So now you're telling me that John with Cejudo and Fight Ready, they win. You ain't telling me he's going to lose? He's going to finally get his big win? No. Fernandez missed the fumbles. All he does is fumble.
And I got to break the news to Cade. Fiziv's about to put it on Gaethje.
We've all broke the news to him, bro. He doesn't want to hear it.
Wes,
We've
tell
all
him about
broke
our
the
market
news.
value.
You hear him? Wes, fucking get him.
Let's go.
Wes, that's how worked up we got him, bro.
Gaethje, baby. Let's go.
That's how worked up we got him right now. He's like, I can't even do it. My blood pressure will spike.
Nah, bro. Gaethje open as a negative 200, man. Like, they know, man. I'm sorry. War Gaethje.
Fiziv's a live dog.
That's an easy fight to catch. Fiziev all
I can't.
day.
You know what? I shouldn't even have done it to myself. I can't bring Gaethje up without my. Joe's right. My blood pressure started. Dude, I'm about to get my big ass heart attack.
Kate, tell him about the market, Kate. Tell him about the market.
Wes. Fiziev's the dog in this fight?
He the dog. Well, no, he the favorite now.
Okay, but I'm about to say, how is he the fucking dog?
He opened as the dog. Gaethje was a negative 200, like a negative 220, something like that.
Gaethje ain't that guy, bro. He be winging shots.
I
Man.
mean, y'all can say,
Fiziev.
man, you can say what you want, Fiziev, my boy, but when the bookie do that in the UFC, I'm taking the person that was the original favorite.
So here's what I'm gonna say.
He can definitely knock him out. I mean, he can definitely knock him out.
But not if the bookie says so.
Listen,
more often than not, he loses.
Wes was on Fiziev till he seen that bookie shit. I do want to say that I'm not calling him out. Like, bro, he was like, fuck Gaethje. Then he seen that bookie shit and he was like, whoa.
I remember it vividly. He was one of the ones in the chat. Actually, he was one of the
was
19 members in
hammering
the
you,
chat
King.
laughing at me, and then 2 weeks later, I was like, wait a second, now Wes is on my side about Gaethje. Something must have happened. So then I hit him up. He's like, yeah, look at this market, this, and that. I'm like, all right, well, I'll take it. Shit.
K woke
Man,
up, opened the
I'm
chat, and was like, "This motherfucker stole my side." That was
I'm just being honest, man. The only time that I haven't seen that hit is like against your boy Waldo. So that it didn't hit with Waldo and Vanderaa. It didn't hit with Waldo Vanderaa. It didn't hit with Gordon and Patty. So those are the only times that I haven't seen it hit. Otherwise, in the UFC, when a person is like a 200 fave or something, and then it goes the other way, that 200 fave was the winner. It's like it's the truth, man. I don't know.
Anybody giving Jeff Neal a chance in hell against Rachmanov?
I give him a
Hell,
chance, bro.
hell
I give him
yeah.
a chance. I give him
I
a
do
chance.
too, bro. I give Jeff a
But
Yeah.
chance against anybody, bro. I don't know why I believe in that dude, but I believe in that dude.
I give him a slight
Okay.
chance, but I don't think he's gonna
I think
win.
Rachmanov's gonna fuck him up.
I think it's gonna be competitive because like I think they're just gonna mostly fight in the clinch, but I think that he doesn't throw enough volume to beat Shafkat. That's my only problem. I don't think he throw enough volume against those kind of guys.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna go to decision. I think everybody think that he gonna finish him. I don't think he's
Jeff
gonna
Neal
finish
Jeff
him.
Neal has the skill set, I think, to beat. I can't even say his fucking name. I'm not even gonna try.
Shavkat
But I
Rachmanov.
think I think he has the skill set.
I'm gonna take the over. Like it's gonna be 1.5. They dumb. I watch it's gonna be 1.5. He's not finished. I don't think he finishing Neil. This is gonna be his first decision win. I think it's like a low budget Hamzat Burns type fight. Like I think basically they're gonna go to decision and it'll be his first decision win. Because I can't see them letting Neil win the fight on the cards, no matter what he do. Like he gonna have to knock out Shafkat to win, man. They
Out
not.
cold, Wes. He gonna have to
Yeah,
knock him out
you
cold.
got to. You gotta go
Yo,
knock him
y'all
out.
see this? Y'all see this clown holding up this sign to Dustin Poirier, saying
Yeah,
that
man. That
your
shit was
wife
awesome.
sent me DMs.
Bro,
Like
but
this dude really thought he was about to high five. I'm like, are you fucking retarded?
dude,
Like,
me and
dude,
my
that's a
pops were
slap you
just talking
motherfucking
about that.
mouth and sight, bro. Like that's some disrespectful shit,
Nah,
bro.
Trace, me and my pops were just talking about that. How many times is a grown ass man gonna stand for somebody talking about being in his wife or in his wife's deal? Sooner or later, this man's gonna snap on somebody, bro.
Yo, his wife threw the whole bundle of beads and was grabbing his ass to make sure he wasn't going nowhere.
Bro, I'll be
She already knew
100%
he was
honest
coming off
with
that
you.
Jeep.
With way more respect for Dustin Poirier than that guy had, bro, I would never do some shit like that. Where I'm from, you know what you get for that? You get your ass beat by the UFC fighter that was driving by. Like, what the fuck was that guy thinking? Like, I feel like even if Dustin would have clocked him good enough to be like, we're going to court, the judge would be like, fuck is wrong with you? Like, bro, you can't do no stupid shit like that. He deserved that shit. I wish he would have got him better.
And
100%.
bro, the headline was misleading a little bit. Dustin really didn't smack the shit
Yeah,
out.
he looked like he got fingertipped by
I
the
gave him a
dude.
little
He got
pop.
him in the hand. It didn't even hit him in the face.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that thinks that Connor did all that because he actually wanted his wife, though? I mean, 'cause his wife's attractive. Like, I feel like Connor was hating. I think Connor
Well, I
actually
feel like Connor's definitely a swinger, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that
just
dude's definitely smashing down other stuff than his wife.
well, and
Apparently that's the new thing for him.
I
Just
think
ask
he's
Danny.
probably honest to God, I think Connor probably has a little bit of envy of Dustin. Like Donner Connor, I mean, I know there's the money thing, but like when you look at the career, right? Connor came out hot, fizzled out, and Connor probably won't be remembered other than the sellability. But like in 40 years, when no one fucking remembers these guys and they're looking at numbers, Connor will
Connor
have the
transcended the
chance.
sport, baby boy. Connor's the Michael Jordan. He will
He
always be
won't be
remembered.
on black and white though, Trace. He'll
Hey,
only be in
can
a
I
few
ask a
blimps.
question? I actually have a serious question because I know Joe was kind of on my side about it, but not a lot of people were in the chat.
What's
But
that?
now that if that fight truly is at 155, does anyone side with me that Michael Chandler is going to beat the brakes off him?
Bro,
Bro,
have
he's
you
gonna
Hell no.
beat
seen
the shit out of him.
have you
Not a
seen
chance.
Connor? There's a picture of him next to Wonder
Yes,
Boy.
but cutting to
Homeboy is gonna be
155, bro, is
100%
a lot.
155. He's gonna be a full on, real legit 155 pounder. Like he is massive now.
Yeah, Connor's gonna do him kind of the same way he did Chad Mendes. That fight is
Exactly. That's
gonna be very similar to that fight.
perfect analysis. That's a good point
Chad
of view.
Mendes didn't have the power Michael Chandler possesses.
I
What?
Michael
think
Chandler.
At
so.
Chad
145
Listen,
he
Chad
did.
Mendes has some power in
listen.
the little orange
Evidence,
boy.
I think Michael Chandler's power is more than people think.
I mean,
bro.
And
yeah,
I'll
You
say
because
just
this, Connor
he's at
did look like
55. But Chad Mendes' power was just as relevant at 45 as Michael Chandler's is at 55.
All respect to your brother, man. That's the real T Rex. Chad Mendes had the shortest little muscled up arms I ever saw, man. But that boy could crack.
yeah,
I'll say
but
this though, like to me, Connor, like he does look washed, as in like physically, like looking at him, like when he was punching the stuff on the little Ultimate Fighter, like he looks like a coked up dude now, though. Like he looks
It's
like he
because he's
just
in that tight ass suit. He could barely move.
But
yeah,
if you
but
guys,
like his like on some fighting style, like how they match up supposedly. Yeah, I agree with you. Like I think he just snipes Chandler, knocks him out. But like
Yeah.
just
no,
looking at
that
that
could
in that tight
definitely
ass
happen.
suit,
Honestly, I think it looks a lot closer to the Eddie
Eddie
Alvarez
Alvarez,
fight. Yeah,
boom.
I think it's a
Oh,
highlight reel knockout.
I
if he
don't.
does
At
him like he does Eddie Alvarez,
155,
Connor's come. If he does him like he did Eddie Alvarez, Connor's looking for a title shot.
Oh,
bro.
he
I
Since
mean,
100%
Connor went
is.
up to
That's his full
170,
intent of coming
people
back. Is
people may call me crazy, bro, but this is the way I see it. If you really watch Michael Chandler when he was the champion of Bellator, he fought differently than when he got to the UFC. Everything that he's done since he got to the UFC is
oh,
just
he's
try to
open
make
about that. You're
he
not
just
wrong.
tries to make a highlight. He's trying
Yeah,
to fight. He comes out and
absolutely.
fights this stupid, insane pace, and all he gives a fuck about is the roar in the crowd. But
Yeah,
then, but to me, it's like he works hard, man. If he really takes this Connor fight seriously and he stays composed, and this isn't about the fucking war, this is about the win for his career, then to me, I think Michael Chandler beats his ass.
I don't think it's about the win though. I think it's more about he's willing to put on his body on the line for the show because the
yeah.
more violent he is, the more money he gets on them next contracts. So he's
And if
willing to throw everything on the line for his family
Yeah,
for
but
security.
Trace, you got to put this into perspective too. This guy's won what, 2 fights in the UFC, and the two guys that he beat, he should have beat.
He may have only won 2 fights, but he's probably won what? How many fights has he had in the UFC? I guarantee every
5,
one
I
of them was
think.
of the night rewards. He's probably got other night rewards in every fight he's been in the UFC.
pretty
Yeah.
close.
So, but listen, man. So here's the thing. Connor went up to 170, and he looked great physically, strength wise. There's really no arguing it. He looked really good. And after that, everybody around him. You can go find interviews of Kavanaugh, of everybody that had any input saying Connor should not go back down to 155. Then he went back down to 155 and he didn't have the punching power that he needed. Then he went back down to 155 and said, "Oh, I'm going to do it the healthy way this time." Yeah, fuck you. You look smaller than you should have because he can't get there and stay swole, bro. They would have done it against Dustin. I mean, saying that, oh, he's going to fill in now, bro. You think he didn't try to fill in for Dustin? He already was 170 monster when he fought Cerrone, bro. So, like, there's no way. And when you look at Chandler's cut to 155. He looks better doing it physically, mentally, hydration wise. He looks better doing it. I favor Chandler at 155.
And
At
Chandler,
170, Connor knocks him the fuck out. I believe that. But at 155, it's Chandler all day.
and I know styles make fights, and everyone's got different styles that make fights. I get it and all that. And you can call me crazy, but Chandler had Dustin Poirier in more trouble than Connor did in both their fights.
I mean, except the first fight when Connor slept him.
Yeah, but that wasn't. Dustin got much better.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
that's a weight class ago, and arguably if they go up 2 weight classes ago. So like in fucking many years, in a few losses for Connor since. So like I don't know. I'm not trying to knock Connor. I don't hate him. Like I've had a lot of fun cheering against him because he fucking irritates the shit out of me. But like he's good for the sport. I love the eyes he brings, but
Oh, I
like,
can't wait to watch The Ultimate Fighter. I've told everyone that. I think it's actually going to be good. A lot of people knocked Michael Chandler being the other guy, but I don't know. I kind of been watching like Chandler videos. I think the humor is going to be pretty funny. I think this is going to be. I mean, a lot of people don't watch The Ultimate Fighter. I can't help myself, but I think this season's about to be dope.
Oh,
yeah,
I've
I
watched
watch it.
every season since the first one, man. I've never missed a season, and I've
Good.
even rewatched like 20 of the seasons during COVID, at the very beginning when we were locked down.
I know
You know,
Wes is laughing
I
at us
live
because he
and
don't even
breathe.
watch that shit.
I live and breathe this sport, baby. I don't miss nothing.
Does
Contenders
anybody
series.
think?
Yeah, I never watched that shit, but I watched the highlights like of Connor and what's funny. Like, I'll say that. Like if he's got funny clips on YouTube from this season, I'll watch that.
Does anybody think the fact that Connor has to be stuck, not not being as free as he normally is because he's stuck to the house, not stuck to the house, but he's got to be around MMA every single day, and I don't think that's been the case for a long time.
Well,
He's gonna. I think that's gonna make a difference, and he's probably gonna be training a lot more going into this fight than he has in his last 3 or 4 fights.
he was the coach previously on the season with where his buddy or the ex buddy, I guess, the goat, the Hammer,
Artem.
won that
Artem.
season. Yeah, he won. That's where he came from. Was the Ultimate Fighter. He was
All
the coach
right,
of that season. He was actually a pretty damn good coach on that season.
so since we're talking about Connor and Tough, I've got him on the dirt sheet, and I'm gonna try to. Man, we're running. I'm not gonna hit the whole dirt sheet tonight because we're running late. But so apparently Connor kicked a bunch of guys off to bring his own guys on, and then he denied throwing anybody off, and then he went back and said, uh, "Wendell is out, Rudy is out, Janie, you're gone, Stefan, I like your hustle. That's why it was
You
so
were the
hard
hardest
to
to
cut
cut.
you." Yeah. And then Daniel Rubenstein, who's the manager of Ruby Sports Entertainment, tweeted that Kevin Cross, Mitchell Ramirez, and Brandon Jenkins were all got pulled off to make room for 3 of Connor's guys on the show. So if Connor cut 4 and removed 3, that motherfucker went in there and chopped 7 heads. That's probably like almost half the fucking show. Like that's ridiculous. And I did see a video where one guy was I can't remember his quote, but he said it was like they were cutting people everywhere. Connor was just doing whatever he wants or something. I don't know. It seems a little ridiculous. I do know he brought at least one guy with him last time. Cade, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say like they have to do a draft between like to pick the two teams. They usually like I forget how they do it, but they pick their teams like
They
if
flip a
Connor.
coin. They flip a coin. The winner of the flip gets to choose whether they want first fight or first pick.
So I mean, shouldn't Michael Chandler have a say in that because can't he pick some of Connor's guys?
Well, they're doing this. The trend this season is they're bringing back old UFC fighters and new prospects or some shit like that.
I think
But
The
Chandler's just happy to
redemption
be along for the
season.
ride.
Mahuñoz is back.
oh, he's just happy for that money fight at the
Who
end. He
is
don't
it?
give a shit about nothing else.
Chris Mahuñoz or Matinho or
No, he got cut, Joe.
Yeah, he's
oh, he
out.
got cut from the show already.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh, I was looking forward to seeing him get beat up, and I don't mean that mean, whatever. He gets beat up good.
So really,
It
Connor's
doesn't really
doing a good
matter though.
job,
I
though,
mean, the
right?
bantamweight winner is already going to be Timur Valiev. I mean, there ain't nobody else in that roster that's going to touch that dude.
I
Well,
mean
who
that dude fights stupid though. Like he's talented, but he fights stupid to allow himself to get clipped. There's always a guy that's really talented that loses on those shows though.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. There are a lot of people that come off the show. Chimaev is out for Ramadan, so he'll likely return in June or July. Yeah, I
Fight
don't.
week.
speaking
Yep, that's my hope. That's
of
my hope.
speaking of Hamzat, how do you guys feel Jack Della Maddalena would do with Hamzat?
I think he would get beat up.
Yeah, bad.
Yeah, probably
Real
pretty bad.
bad. He would get dominated. I think he gets smashed in the first round.
Damn.
I mean, I guess there's a round where a world where Chimaev decides he wants to go out there and swing and bang to prove a point and gets clipped somehow, some way. But the fucking reality is Chimaev goes out there, Goldberg spears that motherfucker, takes it down,
I
and
think
beats
it
his
looks
ass,
very.
bro.
I think it looks very similar to the Magny or the Kevin Holland fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do y'all think about the Arnold Allen Max Holloway fight?
Oh,
Don't even bring
bro.
that up in this damn space, Dylan. You will fucking cause World War fucking 7.
Hey,
Arnold Allen finishes Max Holloway.
what?
Max Holloway is gonna beat the brakes off Arnold Allen. Let him
Bro,
know, Kane Town.
Oh,
bro,
bro, Max Holloway's about to piece up Arnold Allen.
bro,
No, he's not.
Max
No,
about to
he's
get his
not.
ass. Max gonna get his ass whipped, man.
What, bro? What?
Baby,
Oh
tell him,
no.
baby. Baby, tell him. Baby, fall asleep.
I know just every dude on the rise eventually meets that dude that beats the brakes off him before they continue on to be great. This is Arnold Allen's time.
Max ain't it, man. Y'all think Max is more than a punching bag, but he's not. He's a punching bag.
What the fuck?
Like, I don't understand why people hype Max all the
So how
time.
is Max? Wait. So Cade was the one that was like he was on it. So here we go. But I just want you to tell me, how does Max get it done? Like, where is the W? Tell me at the end when they're raising Max's hand, they say, "Bye." How did it happen?
5 rounds of outboxing Arnold Allen.
Oh,
I
bro,
got it.
that's not fucking real. Come on.
That's what it
Oh,
is.
pillow fist. Come on.
It's gonna look like that Calvin Cater fight.
Oh,
Oh, come on, man.
that's not
Calvin,
real.
I'm tired of people disrespecting Allen, man. Cater is a punching bag himself as well, but Allen,
If
Max,
Allen
Get
gets by
him,
Max, I'll give him all the respect in the world.
get him, Kane Town. Tell him Max Holloway about to piece his fucking wherever
Max,
the fuck he's from
this,
ass up.
what you gonna do? End up doing, Cade? You gonna feel like you felt with Andrade, bro? You gonna say, I can't believe it. You gonna say, and I'm gonna say, well, I told you, but I'm gonna be on Arnold Allen. So
Hey, just like I told you, Moreno would beat Figgy's ass, and Holloway gonna beat his ass.
okay, sir. Max Holloway is a punching bag that is basically on his way out. Like he's been
Wow.
dominated. He got dominated by Volk. Like I mean, even against Jair, he was.
He
getting
also beat. I mean, the second fight, he also beat Volk.
No, he did not.
That decision was ass.
Y'all Max fans, I see, man. He did not beat Volk, man. He never
Yes,
beat
he
Volk.
did.
He
And
never
Bro,
beat
I
Volk.
I
Like,
watched
Actually,
Max Holloway lose 15 rounds
Kane
straight to
Town,
Volk.
let me just here. I'm gonna intervene in this real quick. I'm a Max Holloway fan. I thought he won the second fight as well, but after further review, when I went back and watched the first and the second fight, I didn't even need to watch the third fight. He got fucking obliterated.
Well, the
No
third
need to
fight,
watch
yeah,
that.
it was bad.
The first and second fight, he lost.
I've seen the fight 2 or 3 times. Each time I come away thinking Max got the second fight.
my thing is that who comes back from getting brutally assaulted? Because that's what he did. He got molested. He got assaulted by Volk and molested. Like he just got everything taken away from him, robbed, all of that, man. Like
But who
There's
would
gotta be a
Volk
better
not do
choice
that
of
to at
words than that.
145?
nobody comes back from an ass whooping like that, man. And then all of a sudden you beat this guy that's like better than you. Like Allen's better than him. Like he's more technical. He doesn't want to get hit. He's a smarter fighter. He's more well versed. Like I
All
mean,
right, Wes, I got a proposition for you.
what's the proposition, sir?
If Max Holloway beats Arnold Allen, I don't owe you money for that Raiders bet.
Are you trying to get out of the Raiders?
Hold on.
No. I
If
got
You
Arnold
can't
Allen
just
beats
make that.
Max
You got to hit him with
Holloway,
at least double or nothing.
if Arnold Allen beats Max Holloway, we'll add $50 to the bet.
So basically, you want to bet me $50, basically. You want to bet me $50 basically that Max wins. That's like basically because he has a bet with me for $500 that the Raiders will make the playoffs. And of course, I said, hell yes, let's go. I mean, like, I'm not making the playoffs. So
yeah, for next year, Kane Town, next year.
Oh, for next year? I don't know, bro. Ziegler on Bussin' with the Boys was just saying he don't know really what he's doing with quarterback this year. So I'm kind of like,
That's
I
what
know.
I'm
That's why I had to come out here and try to make a different side bet with Wes. Maybe
Yeah,
$50 or nothing.
nah. Like my
I
brother
got.
can even tell you, bro. I always like take bets with people where I'm in a position I'm ahead, man. When you made that crazy bet, I said I'm good. Like I'm
Yeah,
set.
if we gonna make the playoffs, man, we got to get three big difference makers on defense and hit on every draft pick,
Good
and
luck.
put a quarterback who's competent on the squad. So
Man, fuck the Raiders right now. Joe, Hamza, fight week. That's what's
Listen,
happening.
yeah. So I was gonna name off all the people that Arnold Allen beat up, but we'll let that go because he's gonna beat the shit out of
Max
Max.
Holloway is gonna piece his ass up, and then you
Bro,
know what?
you want to know the difference between Max Holloway and Arnold Allen in a nutshell? Arnold Allen beat the shit out of Kelvin Cater and
Okay, can I?
finished him. Max Holloway hit him 888 fucking times and couldn't get him out of there. What is
well,
that
Max,
man gonna do to Arnold Allen,
Okay,
bro?
can I? Can I?
he's gonna
If
hit him
Max
888
Holloway,
times and beat him in the decision.
y'all know. Hold on, y'all know I've been on Max Holloway for the last month since they announced the fight. If Max Holloway beats Arnold Allen, I want some fucking respect on my name.
But it's not happening though, bro. I'm
All
sincerely
right, wait, wait,
telling
wait, wait.
you.
You can have respect. We want pizza.
Damn.
Oh, that's a good deal, yo. You got to go ahead and order us pizza, like get our addresses and just like Uber Eats.
Every single fucking member.
Yeah, that's a good deal, bro.
Hey,
Like,
bro, you know how much pizza be running people nowadays?
I mean,
Even Costco pizza, $15 dollars.
Allen. I'm on Allen. Joe's on Allen. I mean,
Shit,
who
I'll
else
take
is
that
on
pizza.
Allen?
I'll take Allen.
All right, Dan Pix is on. So that's three people you got to give pizza. Gabe is on Allen too. So I mean, I don't know if he wants pizza
Nah,
too.
nah, 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 nah. We ain't doing all that.
See,
He said, no,
you
no, no, no.
afraid, bro.
You
You're
see how
afraid.
big his confidence changed when he had to buy pizza? He didn't.
Pizza though. You just wanted to bet me $50,
You know what?
bro. You
Actually,
just
you know
wanted to bet
what?
me 50.
I'm gonna go on Max's gaming channel tomorrow and be like, "Yo, Max, I got a bet with my boys. If you lose to Arnold Allen, I owe all these motherfuckers pizza, so you got to pay the bill. But if you win, I get some respect on my name."
Oh,
Man,
bro. I mean, I can't believe you don't understand why he gonna lose, man.
you know what's a
Max gonna
better
be like, hey,
Arnold
Max
Allen's
gonna
gonna
be
get
like,
50
fuck you and your
45.
pizza.
Here's a
Bro,
better strategy,
50
Kay.
45?
You should go on Max's channel and you should say, "Yo, Max, I got this group of guys that swear to God you're gonna lose to Arnold Allen, and I don't know how to convince them otherwise. Could you come help me?" Like that, that would give you a really good shot. Like, because we wouldn't want to be disrespectful to Max. So then you could be in here like he about to fuck him up and whoop his ass, and we'd be like, I see the path. We'll be
Nah,
real
I'm still
polite.
gonna
Wes
with
is gonna
Max
kill
in
Max
here.
Holloway straight up,
I'm
and
be
he
like,
gonna
Max, I
retire.
gotta be real with you, man. You gonna get your ass
I'm
whipped. You get hit too
fading
much.
you, bro.
You know, I even with him in here, I'm
You
be
know
like,
damn
Max,
well Wes gonna say it just like that too.
I'm
Would
gonna
it
say
be
it like that.
It's
inappropriate
crazy
if
how much respect you lose when you lose to the pound for pound #1 in the world and
No,
nobody
bro,
else.
I
Bro,
never
Wes is
thought
really
Max.
disrespecting the daddest man on the planet right now.
I never thought Max was great. Like, I think at the end of the day, like Joe said before, like, and he came along with the scraps of the division. Like, if you look at his resume, even in itself, he wasn't really beating guys
Beat
like that.
Aldo
Bro,
twice.
when he turned Brian Ortega into Rocky Dennis,
Who
you
is
didn't think he was great?
Ortega? Ortega can't strike. Okay,
Bro, he beat
Bro,
Aldo
he knocked out
twice.
he beat bro.
knocked out Frankie Edgar.
Aldo was past his prime. Frankie Edgar was past their primes. Like I
Here's
don't.
the
I,
reality of
They're
it, dude.
still technically
Conor McGregor
solid,
out
great
wrestled him.
strikers.
okay, did he beat Conor in his prime?
Conor McGregor out wrestled him.
Like he didn't even just out wrestle him; he beat him up on the feet. Like Max,
It was close. It wasn't like he
no,
dogged him on the feet.
that fight was not close. He dog walked that man. Like
Yeah,
he
because
dog.
when he got him, it was a little closer when it was on the feet, but when it got
Oh
to the
come
ground,
on,
he had
bro.
nothing.
He,
It wasn't an ass whooping.
bro, I wish they had a feature where we could upload the videos up here and just watch it. Bro, he sat here
You can
dog walked him, bro.
tweet the videos into the thread.
Like, how do you do that? Because he dog walked him, bro.
You
He
got to go
dog
down.
walked him.
I don't know. He beat him. I mean, it wasn't like there was a question of who won, but I mean, it's not like he bloodied him and just beat the shit out of him.
And with the striking, all Conor did was kept walking them down, pressuring them, right? Max has a problem with southpaws. He just does. When you're out the southpaw, he has a problem with it. He can easily go ahead and slip the punch. So he just kept
Max was also 20 years old.
All right, fine then. Let's look at Poirier then. Poirier, same thing.
Yeah,
Southpaw.
I'm looking at the stats of this Conor fight, man. He beat Max, bro.
And Poirier whipped his ass too. So guess what? What is
Poirier
Arnold
definitely
Allen?
put him on.
Poirier is a different story though. Poirier is much bigger than Max. He should have never even
I'm
been
talking
fighting
about
Poirier.
the technique, Cade. Like, he's a southpaw. He keeps getting slipped with the left. Like, why? Because they're from the southpaw. Arnold Allen is really going to have an opportunity to knock him out. Like, I know y'all don't want to believe it because people want to say, "Oh my God, he can't ever get knocked out."
He's never even been knocked down.
But he just got his ass whipped brutally by Volk. At the end of the day, Arnold Allen is the hardest puncher he has faced since Conor. That's a fact. Arnold Allen can crack, man.
I don't know. I'd give Poirier maybe the power over Allen.
Yeah.
Man, I don't think so. I think
especially
Allen,
at 55.
I think Allen.
I would say it's comparable though, Wes. I would say it's comparable.
I think Allen hits harder than Poirier as far as we say, hey, one hitter quitter. Like, Allen can really put you out.
Could crack too.
Cater can't hit like no Allen, man.
Listen, guys.
We haven't
listen.
We haven't seen one hitter
Wes
quitter from Allen.
Wes was making a point that I've made before, bro. So like, this is real simple. So everybody wants to talk about Max's reign, this, that, whatever. Okay. So here's the truth. This is you can deny this all you want, but when Max was in the division that had 145-pound Aldo Prime, Dustin Poirier, Conor McGregor, Bermudez, Max couldn't get to the top. You know what happened before Max got to the top? 3 of them left the division and 1 of them expired. When everybody got out of Max's way, and all the guys that you knew that were coming from WEC that I could start naming off their fucking retirement dates stopped fighting, and he didn't have to fight all them guys anymore, and he got to fight guys past their prime. He got to fight fucking, man, I don't want to dig too deep, but like Charles Oliveira before he got good. He fought like fucking Cole Miller and Ricardo Lamas. Like, bro, it's not. Max had an easy walk. And as soon as he got there and someone was champion level, he beat him 3 fights in a row. He did. That's real. You want to know what division Volkanovski could have survived in? Maybe or maybe not been champion, but he would have been a top guy with Conor and Dustin and Bermudez and all them guys back when they were down at 145. He would have been a top guy with them. You know who wasn't?
I think Max puts the hands on Prime Bermudez. I don't think Bermudez belongs in this conversation.
What do you mean he puts hands on Prime Bermudez?
He would beat the fuck out of Dennis Bermudez.
Bermudez beat him, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, he beat him when he was like 20 years old. He was a kid. I'm talking about Prime Max versus Prime Bermudez.
Using these excuses, bro. Conor wasn't even that much older than him. Conor was a pup too.
Conor was like 28, almost 30 years old. He was like
no, he wasn't. Conor was like 25. Conor was like 25.
Prime Max. I'll say this.
We got to quit talking over everybody, man. One at a time.
I'll say this. Joe does make actually a decent point. I can see the argument for it. Wes makes a good point too. I can see the argument with all that. But I'm telling you right now, Prime Max Holloway versus Prime Dennis Bermudez, and Max Holloway is beating the brakes off his ass. That's all.
What is this Prime? What is this Prime Max? Like, what is Prime Max? I want to know what this Prime Max is.
Now, 2 years ago.
Now, so this?
No, not now. Maybe like 3 years ago.
Because he lost to one guy.
Nah, but you got to admit this, Dylan. Max has slowed down. Like in the first 2 fights, even against Volk, he looked like he was at least making it competitive. You know, he people can say what they want. It was a much more competitive fight. And then he took this. Then I think he beat Cater. It Cater or Yair, and then he got the fight back. I don't know, dude. I'd have to go back and look. I don't give a fuck less. But then he came back to fight Alexander for a third time, and it was like, dude, he was like fucking 3 steps behind, bro. He was slow as shit.
And I don't think that was because Max took a step back. I think that's because Volk took steps forward.
I think it's both. But
I
Wes, you can go
think
ahead,
Max.
man.
But either way, I think you put Max right now against any time Dennis Bermudez and Max puts hands on him.
I think Max, when you look at him, like what Joe was saying, right? Max fought certain kinds of people, but he didn't fight guys like, oh my God, like this guy has the whole package. Like Max to me, and I keep comparing it, I say it's the same all the time. He is like a Nate Diaz. He is basically an action fighter. He's a Tony Ferguson. They have expiration dates, man. If you're strategical, you can beat them. I don't think the first fight was competitive with Volk. Volk beat him 50-45 in the first fight. And why? Because Max just stood there like an idiot and let him leg kick him. And he thought, oh my God, he's going to eventually get tired. No, you're not in there with all though. You can't, it's not going to work. I mean, like, then he fights him the second time. To his credit, he adjusted, fought well in the beginning. But guess what? What did Volk do? Volk started being smart again and turned up on him and got the win. And then third, you're right. He evolved more past Max. I don't think Max is hard to beat for a fighter that's like strategical and that's technical and knows what they're doing. Like, I think it's just, oh, okay, cool. Like, yeah, you're going to look for things. When he fought Yair, he was getting his ass whipped. He had to wrestle. Yair was whipping his ass. I mean, like I don't understand why people always say Max is the best boxer. How are you the best boxer? Your defense is garbage. He's
not the best. He's not the best boxer. That was overblown a little bit.
He literally just got outboxed by Dustin Poirier before that fight. Like, I mean,
every time Dustin hit him, it looked like he was getting hit with a brick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the same as the pound for pound, though. Like, we're debating prime versus prime, and you know, it's the reality is Max has a lot of miles on him. He has taken damage, despite the fact that he's won fights that he should win. Like, he shouldn't win this fight. This is Arnold Allen's step to the title. You guys just got to see it for what it is. Max isn't going back to this fight. Just so if you're the UFC and you're trying to decide, you know, how do we get this new guy to the title? You think they're going to give him to Max Holloway so Max Holloway can get a 4th title shot? No. The UFC knows, bro. Like, this fight is Allen's step to the title. That's what it is, and that's what it will be.
I think it's too early for that. I think for me to really lose faith in Max like that, he's gonna have to lose to somebody besides the pound for pound best in the world.
For me, it's not faith.
Bro.
It's just how he fights, bro. Like, he's just.
Wait.
I mean, he gets hit too much.
Wait a minute. He just went to 155 and lost.
I mean, but look how much.
No. If we were in the same weight class, blah, 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 blah. He went up. He don't get to make the excuse, I was small. No, that's some real bitch shit. If he won the title.
I just don't think anybody expected him to win at 55. I think everybody knew he was going to get fucked up by Poirier.
Which proves that at 155, he's not. He couldn't go up and do it, bro. I had the same argument with Izzy back when Izzy was pound for pound, and then he lost, and everybody was like, "No, he's still the guy." No, bro. He went up and literally proved, he is not pound for pound the best. Volk just did the same thing. He is not pound for pound the best. He just proved it to everybody.
You're saying Volk proved that Volk's not pound for pound the best?
Absolutely. He said, I'm going to go up there and prove I'm pound for pound the best because I'm going to go up 10 pounds and I'm going to prove that at no matter what weight it is, I'm that guy. And he went up and
I don't know. I had Volk winning that fight too. So, I don't know.
Oh, bro. So what happened is you got to You can't watch them streams. You got to go to ESPN.com and buy the pay-per-views if you actually want to see what happens on the fight. You can't watch them streams, bro. They don't always give you the right angle, and sometimes the shit is cut off. So I don't know. I just some advice. I'm fucking with you, man.
I
Listen,
like that. That's pretty good.
we're over the 4.5 hour marker, and yeah, I'm gonna clock it. I got a whole bunch of shit on the docket that we had better conversation. Amivov Nazardine tweeted that his knee surgery went, or his ankle surgery went great. He's got to take it easy for a couple of months, and he'll be back in action. Bo Nickel plans to help Jake Paul train for his MMA debut. Nickel also got signed to Jake's company, Better BETR. I didn't really realize Jake owned that. I guess I should have. Jose Aldo is booked to box Jeremy Stevens at Game Bred Fighting, but making it public that he's already in talks to box Floyd Mayweather, and it's all but signed, which doesn't make sense because if Steven knocks you out, Floyd ain't getting in there with you. Diego Sanchez is suing BKFC or considering it. There was an incident where his opponent, Austin Trout, I mean, there's videos and pictures and screenshots of people zoomed in. They greased the shit out of him, and Diego says he was given no Vaseline, so his punches were sliding and he was getting cracked. Pound for pound rankings still say Volk is number one, even though Islam beat him was on the list. Islam's man, who called this shit? Islam's mom wants him to retire. Man, who called this shit? Islam says, no, I want to defend as many times as Khabib, and then I want to fight at 170 for the belt, and then I want to retire. Holy fuck, you could go rewind what I said.
You did call that. I actually put that in the chat today, I think, or yesterday.
Yeah, bro, I called that shit to a T. He's going to match Khabib's defenses. Then he's going to go get the 170 belt to try and make up for that loss that he had that Khabib never had. He's going to fucking retire too. Hydration Gate is still being investigated. The IV for Islam. Novinsky has had to make comments. He says that the Australian Commission says zero evidence. So the UFC is going to take their word. Ali's getting real pissed on social media. He actually brought to light that they are allowed certain amounts of IV still. I heard 100 milliliters, which wouldn't be very much. I've heard 2 liters. Ali posted 2 or 3 liters. So even though it's banned, there's some rule or I don't know. There's some type
No,
of
Erhel
regulation.
Wani went on there and debunked that, said that that's a myth, or that's not true. It's only 100 milliliters. Like he said, it's just showing how ignorant he is and how much he's how full of shit he is. Basically,
So
that's
it
not
is
very
100
much.
milliliters.
Yeah, it's not very much. If it was that much, he would have definitely got popped. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry
you
to
could.
cut in there, man. It is 100 mil, and if for those of you who don't realize how little that is, that's less than half a cup. So you can't even get these rehydration bags that are 100 mils. They don't exist. So from what I understand, the 750 mils is the smallest you can get. So there's no way he got 100 mils. Like it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, a
You might
liter
as
is
well have half a cup
1,000
of
mil.
water.
A liter is
Yeah.
1,000 mils to put that in perspective. So if you've ever bought a liter of pop, that would be 1/10 of that bottle given to you in an IV. I don't even think that would get rid of cotton mouth. Like,
Yeah, they were saying
Nothing. Does
his
nothing.
comments were actually even incriminating them more by saying that, because he was saying they were able to give up to 2 to 3 liters, which is just insane.
And the
well, I mean, he's
reason,
not lying that is more incriminating. He's not fucking lying.
but the actual reason it's not allowed by USADA is because you can have a masking agent, which can mask get rid of any drugs that you might have in your system. That's why they won't allow a IV at all. Because if you have an IV, that's the test that they're taking. Have you had an IV? Have you had a needle in your system? So these guys are getting away with it by you saying, yeah, I had 100 mils of this or 100 mils of that. It's just a way of saying, yeah, you got to get this IV. No one's getting 100 mils. If anyone's saying they're getting 100 mils, it's just because they're putting some kind of masking agent in. and they don't want to say that they have tested positive for having an IV.
Good shit, Ozzy. Thanks for bringing that information forward, brother.
Okay,
No
did you
worries,
have
mate.
something on that?
I was just gonna say, like, Ali fucking practice. I mean, they just
You sound really far away, dude.
hear me now.
Yeah.
Okay, they it just seems like I don't know, man. The situation's weird because they didn't really look into it, but it's like Ali went from saying, "You guys are crazy. My fucking fighter didn't take that," and then like a day later, he's like, "Oh, by the way, I'm gonna expose all of you. You're allowed to take this much." So you're basically snitching your fighter. Like, I don't know, bro. It's just the whole situation's weird. Whatever, fuck it. He won the fight. Just move on. Like,
So I'm gonna pretty much cap the space because we're almost at 4:45. But Cade, I will say to you and extend an invite to you and tell you that coming up probably maybe next Sunday or Sunday coming, if not the following. I've been trying to schedule it for like 2 weeks. I'm gonna do a really in-depth space about Ali. I'd be more than willing to share my notes with you a day or two before, just because I got to get them all in order. Like if you looked at them now, you'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" But I could get everything real organized even more than 2 days before. I'll let you look at it, bro. If you want to, I mean, I need someone to spend a few hours in the space talking with me about it, but it's definitely stuff that's up your alley. Ali is. You guys will not even. People will think I am lying, bro. People will think I am making the fucking story up. Like, I swear to God, man. Like, there is no rational place where you guys are going to be like, this is all true. But there's police reports, there's documents, there's athletic Olympic training center fucking sign in
yeah,
sheets.
bro,
Like,
he's a cocksucker. He did this. Yeah, yeah. It's that. I'm excited for that space.
bro, like you guys have it's man, I'm really wondering like how many people will join if I make a good enough title and leave 40 minutes in because they're just like, there's no way this is real. Like, I'm really wondering what percentage of the listeners will just drop off and be like, there's no fucking way this is real. Like, it's fucking ridiculous, bro. Identity theft. He was a snitch for the feds. He was a snitch for New York City Police. He's a double agent for Egypt. He fucking committed fraud to come here and lived in our athletic training facilities for free, paid for by the government. Like, bro, oh my God, he traveled from fucking village to village of a terrorist group. Like, it's fucking
Oh,
insane,
you
bro.
better hope.
People love drama, though, man. I think you'll be able to keep a crowd more than you think you would. Be honest with you, because people love the dirty details. You know what I'm saying?
You better hope that shit don't blow up and fucking Ali doesn't come after you for defamation.
Bro, so I've went on.
CIA going to shut you down, mate.
So to be clear to everybody here, I have went on to Dominance MMA's website and I have formally requested to speak with Ali. And I didn't expect to, but I have gotten no reply. So I have given twice I have submitted. So there is no world where I didn't give Ali a chance to come in and defend anything I'm saying. And I am also only stating things for the most part that are actually documented in police reports and made public record. I'll like when we're going through it, I'll post all the links and you guys will be able to look at the police reports and shit while I'm talking about it. I'm trying to get myself really organized for that one because it's dude, it's just not fucking believable. It's just not believable. Motherfucker got $250,000 a year to be a snitch. You know how he started Dominance MMA? I'll give you one guess. With his snitch money. That's not a lie. He started it while he was still actively
I
snitching.
wonder if
Like,
his
I
I,
was gonna guess
fighters
Suge
know
Knight. To
about
be
him.
honest with you,
what's that?
said I was gonna guess Suge Knight. To be honest with you,
Yeah, I heard you. Someone else
Oh
said
no, I
something.
was gonna say I was just saying I wonder if his fighters know about him or if they don't give a shit.
It's impossible that they haven't at least heard, and he probably just sells it off as bullshit. But like, I don't know. It's not even like a bash Ali thing. Like, I actually would like to talk to him. Like, there's some things that are reported. They're not questionable. Like, there's police reports. there's his ID, there's his mugshots, but like some of this shit just doesn't make any sense. Even if he was doing all the things that he was doing,
I
some of
will
the
say this: I've never seen a
sense.
plunger stick to somebody's head quite like his.
Well, I have gotten ready to shut everything down here. It takes me a minute. I actually run like fucking 4 screens to try and record it, time it, and do all this dumb shit. Probably sounds like shit today if you boys can't tell. I've got the worst head cold I've probably ever had. This shit is ridiculous. I'm gonna call it a night, man. I don't know what time it is where you guys are at, but it's 3:15 here. It's supposed to start snowing if it hasn't already, and I gotta drive my kids to school in about 4 hours. So I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
All right, bro.
You guys have a good one.
Not everybody. Have a good one, guys.
Cheers, fellas.
Yeah, good meeting you guys.
You too, brother. Feel free to come back, man. We ain't held up on Terrence being here, bro. Just feel free to
Oh
come
no,
back.
I'll be back. I'll be back for sure, man. It's hard to find knowledgeable fight fans.
Yeah,
Appreciate you,
you
brother.
didn't even hear us get heated. You just heard us talk about futures. You didn't even hear us get heated too much, bro.
Shit. Well, let's get it next week.
Next week's John Jones, bro. I'm not even planning anything for after the card. I'm not. Anyways, boys.